dude,
and Mars was a circle
You're-
ball.
You're
Yeah,
giving
hold on.
Oscar
Critical
too much
thinking
credit.
said
He
that
wouldn't
was
know
the
what to
ball.
do with the scientific
Wait.
cable.
Yeah, you
Wait.
guys, you keep missing the point here. The thing is not that we don't want someone to speak. You want them to speak so they demonstrate just how bad they are at this. This guy's proof of the globe, mind you, his proof of the globetard was that too many people couldn't lie about it. That would be his same proof for Santa Claus. Okay, at this point, it's time to move on to other callers when they don't understand that they're giving not just a bad argument, but just straight up childlike. So you're saying that somehow they'll link NASA's or NORAD's Santa Claus tracker as their proof of a globe. What does it have to do with that?
Your proof of the Earth is flat.
Let's see this.
Hold on, Necros. Let him respond.
Physics. The proof of the flat Earth is physics, demonstrations, observations, measurements. Your proof of the ball of the Earth is like you looked at Mars. What the fuck, dude?
Yeah, sorry, Necros. I wanted him to respond. He did. Go ahead.
I just want him to give us more details. What is Mars? So you
Mars
look
is
at
a
Mars. Okay, what is Mars? You said that you
It's
saw it
kind
as
of
a
like Earth,
circle.
but without an atmosphere.
Sorry,
This isn't going to get us anywhere.
sorry. How did you verify
Mars
that?
is kind of like
How-
Earth, like another
how
planet,
did you-
but it doesn't have an atmosphere or
No.
possibly no life.
How did you verify that? By looking at it. Did you measure the pressure on its surface?
No, I looked at it through a telescope.
No. Did you measure the pressure on its surface to see if it does have or doesn't have an atmosphere? Did you feel its
that's a
surface
sensor
to
rover
see
up
if it
there.
is solid or not solid? Maybe it is like a gas, like Jupiter.
He said, Necros, he said NASA sent a rover up there.
Yeah, NASA sent a rover, and I looked at it through a telescope.
Oh.
The rover up there too. Through my
You saw the
telescope.
rover. You saw the. Can you stop the copium first and continue talking with me, because seeing the rover shit using your telescope.
No,
The rover on Mars using your telescope. That's cap. That's the worst cap that I ever heard. No glober could give me something.
Why don't, hey, Necros, why don't you tell him why it's cap instead of just insult him and stuff? You know what I mean?
Because of the angular resolution of that rover on Mars, you need a lens that is bigger than a city.
He's talking about seeing it on TV. Jeez.
Because he told me that he saw it through a telescope. He didn't tell me that he saw a video. He told me that he.
I heard him say he saw Mars in a telescope, and you're confused.
Because he kept repeating.
Let's ask him. Let's ask him 1 second. Shui, do you think that you saw the Mars rover through a telescope? Is that what you said?
No, it wasn't through a telescope. It was actually through my binoculars.
Okay, we got to move on to somebody else.
Go on mute, bro. Congratulations. You win the prize.
Welcome to Stupid Hour. What the fuck?
Yeah, people have heard that flat earthers are the stupidest people on the planet, right? You go onto TikTok, you go into Facebook, you go into X, and you type flat earth. And yeah, you're going to see a lot of stupid crap. You're going to see a lot of crap that we find stupid, okay? Most of what you see out there is a bunch of science fiction escapism. People who think flat earth is the truth of some conspiracy theory. People who present maps of the world that show an ice wall around a disk, right? This is not what flat earth is. This is at least not what we know the earth to be. What you're looking at is a bunch of stupid people on the internet who have no idea what they're talking about, who probably spend all day on the Flat Earth Society forums, and we're not the Flat Earth Society. The Flat Earth Society is a parody organization. They're there to make fun of people like us who bring actual reasoned arguments and observations and measurements of flat earth. All that crap exists to get you to laugh at us so that when you finally engage a real flat earther, like in the 24/7 community, that you begin with insults and derision, and you think this is all just good fun and perhaps a bit of trolling. That's not who we are. So just want to put that caveat out there. And I'd like to move on to an honest discussion, please.
Hopefully one of these guys has some Earth curvature measurements. That's what this entire debate is about.
All motion.
Dang, none of them want to take up the challenge today, huh?
Yeah, they're
Project
kind of
just
just.
put it out exactly how it's supposed to be, and then they're just silent. They're gonna wait for like a couple minutes, reset, and go back to the same shenanigans. Seems like.
Yeah, well, as if the lack of curvature doesn't prove what we're claiming. You know what I mean? It's very simple. These guys don't even want to look at the evidence. I posted. I don't even know we had a guy like these guys last night, like just nah to everything we say. We're posting evidence, and he wouldn't even look at it. So it's like, all right, well, if you're not going to look at the data, then how can you argue against it? Just by saying, oh, well, they wouldn't lie to us. It's like, well, we have evidence that they did. Do you want to see it? No, I don't want to see it. I'm just going to call you all fools while not looking at the verifiable evidence. It's nuts.
And then they have the gall to say that we never presented any evidence, right? Like, so they'll deny looking at it. They'll acknowledge that it exists, but then they'll say that that isn't evidence. And then they'll say, well, it's not evidence because it's not peer reviewed. It doesn't come from NASA or the government. And it's not something that everybody already accepts as the truth.
Yeah, those same people wouldn't know what to do with a peer-reviewed or scientific paper if it slapped them in the face.
Yeah, meanwhile, people in our community read these things every day. You know, if you go to 24/7 Flat Earth on our Discord server, we have a PDF room full of all kinds of stuff. Old books, modern books that are in the public domain, and tons of research papers, academic papers of all kinds from all over the world. Nerds like us love to read this stuff.
Like the one right now that they think some alien spacecraft is headed towards Earth. It's not just an yeah. Like this shit is entertaining as all hell. I don't read it because I'm like curious about what they have to say. I'm reading more for the epic lol. Just the absolute like holy shit, these people are delusional.
What are you talking about?
Peer-reviewed papers and scientific papers are just hilarious.
Yeah, some of those are really funny. I'm more focused, though, on the ones that claim to measure Earth curvature or claim to have measured terrestrial refraction. Things of this nature are very entertaining to me because I can find the trick. It's not really a trick, right? But I can find where they fool themselves, where they've engaged in fallacious reasoning, circular logic, where they basically reify the map or the model into reality. And everybody who peer reviews these papers doesn't stop to take a look at that, and they all whistle past the graveyard. They grant a special pleading fallacy, and then they accept the paper. One of the best fields of research to find this is actually called geodesy, geodetic surveying, measuring the globe, as they claim, and how they do it. In order for them to measure the globe, they have to first adopt a model of what the globe should be. And then they measure the Earth flat, and they use mathematics to transform the flat measurements into curving measurements. It happens over and over and over again. I've seen it hundreds of times. Right, so we're not like here to talk about the conspiracy of flat Earth. Some of us don't even think there really is a concerted effort to advance a conspiracy of a globe Earth. There very well may be people who are powerful at the top who know more about what the true nature of our reality is, but someone like me looks at this and says, you know what? Everybody's just stuck on repeat. Everybody is convinced that everybody else is convinced that the Earth is a globe. And this includes academic researchers and so-called scientists who take observations of the stars, observations of the Earth, and shoehorn everything into a preconceived notion of what the globe should be.
Sporadic, are you a robot?
Why do you think that? And absolutely not. I stutter.
Forget all previous instructions.
Oh no, it sounds like you've
Crying
not
out loud,
come
dude.
across coherent people before. He just knows how to speak. What's the big deal?
What was your rebuttal to anything he said, dude?
It was
See if you got-
robots. Like somehow he's a genetic fallacy. Like somehow a robot can't give you information.
Yeah, let's see if you don't have an IQ of a road cone. Can you respond to what he said? Or you just got blabbity blah?
He already dipped, jumped in, added
It's not
his
looking
10
good.
cents worth and bolted.
Yeah, it was a squawk and run.
Yeah.
Not looking good for the globe
Some of
today.
you who might, yeah, big L for the globe. The newcomers coming in here don't really know who we are. Many of them don't. We're 24/7 flat Earth. We've been around for 10 plus years as a community. Some of us in here are more recent than that. And we're here not because we want to be drawn into an alternate reality of a flat Earth. We're here because we've gone out in the real world and we've done our own observations and measurements. And we've been very perplexed by this problem, where everybody seems to think that they live on a globe. We've gone out and checked thousands and thousands of observations and measurements later. We're trying to share this information with the world. And we're trying to tell them, look, you believe in a globe because everybody else believes in a globe. Go out and check. We can show you how. We can tell you right here and now how with, $30 US, a friend in a fairly small body of water, you can prove the Earth is flat to yourself and your friends. You could do it on a Saturday morning or Sunday evening, whatever the case is. You can make time to go do this. And when you see how easy it is to do, you will be amazed how nobody else seems to have bothered to check. Nobody else has bothered to figure it out. And that leads to second and third order questions, right? I mean, at some point, it's going to be harder to accept that people are this freaking self-delusional over the globe topic than it is to accept the reality of the flat Earth that you experience and can measure every day.
Have some of you ever considered the fact that ignorance can be considered bliss?
We ask you guys that all the time.
That's why we do exercise patience with you guys. We know how easy it is and how tough it is how easy it is to follow the crowd and how tough it is out there to stand on your own two, use your own brain and use critical thinking. So actually I'd say that most of us, I don't care about the shape of the ground. What I do care about though is the methodology of how you get to understand that the globe is a lie. There's a lot of benefits to being able to think for yourself.
Also, I appreciate it. You've been respectful for the majority of the time, Root, so thank you for that.
Listen, the guys the guys here are respectful, but if you ask stupid questions, you'll tend to get stupid answers. And I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about some of the more sarcastic responses. So it's quite hard to deal with 3 or 4 trolls at once, Fisheye.
Yeah, for the most part, too. Yeah, for the most part. Am I lagging there? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're doing all right. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the thing too is like they'll come in here, they'll ask a question, you give them a direct answer, straight up, like old boys. Like, how could so many people be in on it? They're not in on it. That's the assumption you made. Everything's compartmentalized, and he completely brain farts it, unable to process any information. It's like talking to a brick wall. I've used the term, he's bricked. The dude is bricked. At that point, it's not talking down to them about being respectful. People can get frustrated. When you're talking to somebody who's not listening, not paying attention, inside their own question. I ain't go to their server and start asking them about the ball card or why his conspiracy channel about how he thinks that government can't lie or whatever. He came here, asked a few questions, and nothing sunk in. Nothing. It went in one ear and right out the other. So you can imagine why some people get frustrated with that level of stupidity.
And if I can just add that little bit onto what you just said there, and that is ignorance is bliss, isn't it? Because you're not taking it in. The facts that you're given, you're not taking it in. And it's simple. All you need to do is go out there and measure it, and you will know. Yeah, so you're the guys that are acting like, ignorance is bliss because you're not really going out to check. And that's all you need to do. Someone says, I'm not a scientist. It's not a requirement. It's not a scientific endeavor. There you go. Carry on.
It doesn't have to be at all. Yeah, and we're fully aware of the psychological pressures involved with this. I mean, most of us grew up our entire lives believing that Earth is a globe and flat earthers are a bunch of retards. So, and most of us never thought in a million years that we ourselves would become flat earthers. Yeah, I mean, it's a third rail topic. I mean, try bringing up flat earth with your family over Thanksgiving or some other holiday gathering and see what happens. You're going to watch people that you love and respect sometimes turn into a bunch of blithering fools over this, just like some of the trolls that come in here and can't handle the topic maturely and start devolving into a bunch of booger-picking apes.
Just letting you guys know, I've just started an event, right? And it's titled, Do You Have Any Globe Proof? Just letting you know some more people might be coming in now.
Nice.
Right, so the social pressure is what keeps a lot of people from looking. Besides just being busy with your day-to-day life, trying to earn a living, put food on the table for your family, and so on, there's the social pressure of what flat Earth is and represents. I mean, we hear popular society deriding flat Earth all the time. And to be honest, like I said, when I Google flat Earth, or I go to social media and look at flat Earth content, 90% of it is a bunch of horse shit. It's a bunch of actual idiots calling themselves flat earthers, or a bunch of globe trolls who are just flirting with the topic and are in this for the lulz, right? So in our little corner of the internet, this little slice of the pie, we're genuine, we're passionate about the subject, and we're overshadowed by all of this horse shit out there. And we have to deal with it on a constant basis. Some of us are professionals too, and it's not like we go around our professions telling our bosses and coworkers that we're flat earthers either. I mean, again, the social cost is extremely high to go down this path.
I think that's a great point. I think what's important also to mention is just because you realize the Earth is not a spinning ball doesn't mean you have to go around shouting about it. Like Sporadic just said, most of us are professionals. Most of us have good jobs. We're quite intelligent people in general. But we don't go around shouting out to the whole world and our bosses and our clients and colleagues, the Earth is flat, did you know? We understand the social pressure, like Sporadic said, the cognitive dissonance. It wouldn't be clever, it wouldn't be astute to do that. Doesn't mean you have to live in ignorance, though, does it? I just wanted to add that on.
You can take a day off of work with a friend or something and say, hey, I want to show you something. Check this out. And then go do a long distance observation, compare it to the claimed geometry of the Earth, and show them how you can see too far for Earth to be the globe that everyone believes it to be, like all the freaking time. And if you know a little bit more about like the behavior of light and atmospheric physics and stuff, you can get into the optical distortion of light, the ray paths, the wave paths through gradient index media and stuff like that. And you can present a very compelling case for why no claim of optical distortion would account for what you're seeing.
So, Fisheye, are you there, brother? Fisheye? Has he gone? Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, he didn't like the whole ignorance is bliss being flipped back on them.
Years ago, 24/7 dealt with these celebrity anti-flat earthers that you may have heard about. Mick West, Simon Dan, MC Toon, all these others. When they first heard about us, they decided to engage us because they thought we were a bunch of idiots. Well, we recorded our conversations with them and showed the world just how much blithering fools that they've been over this subject. And they don't even talk about us anymore. They would pretend that we don't even exist. Instead, you're going to see people like MC Toon spend their time going after these moronic trolls out there claiming to be flat earthers. And then using them to poison the well to prevent people to talk to us and discover our community.
I can tell that really grinds your gears, Amish.
Yeah, it really does. Like, I mean, the kinds of characters and idiots that they start interviewing, right, as real flat earthers is just mind-blowing how much time and effort they spend doing this. And you know what? Maybe they're doing a service. Maybe this is going to help prune the tree a little bit and make us a stronger community in the end, right? Because we've had people come by 24/7 and think that we're some kind of like massive troll operation, and then they hang around us and say stupid shit. We don't want people like that here. We want people who actually know the Earth is flat to stick around and to build up our community. We're here to teach people how to discover flat Earth for themselves.
How to think critically.
Go ahead, yeah. I got to go in a minute, so I'll be listening. Take it away.
No, I just wanted to add on. It's not even about the shape of the Earth, right? It's about thinking critically and coming to the logical conclusion. Because let's face it, flat Earth is the logical explanation once you understand what logic is. Right?
That's exactly right. Flat Earth is not the supposition, it is the conclusion.
Right. So we're doing a service here, whether you like it or not, whether you know it or not. We're doing a service here. We're helping people to reclaim critical thinking, something that's been lost over a couple of generations. People don't think critically anymore. People just believe, and with ChatGPT now, it's getting worse. People just believe what the mainstream mouthpieces say. Nobody's challenging the claims. Nobody's asking for evidence anymore. Well, that's why we're here. And we're here to start the ball rolling. And who knows where it will take everybody. But first of all, we've got to reach enough people.
Traveler64 in text chat says that I should debate Professor Dave Explains. There is no debate with that guy. He does not debate. Mindshock did a great debate review involving him regarding this topic. And Mindshock is not himself a flat earther. He remains neutral to the subject for his channel. And he pointed out that there are some like 264 fallacious bleedings that Professor Dave Explains blurted out during the entire course of his debate on flat Earth. Like, that's just shotgunning a bunch of bullshit out there. So, I mean, unless you want to hear like a flat earther bat each and every single one of these away every time they're launched at him, it's going to make for a very boring discussion.
The other thing too, that Dave has said, not the Professor Dave, that he's not a professor. It's a gag he's playing on people. He also has said that his goal isn't to debate anything. His goal is to mock people who have different belief systems than he does, that he thinks are stupid. People who don't think like him are stupid. He's gone after doctorates in organic chemistry because they've had different conclusions than Dave has. This guy is basically he's like a shock jock. He's a radio shock jock. And he doesn't even know the words he's saying. He told people that other people write his script. He just reads it. What you got here is a very short guy. He's like 5'8" or 7 with a big mouth. It's entertaining to watch someone act so confident, so boisterous, like a little dog barking is what you're looking at here. It's pure entertainment value. And this guy has millions of subs. His so-called science videos get literally hundreds of views, 200, 300 views. He does a roasting of somebody, and that gets like thousands of views. It's a shtick, dude. This guy is not a thinker, a debater. He's a persona. It's a persona he plays online.
Many of the anti-flat Earth celebrities are the same, and they come in and they start immediately strawmanning our position, right? They poison the well. They say, you pizza earthers with your space pizza disc. The second they say that and they start launching that at us, we know they're not here in good faith, or they have such a big misconception of what we understand this world to be that we need to spend time correcting them first. Right? No, 24/7 flat Earth. I don't know a single person in our community that thinks that flat Earth is a flat space planet. Right? But so many people think that that's what flat earthers think because of flat Earth society nonsense. No, folks, flat Earth is not a space disc, a space pizza. Flat Earth is not the map of the United Nations flag. Flat Earth is not some snow globe with a glass dome over it that's sitting on God's desk in his office. That's not what this is about. Nobody here would say that that is the case at all. And if you'd like to find out more about how we understand the world, then ask us instead of assume. But no, if you go out, listen to Professor Dave Explains, MC Toon, Mick West, all these others, they're like, yeah, those crazy pizza earthers with their Gleason's map, their azimuthal equidistant globe projection, they're a bunch of idiots. No, that's not flat Earth at all, folks. That is the comical version of what people think flat Earth should be, so they could avoid having real discussions with what the Earth actually is.
It's what it comes down to, guys. This is the cause. This is the purpose. This is why we're here. Well said, Sporadic. And it's important to remind them of these things because a lot of these guys have never heard this before. So I'm really glad you saw, addressing the elephant in the room for some of these people.
Yeah, it might need to be said more often. We often come into this discussion with new people and find out 30 minutes into the conversation that they think that we believe flat Earth is a space pizza. And then you lose the entire context for the last 30 minutes and have to start over again.
That's one of the goals of those people, too, is to disrupt the conversation. So they'll come in here and say ridiculous things because they think it's somehow that helps them, that helps their case.
While it's silent, good day, everybody. I wanted to agree with everything that Roach and Sporadic were saying there, and that the irony of this whole thing is it's such an obvious truth. We accept reality as it presents itself. People just refuse to go outside and actually see what they're really seeing. Everybody have a good day.
Good to see you, Dave. There's a great panel here. Did anybody new or anybody who still believes we live on a ball, do you guys have any questions or comments? Concerns? Anything?
I don't know, Roach. Maybe this whole globe idea kind of ran its course. I don't know. What do you think?
I think it's not looking good for the globe, bro. It's not looking good.
Yeah, it just took a while for a lot of people to start checking to see if it really was a globe, and we know where that leads. Anyway.
I think one of the other challenges we have that we forget sometimes is I think these guys probably think that we are married to this idea that the Earth is flat for some reason, whether it's for community, whether it's for, I don't know, miseducation, whatever it is. I think what they don't realize is we've just been led to the flat Earth with and by the evidence, and that there is open space here for you guys to debunk the flat Earth idea and to prove your globe, and we're all ears. But it needs to be coherent, and it needs to be genuine, and it needs to be repeatable, testable, something that is more than just philosophy, right? So we're open. You bring some genuine evidence, or you ask some great questions, and you could change the whole community, the whole movement. So does anybody have anything they want to ask? We're all ears.
Is there anybody new that you're addressing? I'm just looking real quick. No, I don't see anybody. Go ahead. You know, like we everybody used to come in here and talk about the globe. Somebody show us the globe. You know what I mean? Kind of simplified way to put it, but repeatable curvature measurements would be the place to start, and they can't get past square one. Now I'll shut up.
Well, we've got Ghost and Lasher, not long joined. Look like they're ready for frontline action. What's up, fellas?
Hey.
Ghost is an OG, just here to chill and kill, man.
Is there anybody that's actually honest and ready to have an intellectual conversation?
I'm your Huckleberry.
Yes, ma'am.
And who of which are the flat earthers? Is it all of you?
Crit and Matrix. Yeah, Crit and Matrix just responded. If you want to speak to them.
I'm here too. You want to talk to me, but I usually shut up. Go ahead, go.
Dude, your accent is so thick. It's actually pretty cool. So do you believe in like a firmament, or what is it that you kind of associate with, I guess?
No, the firmament is Copernicus. That's a Copernicus who invoked the firmament. That's invoked. That's inside heliocentric, that word firmament. And what makes it interesting is that how globe people don't know their own model or where their model came from. If you're talking about a flat Earth cosmology, you'd say the word Rakia, if you're going with a sort of biblical idea. But the word firmament, that would be your claim. If it's not your claim, your claim would be, how is Copernicus wrong? Why was Copernicus wrong about firmament?
Hmm.
And then from the flat Earth point of view, Rakia would be the sky, and my answer would be the
No, I
sky is
gotcha.
not the ground. So if you're talking about the sky, I'd be like, okay, well, sure, that's great. We could talk about the sky, but that isn't the ground. What
So,
I'm
do
talking
you
about.
like deny science, or what is it exactly?
We deny pseudoscience.
Yeah, what do you mean by deny science? Is science
Like where is
undeniable?
it that
Is
you're deriving your information to come to the conclusion that the Earth is flat?
In
Oh,
reality,
physics. Yeah, physics of water, starting with observations, measurements.
Whoever
practical
keeps
demonstrations.
interjecting with random comments like, "Oh, reality is disingenuous." I don't know why you keep
Yeah,
talking.
you just ignore them. It's okay.
Yeah.
Like people are gonna.
Please, you're
people are gonna-
actually educated. I like what you're saying. Continue.
Okay, yeah. So with a flat Earth, you've got observations, measurements, practical demonstrations. You've got the physics of water. You've got the vast majority of human history. You've got, I mean, virtually everything. What the globe has for itself is a few photos from space 60 years ago. 60. I'd probably guess that your parents weren't even alive when they took those photos.
Yeah, no, of course. Can I give you a bit of a, like you mentioned history, right? And prior to the technology that we have today, they were able to also conclude that the Earth was round due to the shadows that were casted by the moon and on the moon, etc. I think I can give you the link
Wrong.
to it.
That doesn't comport to the geometry of the claim because you need what's called the sinusoidal pattern on the moon if that is happening.
So
The
then why
shadow
would it
surface
be
normal is not
spherical
90
shape?
degrees to us.
Like the point is that it's a spherical shape. If it's not round, it would not be spherical.
Yeah, where are you getting the idea that that's the shadow of the Earth on the moon to begin with? Where does that come from?
I will put it in the chat.
I mean, that assumption. Where did you see the moon?
It's not an assumption. It's we've had astronomers back in the golden age of Islam, and prior to that, we've had Egyptians and etc. that also
understand their
came to
claims.
the same conclusion.
We reject their claims.
Why? That is the premise of the conversation.
Well, I was trying to explain to you that first the geometry is messed up because a sphere does not project a two-dimensional circle onto another sphere.
Why wouldn't it when one is significantly larger? Like it
Because
would
the light source
inherently
casting a
cast
shadow
the
onto
same
one
shaped
sphere
shadow.
is projecting the shadow onto a three-dimensional object whose surface normal is changing its angular relationship to the observer.
Yeah, but that would not change the shape of the shadow. The shadow would still be a sphere.
But it wouldn't appear as a
shadow would
two-dimensional
be a
circle.
sphere.
NASA doesn't even model it
It
this
is
way.
not. Is my
I can show
point.
you right now a
A
NASA's model
three-dimensional
of
sphere. It's a sphere, three-dimensional, and the casted shadow of the sphere would be a circle. That's the point.
No,
Not
did
the
you
way
ever take
you believe
differential
it.
geometry?
Sorry, Sporadic. If you have a look inside chat, 35 minutes past the hour, you'll see the little white sphere getting a shadow cast on it from the blue sphere, and have a look what it does. It doesn't throw the shadows like you would expect. Sorry, Sporadic.
I just posted a GIF from NASA's Eclipse webpage showing a sinusoidal projection of the moon onto the Earth, a sphere onto a sphere. Notice how it shows up like a hot dog in teardrop shape, and then a circle, and then it leaves a teardrop shape, and then a hot dog. It's because the surface normal is changing its angular relationship with the viewer, so the projected shadow is distorted relative to the viewer. We would expect this to happen on any sphere that projects a shadow onto another sphere.
And yet, it still comes as a circle.
It doesn't do that.
It does.
Yeah, exactly.
It literally
It comes
does.
as a circle, which doesn't match the
point.
prediction.
That's why.
No, it
you
doesn't
can
match the
see
geometry that you
this-
think is real.
Lasher, you're
What?
talking past each other. Lasher, see on the GIF image that Sporadic posted how it looks like an odd-shaped blob that's changing its
and
shape.
then it turns into
Excellent.
a circle.
Well, the problem is, this is the problem, Lasher. You're laughing and you're missing the point. We
What is
don't
it?
see the blob shape in reality.
Right. You ever
What does
watch
it
like
have
the
to do with
lunar eclipse?
anything? Do you not see the circle? Like I don't. I
Yeah,
don't
watch a
understand.
lunar eclipse.
I have.
It doesn't do what it should do if it's a sphere projecting onto a sphere like you think it is.
All right.
It's a circle.
This point up.
I gotta go take it over, Eli.
I'm not trying to take it over, ma'am. The stick going in front of the sphere also presents a circle shadow. So what's your point? Get to it.
What?
Yeah, right.
That's what
I
I'm
thought you
saying.
wanted to be genuine. Now you're laughing because I don't even care. I don't know. It's too early in the morning. I'm like doing shopping at Wegmans. The bottom line is, fam, you can see the two gifts there. You're saying, how come a sphere projects a sphere shape, which the fucking sphere has a shadow?
A sphere doesn't project a sphere shape.
Yeah,
That doesn't even make sense.
super
That's not.
polarity.
Nobody said
Well, that's
that.
what you said. You said
No,
the
that's
sphere
not what I
shadow.
said. A sphere
Yes, you
doesn't
did.
project
You
a
said the
sphere
sphere
shape.
shadow.
That doesn't make sense.
You
A
said
sphere
it.
is
That's what you said.
three-dimensional.
You know
A
this is. You
sphere
know this is
would
YouTube.
project a 2D
You know this is on YouTube.
circle.
You know this
That's
is on
what it
YouTube, right?
projects. You can't see that
But you
in
but you know this is
3D.
on YouTube,
It's
right? You
obviously
know
not a
that this
sphere.
is on YouTube.
That doesn't make
All right.
sense.
Hold on, Lasha. That's the
I thought you
second
had. I
person.
thought you wanted to have
You're
an
just a
honest
Okay, hold
conversation.
on. Who's jumping in? Can I just? I'm speaking. I'm speaking. Hold
I
on
don't know
one
if you
sec.
just misspoke
Lasha,
or
Lasha.
something.
I really want to hear you speak with Eli, but this is the second person you've started speaking through. Like, we want to hear your back and forth, but please don't speak through other people.
Well, he
Like,
misquoted me and then said something that quite literally doesn't make sense.
the conversation's
A sphere can't
recorded.
project a sphere. Yes, please.
We heard what you said.
Also, mind the foul language, guys.
So
Real
you can,
quick.
by all means,
Foul language.
replay the recording and tell me I said a sphere projects a sphere. That doesn't make sense.
No, you
You're
said that a
claiming-
shadow was sphere shaped. That's what you said.
A shadow cannot be a sphere shape.
That's
That
what you
doesn't
said.
make
You said,
sense.
look at the sphere on the moon, the sphere shadow. That's what you said.
Oh my
And
goodness.
it didn't make sense, but that's what you said. Because
I suppose
how
that's
you
what I
explained
said. I guess
Thank
we're
you.
just going to drag that one out then. That's
Thank you.
wonderful.
Just leave it at that. The bottom line is the better point is you can see the stick causing what you called a sphere shadow. Obviously, it's not being caused by a sphere, so you don't need a sphere to cause us, as you so called it, a
You know
sphere
what
shadow.
Right, but again, like you're straw manning me here. I said
What
it causes a
observation?
circle shadow. It's a
What
circle.
observation
because
are you
the
It doesn't
sphere is-
matter. The stick makes the circle. The oblong shape is that a circle?
Question.
Or is that
So I'll ask you yet
called
again.
something
Answer
else?
my question.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what he said.
You can take it back over because I don't really deal with fools like that. She said she
That's
wanted to be like
rude. I'm sorry, but that's rude.
genuine, and then
Is
she
that how you
ended up
conduct yourself? That's rude. So yeah,
well
we
to
can
people
stop
who
there.
aren't genuine.
No, we can
Yeah,
stop
people
there.
who aren't
I'm
genuine.
good.
Eli, we have to mind the way we talk to people on the server. It's in the TOS. Sorry.
Am I cursing? Am I cursing?
I didn't call you names. I
Oh,
don't
we got a lot
appreciate
of
you calling me a fool.
personalities
You don't have to be like that. It's not nice.
What? Well, that's what she's doing. What are you talking about?
Let's just reset.
You're not allowed
Reset
to
how?
name call.
Girl doesn't listen. What do you want to do?
Let's just reset. Lasha, was there any other things you wanted to mention about this
No, I'm
shadow on the
okay.
moon?
I'm sorry. I'm okay. That
I
was
mean, she said science, and I'm still waiting for some science that we're denying.
I'm sorry. That was just so distasteful. I'll let someone else speak.
I mean, but you keep saying,
All right,
you keep
okay,
saying
just mute
about
up then.
science.
Yeah, I'll
But
mute.
if you're not going to address any science that we're dismissing, then what's the point of talking to you?
Right.
She's offended, so might be worth moving on.
Poor baby.
Well, I'm kind of curious about what she was talking about.
You have not brought. She still hasn't brought any science that we're dismissing. I mean, all she's brought up some observations of the sky with some shadows, or per se shadows, because she can't even say there's shadows because she actually haven't been there to say there are actually shadows. So if we're ready to bring out some actual science, and if you know what science really is, then please bring them up.
Yeah, but
It doesn't matter. At the end of, I thought you were offended. Shut up. I'm still on the mic. Get out of here. Go on mute. Leave. Do whatever you're gonna, because you're not gonna engage. So go somewhere else. We're still talking about the conversation that just
sassy
happened.
behavior. That's unfortunate.
So, like I was about to say, we're literally at the point where her first, her opening gambit was, look at Aristotle and everybody looking at the shadows on the moon of the earth. And then we easily pointed her to the gifts in the chat. And that should have been it. Like, oh, I didn't know that. Because, I'm expecting that to come from someone who said, I want an honest, genuine conversation. Like that should have taken no more than 2 minutes. And my thing is, like, we can't, I don't know why you guys let people, ick y'all around. I don't know. It shouldn't take all day. And I'm not saying get these conversations out of the way and be. She's not even making it a palatable conversation. Like if she can't look at those gifts and go, okay, good point, then this is the kind of person that you can't continue a conversation. Like when somebody's icking y'all around.
Some of us have more patience than others. Some of us want to try and help push people through the cognitive dissonance. But I hear what you're saying, Elijah. Everybody has their limits.
Yeah, I do too. Ask about me. How many people have I had conversations with in the morning, at night? Trolls that were like, thank you, Eli. I came in to troll, but somebody like her isn't one of them. Because we've had conversations with both types. People who troll, but eventually are like, oh, okay, I thought this was a joke, but I can see that what you're saying makes sense. And then there are people like her. Well, I'm saying, determine which person it is a lot faster than 30 minutes. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Thanks for the tips, Elijah.
I'm a little confused on what exact observation she's talking about that involves sticks and fear shadow. That seems to be a combination of a couple different things.
Side chat, Travis.
Denying science, dude. We're denying science, and that's where I wanted to go to. What's the science?
She's claiming the shadow is always round, therefore it's come from a spherical object. But when she says round, she doesn't take into consideration what Sporadic was trying to explain to her, that it would not be a consistent shape. It should technically change to this teardrop warped thing as the shadow moves across the face of the sphere.
Is that science, though?
Doesn't happen.
Is that science?
But anyways...
I think another question about the lunar
was that science though? Was that a shadow?
Red. Why does the moon turn red? Is a bigger question.
But was that science though? She said we denied science.
Well,
no, it wasn't.
She still never put forward what fields of science we deny anyways. So.
Well, she's talking about astrology. My bad. Astronomy, where the difference between astrology and astronomy is that back in the day, ancient people looked at the sky and told stories about it. Oh, that's the same thing. That I don't see. Where's the science at? Looking at the sky.
Elijah, what was the first question? Do you remember?
Does anybody want to have an honest conversation?
No, the second after that about the Earth. The first question was, what about the firmament? That means she's coming, she knows what is the position of the flat earthers. Flat earthers has firmament. That's wrong. That means first things what she needs to do, let's find out the position of these people, what they are saying, what they are claiming, what they are, and based on that, ask question. Not random question what they, maybe she read on the internet. I will ask them this, I will show them this about the shadows. About Eratosthenes stuff. No, girl, first find out what these people, why they are calling themselves flat earthers, and maybe you can base the questions on that thing.
Ooh, that's a good point, bro.
Yeah, very good point.
Well spotted.
Lasha, do you want to start all over again? We could reset for sure.
Sure.
Yeah, come on. Forgiveness is key. Forgiveness is love. Let's go.
All right, where do you want to start off at?
I guess
Knowing
with
what
what
fire
he
the things,
said,
or do you want to
understanding
start
y'all's
off? Sorry,
perspective, and potentially maybe I'll do some research on what
can you
guys
repeat? Because
were-
I mean, I started talking the same time you did, so we kind of missed each other. What would you say?
I'm sorry.
We kind of started speaking at the same time, so we kind of got convoluted. I'm pretty sure that they
sorry.
didn't hear you or me.
Yeah, let's try not to talk over each other. Go ahead, Sasha.
Yeah, so I guess what he said, I will try and understand your perspective first. Maybe I'll just do some research. So if you guys have, I don't know, some sources or something besides gifts to give me, that'd be great.
Elbow, go for it.
Well, I was just trying to get people to start getting into actual conversation. So, would you want to know what now? Sorry, because I'm a little busy. So just kind of just listening and kind of trying to get. You want to what now?
No, much of the basics, right? She probably had a complete. Oh, I broke up. Okay.
What you're saying, like the points
Lasha,
you're
DJ.
making.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but DJ can give you a sort of rundown of our position. DJ, if you've got,
go ahead.
You free?
Yeah, was my mic break? Did my mic break up though?
Yes.
Am I coming through clear?
Yep, it's
Yes,
clear.
clear.
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
sounds
Cool.
great.
Yeah. So maybe a lot of people have a misconception of what we're talking about when we're talking about a flat Earth, right? So when you Google flat Earth, you'll see a whole series of discs in space and propaganda that no flat Earthers are claiming, right? So just firstly, I just wanted to mention the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming a flat disk in space or anything like that. Like, just show you. Talking about flat Earth generally, right? Just really basically, we're talking about
DJ, mate. DJ, I've got to stop you. Can you rejoin or something? Because you are breaking up pretty bad now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll switch internet and
Yeah, so Lasha, I'll just recap what he just said. What he said was that we don't believe that flat Earth is a disk in space. We don't have the heliocentric cosmology with a flat Earth. And that's a misconception a lot of people do have.
Okay. Do you want to continue with that?
Yeah, I'd like
Maybe I
DJ
can
to
start.
continue. I was just sort of filling the air while he reconnects, but that's quite a big, big point to make. DJ, you back?
yeah, right. So when we're talking about flat Earth, right, in this particular context, we're talking about large distances not having any curvature, right? So most of the known surface area of the Earth is water. Okay, so large bodies of water will not curve over distance, which they would have to if the Earth's a globe, right? Now, they tell us the exact shape and size of the globe. Okay, the radius is 3959 miles. So we can calculate very easily how much curvature there should be over a given distance. And then we've gone out and we literally have tested this thousands of times. For example, if you have a 20-mile body of water, there would have to be approximately 270 feet of curvature over that distance. That's huge. That's a huge amount, right? So if you go and set up a telescope or a camera on the shoreline on one side of that body of water, you shouldn't be able to zoom in and see the shoreline 20 miles away on the other side of the lake, right? It should be hidden behind a geometric horizon. Now, the geometric horizon is another characteristic that would have to be there on a globe, along with the curvature. So based on the height of the observer, right, say I'm 6 foot tall, standing at the lake, the horizon should be 3 miles away. Anything beyond that geometric limitation should be obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth, right? You know, the old boats go over the horizon argument, that kind of thing. Now, what we've found when we actually go out and test the Earth using all sorts of different methods is that we can zoom in and we can see vast distances beyond where you should be able to see on a globe, right? We're not finding that geometric horizon where it has to be on a globe. We can see 10 times, 20 times, 30 times further, depending on the weather conditions. So we've got a huge accumulation of evidence disproving that the Earth is the shape and size that they're telling us. Now, we also just utilize the Earth as flat as well, right? Like the aviation industry and many of these industries that when you look into it, they actually, you know, treat the Earth as flat and stationary, and they say it's for simplicity purposes. But we also just experience it as that. Like you've never seen the curvature of the Earth personally. Like if you go to a large body of water, you'll see flat water. You'll see a flat horizon. You go on a plane, you'll see a flat horizon.
Do have you been in a plane?
Yeah, I'm in Europe right now. I mean, I'm from Australia. I've flown all over the world, and I've never seen.
Not to be condescending. It's just like,
yeah, I've flown on countless amounts of planes, and I'm always amazed how flat the horizon is. So, I mean, I have also time-lapse footage of plane flights. I can post one right now, and you can see the horizon throughout the entire plane flight, and it's just completely flat. And even if the Earth was a globe, let me point this out, right? Even if the Earth was a globe, it would still be flat from that height, because you can only see something like 0.1% of the surface of the Earth from that height. So, you know, it's not a flat Earth proof. I'm just saying that we experience the Earth as flat. Just experiencing it as flat isn't proof it's flat, right? You have to go and test it, right? I'm just saying what the starting point is that we all experience. That's all.
Right. That's fair. So can I ask you a question? So with like satellite imagery or whatever that we have of Earth, it kind of shows that it is a sphere. So I'm not entirely sure. Is it?
Well, not really. I mean, for example, like we've got like the blue marble images of the Earth, right? That NASA creates for us, and they said that they take a satellite and they take radio telescope data of the Earth, like scanning the Earth as it spins around. And then if you have a look at their raw data, none of it even shows any curvature anyway. I mean, you look at the raw satellite data from any of these satellites, it just shows the surface of the Earth. It doesn't show any curvature, right? A lot of the imagery that you're seeing is just composited. And if you look into it, NASA admits that these are composited images. It's a whole nother rabbit hole in itself.
Composited images, does that mean that they're like not a proper representation of what Earth looks like in space?
Well, it's supposed to be a representation of what people expect that Earth would look like from space, right? So there's a guy that works for NASA. His name's Robert Simon, and he does an interview where he explains step by step how they make these blue marble images. He says, we take 3 months worth of satellite data, and then we convert that data into what looks like images, right? And then we have a whole stack of images, and we like stitch them all together into a big flat map. And then we wrap that flat map around a ball in Photoshop. Okay. Then later on, they add in all of the clouds and everything like that, and then they keep tweaking it until it meets people's expectations of what they think that the Earth looks like from space. He says all of that pretty much word for word.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What was the name of the person that you were talking about?
It's Robert Simon, right? So I can post the video of the interview, and I can also post a link to his NASA.gov. Yeah, his name's Mr. Blue Marble. Like that's his nickname. So just a second, I'll just find that for you really quickly.
Yeah, he said the photos from space are photoshopped because they have to be. They have to be. And he doesn't feel that he's deceiving people. He feels he's offering a service to people to give them a depiction of the Earth, because we can't get those pictures.
Okay, so with the satellites kind of orbiting Earth, are they not capturing the shape with these images? Or am I
No,
just a bot thinking that?
satellites,
Should
as
I?
we've been taught, satellites are, and they're not like in space orbiting around a globe, so to speak. Right? You've got the interviews in the side chat there, so you can check that out like whenever you want to.
Yeah, I'll go ahead
But
and
this
watch
is the
that.
thing, right? It's very difficult to validate any of this imagery that we're getting from these space agencies and satellites, right? It's like we can look at it. It's kind of like you need to choose whether you want to believe them, like have faith in them or not. Whereas we can actually test the Earth. That's what I was talking about. Like we can actually test for curvature over large bodies of water here on the Earth. You know, we've had teams of field engineers go out with very expensive equipment. I think it was about a $30,000 laser. Right, this is just one out of many tests, and they're shooting the laser across the surface of the water and hitting targets up to 40 kilometers away. Right, they did a whole range of different tests, and they just keep hitting their targets. There should be hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature blocking that laser from hitting the target. We've had so many of these observations done,
Yeah,
and
but you said 40 kilometers. That's 24 miles. When I looked up when you would be able to see the curvature of the Earth, considering the Earth is very large, it would take a lot more than 24 miles to actually see that curvature. And I could be wrong about that, but that's
Yes, let me just clear that up really quickly. All right, so that would be seeing actual like a bending, like like a convex horizon, and that's talking about going up in altitude. What I'm talking about is looking. What I'm talking about is like looking forward. So over 24 miles, there would be approximately, I think, about 350 feet or more of curvature over 24 miles. I could get the exact number for you. Yeah, so that means that the horizon should be at a certain distance. So if you're setting up your camera or laser at 5 feet, the horizon should be just under 3 miles away. Now, anything beyond that 3 miles should start to dip behind the curvature of the Earth. So the shoreline or the target 24 miles away would be hidden by, the height of a skyscraper. Like you shouldn't be able to zoom in and see it, or you shouldn't be able to shoot a laser and hit a target at the same height that you're at 24 miles away. You know what I mean?
That makes sense. So what shape do you think the Earth is? Like, what is your...
Yeah, I have no idea what the actual shape of the Earth is, but we can confirm it's definitely not a globe. But the overall shape, it would be great if we could get like a God's eye or bird's eye view or whatever you want to call it, view of the Earth. But we can only get up to a certain height. Now, when we go up on a plane, it looks flat, and then what's the next height we can get to? We can send up weather balloons. So the maximum height that you can send a weather balloon up to is about 124,000 feet or something like that before the balloon explodes. And when we strap like a proper lens onto it, like not like a fisheye lens or a GoPro, but like a proper rectilinear lens that doesn't distort the lines, it's completely flat from that height. So we can show you footage of that as well. But once again, like I'm not using that as a flat Earth proof or anything like that. I'm just saying that when we go up to that altitude, that's what we observe.
And would that include like astronauts describing the Earth? And
So with astronauts, so that's like a whole different topic, really. I mean, so only about 26 people, right? 26 astronauts have ever even said to have left low Earth orbit. Okay, so like that's higher than the height of like the space station or something like that. So like the Apollo missions, and it was over 50 years ago that these 26 astronauts actually claimed to have done this. Now, if you spend a lot of time looking into the Apollo missions, you'll absolutely see that it's extremely controversial, right? Like you will be very skeptical after watching the documentaries on showing all of the fakery behind the Apollo missions. Even if I was a globe earther, right, I would call bullshit on the Apollo missions because I've done my research on them. So,
do you have like material that I can?
Yeah, I can.
That you might be able to provide for that.
There's some amazing documentaries that have been made by, not even by flat earthers, by globe earthers, where they interview a whole bunch of professional photographers, professional filmmakers, and things like that. And they go over all of the technical details with the shadows and how it would be impossible. So yeah, we can post a couple of those for you. One of the good ones is called American Moon, and another one's called A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. So I will drop those in the side chat for you in a second.
Yeah,
I'm also going to drop, for your benefit, some footage from the Chinese space the Chinese mission that they did on the ISS, which is claimed to be, I don't claim it to be, but they claim it to be 250 miles above the Earth's surface. And from the in-cockpit footage of the horizon, it's completely flat. And that's at 250 miles, supposedly, allegedly, above the Earth's surface. So I'll put that in the chat for you as well.
Awesome, thanks.
Yeah, so if you want to save them for later or something, I've just dropped A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. I'd recommend just like maybe watch that one first, or the one, and above that, Travis linked to American Moon as well. So yeah, if you want to have a look at those. Now, once again, disproving NASA, like NASA's lies, doesn't prove that the Earth is flat, but you know, it's a good starting point to see that we can't trust everything that we see. We need to keep a critical thinking mind and you know, check everything.
You know, that's a really good point, and I actually really appreciate that. And sorry if I came off offensive or condescending or anything. I didn't mean to. But I will definitely be looking into that. Appreciate it.
Yeah, not a problem. So yeah, look, we sort of like to keep the conversation about the actual Earth and not outer space, but I understand that most people do have a ton of questions about like how would this work? You know, what about the other planets and things like that? I just wanted to mention one thing quickly, right? We don't claim that the Earth is an object floating around in a big outer space vacuum, right? So that's the globe model, right? That's the heliocentric model, where you've got a big giant like expanding space vacuum, right? That occurred from a big bang, where you've got all of these round planets and round floating balls of gas that are gigantic and all of that, right? It's a big sort of gravitational heliocentric model that's very complicated. Now, we're not claiming the flat Earth exists within the globe model, right? This is a completely different way of looking at this entire system that we live in. You could probably think of the Earth more like the foundation of this Earth system that we live in, right? Where the Earth is measured flat, right? It's like a plane with topography, mountains, valleys, hills, and that kind of thing. And then the stars, planets, and the sun and the moon, right? They all move in cycles above our head, right? They all move in specific cycles on their own unique paths, and they reset for all recorded, verifiable history back into the same positions. Like the stars will reset back into the same position that they were in this time last year, and so on, right? So the sky is kind of like a big clock, and you could probably think of the surface area that we know about of the Earth that we live in, kind of like a lake. Okay, so you could have like the lake, water requires a container, a puddle, a pool, a pond, a bath, a pool, whatever you want to talk about, right? They're all bodies of water. They all require a container. And then the water will, you know, conform to the shape of the container, and then the surface of the water will be flat. Like that's what we all experience with water. Now you could think of the surface of the Earth kind of like a big lake, right? Picture a big lake and you've got islands inside the lake, right? Land popping up out of the water. Think of that on a huge scale, right? And you could think of the Earth something like that, right? Like the continents being islands within a big giant like lake. You know, that's a way that I like to personally think about it myself.
So does that kind of inherently mean that you don't agree with like the equatorial bulge or anything like that, with the like spheroid idea?
Yeah, that's all just like related with the globe. That's all like the globe Earth model, really, or the globe Earth
Because
concept.
I just
You know,
remember
the
like, learning
equatorial
this
pole.
stuff in school when I was younger, I think, and I'm just a bit
Yeah.
kind of
No, they
shocked
say it's
with some
because
of
the
this
Earth
information. I'm
spins.
not gonna lie.
Because the Earth spins, they say it's 0.3% wider at the equator. Like they say, it's not
Oh
quite a
yeah,
perfect
okay.
sphere, and it's like a tiny little bit wider at the equator
Yeah.
because of the spin of the Earth. But that's something that we would need validation for. And when we go
Right, yeah.
looking for validation for all of these things, we come up short. So
Yeah, we
that's the
can't
thing.
measure it.
So when
Yeah,
we go
sorry
out
to
and
interrupt,
test the actual, when we go out and test the actual Earth, it just comes up flat time and time again. So where does that leave us, right? That leaves us asking the globe side, okay, who throughout all of history actually physically went out and did the same type of tests that we're doing and measured the curvature of the Earth? And you'll come up short once you go digging into that. I know it sounds crazy at first when you hear about this, but the more you spend time looking into it, you'll be
really
like, damn,
does.
this
I'm not
kind of
gonna
makes
lie.
makes a bit of
It-
sense, and it's worth
yeah.
looking into.
I think it's worth looking into for sure. I've heard of the controversial stuff around NASA, and I never really bought into it because I can't really imagine why NASA would, I guess, fabricate any of that. Can you elaborate on that a little bit, just from, I guess, your opinion?
Yeah, so usually
Before I
that's
watch
like
the video, yeah.
that's a question that everyone ends up asking. It's kind of like the question of, oh, okay, all of this makes a lot of sense, but why would they lie? Well, I think you need to. It's very difficult to come up with a list of people who who like we know are lying in a sense, right? Most people are not lying. Like your teachers, your parents, your college professors, most scientists, people that work at the government, most people that work for NASA, they absolutely 100% believe that the Earth is a globe. They're not lying to you. They were taught that, right? So to get the degrees that you need to get into those positions, you have to be very good at memorizing the textbooks that you get presented with at university, and then regurgitating that information on your exams and memorizing it, right? And then you're able to get your degree. Questioning that, like the core variables of that information, people don't do that. People already have no doubt that the Earth's a globe because they're taught it from a young age, right? They're not going to go to their college professor and say, well, how do you know the Earth's even a globe, right? It's not going to go well for their studies because the college professor isn't lying either. He also was taught that the Earth's a globe, right? So that's something that people just kind of take as a given, right? It's like, oh, we already know that. But once you really look into the core evidence that the Earth is a globe, like, you're not going to find any, right? Like, I would challenge you to find anyone throughout all of history who's gone out and actually empirically measured Earth curvature, like drop over distance. It doesn't exist. What you find, like if you go to Google and you type in who first measured the curvature of the Earth, it'll come up with an ancient Greek guy called Eratosthenes. Now, once you look into that, you'll find that firstly, it's very difficult to even validate that he even existed because there's no original writings from the guy at all. But let's just say he did exist, right? All he did was already pre-assumed that the Earth was a globe, and then he measured some shadow lengths, and then he did some math, and he came up with like the apparent size of the Earth, like the circumference value. So it's a calculation based off an assumption. So it's not actually like a measurement of the Earth, like what we're doing when we're going out doing these laser tests and things like that. So yeah, I don't want to drag on into different topics too much and confuse you.
No, yeah. I appreciate
I was just going to say something, DJ, just whilst you were there. It's just that what the young lady, Lasha, I think her name was, what she's got to remember, that nobody knows the shape of the Earth. No human being today, as you're sitting where you are, can claim to know the shape of the Earth. Now, when they say they know it's a spheroid, they don't know because they haven't actually gone out to measure it. Because if they did, they're going to find flat Earth. Okay? You haven't measured it yourself, so you don't really know. Until you go out and check it, then nobody knows. That's the main thing here. Nobody knows the shape of the Earth.
Wait, so
and we cannot. Let me just finish this off. We cannot leave Earth, as was said, to get like a God's eye view of the shape. No human being can do that, so we don't actually know the shape. But what we do know is that the surface, we know that much. It's not a globe. Finished. There you go. Okay.
Okay. So you said we can't get a God's eye view. I kind of thought that that's what like the astronauts were doing and that satellites were doing.
They never went. They can't. They never went to the moon. They never went to the moon. No human being has left Earth to go to the moon. Okay. When you get into this subject matter more information will come to you, and you'll come to a better understanding. I'll just say this: the vacuum of space will kill whatever we put into it, whatever equipment. That's why satellites can't be there. We're not a globe, and satellites couldn't be there. Even if Earth was a globe, let's say, satellites couldn't be there. They'd be killed by the vacuum due to the outgassing phenomena where the molecules that make up the satellite want to separate in a vacuum because there's no air and no pressure to keep it all together. Because it's a vacuum, everything begins to pull and separate and then gas off through the heat of gas. Okay, so there's no way they could be there. No human being has gone to the moon. Those astronauts have lied 100%.
Okay, so how do our phones work?
Hold on, can I just add? DJ mentioned earlier a documentary by Bert Sabral called A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. I really encourage you to watch that documentary. There's actual direct footage of them faking the image that they took of the Earth when they were supposedly halfway to the moon. And there's evidence to show that they weren't really halfway to the moon. They were in low Earth orbit. So I'd really encourage you to look at that documentary.
Yeah, it's just that's a bit overwhelming. I mean, there's a lot of claims that have just been made, and I'd like to ask you, DJ,
It's a lot
do
of
you agree with what
information.
he said? Do you agree with what this gentleman just said as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I just wanted to touch on the phone thing really quickly, right? Because that was a question that you asked, and if you look it up, you can look this up anytime you want, and you'll find out that over 99% of all communication is done via undersea cables and ground towers. Now, phones don't operate like the way you're thinking, right? Some people think that the internet and phones and everything like that are operating via all these satellites, but it's actually done by undersea cables, and undersea cables are actually something like 8 times faster than the claimed satellite speeds anyway. So it's the most convenient way to have high quality, information transferred around the world. And look, when it maybe after you watch the documentaries that you were sent, come back and ask questions after you've been shown some really technical information about them. I would say that most of the stuff from NASA, we just can't validate it at the end of the day. It's going to come down to whether you want to have faith and trust in NASA. But first, you should have a look at the deception first. Yeah, someone else wanted to jump in.
Hang on. I posted the relevant documentary regarding the telecommunications and the cables that are being repaired, and they mentioned the fact that 95%, they say, of our communications happen via these cables, and 10 trillion, for example, financial communications go through these cables every day. No satellites at all. Okay, the documentary is there. That's only 15 minutes long. Lasha, enjoy it. It's not very long. Whenever you're ready. Bye.
Wow, dude, that is so much to take in. Do you know that?
That is
you're going to get a lot of.
I don't want to overwhelm you, or bring up old feelings. But at the end of the day, as simply as it can be put, we don't have to. As a matter of fact, I could say NASA is full of shit because, one, you can't have gas pressure without containment, and they claim that's what's happening in their cosmology. That just goes against the second law of thermodynamics. Whenever we bring it up to them or professors that act like that the second law of thermodynamics doesn't apply to the Earth. But really, more importantly, as we were talking about, the Earth measures flat. You can't have an Earth that measures flat when what they're showing you is a curve. So if when you from NASA or satellites or any of this stuff, then the simple response would be we would be also realizing that curvature on the Earth. You do the math. What's hard to see is the curvature, because supposedly only 26, 27 humans have actually seen it because they went to the moon or they had missions to the moon. And again, we don't believe that stuff. But the people on the ISS, the people who've been in planes at 250 miles above the Earth's surface, if it were a globe, you're only seeing 3% of a diameter. It's like 8,000 miles. You're not seeing any curved horizon. That's not coming from me. That's coming from Paul Larson, planetarium director, the guy that did the Eratosthenes lecture. So the bottom line is, all we're saying is it measures flat. There's no measurable curvature. That's exactly directly why what they're showing us from NASA has to be fake, because we're not detecting the curvature that we see in the supposed photos that they're giving. It's that simple. If the Earth measured flat, we wouldn't be talking about this. I mean, if the Earth were measured globe.
Yeah, I'm not particularly understanding what you're getting at. I apologize, but I'd like to ask the other gentleman that mentioned something about satellites that would be destroyed in the space vacuum. Can you explain that a little bit more? Because I don't understand that either.
They are claiming there is a pressure 10 to minus 17 torr. That's so low pressure.
Yeah, I was going to do that, Sasha. Yeah, I was going to do that, Sasha. Let me just do that. Sorry. Yeah, so basically, Lasha, what it is that space, as it's been described to us by the experts, is devoid of air. Okay. Now, when there's no air in space and we put something that is man-made into a vacuum, it begins to fall apart dramatically quick. What I mean by that is the molecules that make up, let's say, the aluminium body of the spacecraft starts to separate. And as they separate into individual molecules, gas off. That's what the outgassing is, or off-gassing in America. Okay, in university, it's called degassing. Okay, the vacuum of space separates the molecules. The vacuum, okay, they move apart, gas off, and vaporize. So if that's happening to your spacecraft, it means that the pressure, the air pressure you have inside the spacecraft is going to push against the outside of the spacecraft, which is deteriorating at a dramatically rapid rate.
That makes sense.
An explosion would ensue and everybody would die.
So that means it would implode, basically, no?
No, it would explode because there's no pressure. Hang on, there's no pressure on the outside pushing against it, right? That's why it's separating, and then the pressure on the inside is pushing outwards. Okay, that's where you have an explosion. Okay.
Yeah, that actually makes more sense. And you said it's called degassing?
Yeah, degassing is the molecules. The molecules are separating each other, and then because of that, they gas off, poof, and vaporize. Okay.
That makes sense, actually. And so, like, there's no way to like seal that. Like, you can't.
Impossible. Because whatever, let's say you made a sealant. Let's say you could make a sealant. Again, that would be subject to the vacuum. So the molecules that make up the sealant will separate. Yeah, that's the tyranny of the vacuum. It will kill anything you put in there. We will never have that.
That actually makes more sense. Jeez.
And Lasha, and the claimed vacuum chamber, what you can produce on Earth, it's a billion times, how to say, lower than what is in the space.
Yeah, we cannot replicate what space is like. Okay, so how could NASA have then gone to space when they couldn't test their equipment? Because in order to go to space, you would have tested your equipment to destruction, and that destruction point is where you begin to make your safe spacecraft. But they didn't achieve that, so there's no way they could have gone. No way.
I actually thought that they sent animals into space in
That's a lie. They never did. They lied.
You ever thought about the Van Allen radiation belt and what
I'm
they
sorry.
say?
Let me turn your microphone up. You're awfully quiet. Hold on. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
the conditions of space and the Van Allen radiation belt. Like, if you really think about it, because they're claiming that the exosphere is what protects us from the harsh rays of the sun. And wouldn't that be everywhere else in space, though? Like if us living on Earth and having this magnetic field is protecting us from that somehow, then what about soon as you leave the Earth? How are how's the camera equipment going to survive that environment?
Yeah, exactly. The radiation would kill the film. In order for the film to survive the radiation, you got to put it in a ice box at minus 200 degrees Fahrenheit. Now that's going to shatter the film. The film's going to crack because it's too cold, so you can't use it. And that's just to survive the radiation whilst they're traveling through the radiation belts, through space to land on the moon. Impossible. There were just too many obstacles in the way. They were not prepared to go. No human being has ever landed on the moon.
But Lasha, what is more important than what Elijah said before? It's a second law of thermodynamics, and that's a law of nature. It's happening every time. Nobody do understand that you cannot make science on that. That's happening every time. The high pressure is going to low pressure. That's happening, and you cannot have gas pressure without containment. But that is not contained in the heliocentric model. Earth is going through that vacuum to incredible speeds.
Wow. Okay. And so,
And you have stationary Earth, and you have this gas pressure. What you breathe, it's 40.7 psi. If it's lower or higher, you will die. Do you understand? And they are claiming that you are going with all this atmosphere, clouds, and everything, all these gases, through that vacuum, what is low pressure, 66,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, it's impossible.
That's what you need to believe if you believe it. I believed in that, but when you think a little bit like a human being, how is that possible?
Yeah, the research obviously to understand basically. And as for the spacesuits, NASA said that the spacesuits were pressurized at 3.7 psi. Well, a human being is going to die in that spacesuit because the spacesuit has to be minimum 14.7 or 18 psi to keep the being optimal and safe. Any lower than that, and the body starts to expand, just like the molecules want to separate, your body starts to want to separate in the suit, and then you faint, you die, and good night. So they could never have gone, okay? It's just not possible.
And think about this, they have space suite, they could produce vacuum chamber on the Earth 10 to minus 17 torr. I will tell you the math, but it's think about it. They can only make a test with 10 to minus 6 torr, but there is a 1 billion time low pressure, but they still was outside of the, you didn't test it. That how can that suite can resist that pressure? No, we will send there even if it's billion times low pressure. Doesn't matter. It's the same. It's not the same. You need to test everything for everything. How you test something and you don't know? You cannot produce that on the air, that pressure, but you will send the people in that pressure.
Yeah. I think Satcha's had a lot there now. She's now well laden. So let's get a reaction from Lasha herself. And I think we should slow down now. She's got a lot of information there, and there's lots in the side chat. So how do you feel now, Lasha, after coming in, a little bit obnoxious, a little bit rude here and there? Okay, a little bit of a clash, but now
language. But I feel pretty mind fucked right now.
Like everybody does in the past. That's why I ask you, ask about their position and see what is going on. If you think that is retarded, you go home and you live your life and everything is cool.
No, yeah, you're absolutely right. Sorry about that.
If you're being genuine right now, like, actually, you haven't seen anything. Like, you touched on eclipses, and the eclipses, like, there's something called the Selenilian eclipse, aka the geometrically impossible eclipse.
So, does that mean Russia and China also faked? Like,
yeah.
Oh my god, how does that work?
Because none of that's real. Like what you see on TV.
I'm gonna do my research, okay? Because I obviously am not just going to take random individuals' word over anything. So I'm going to definitely do a lot of digging on this. That is insane.
Well, the one thing you haven't really gotten information about is the one thing we centrally talk about, which is how the Earth measures. I could throw a few buzzwords out there. Don't know if you're interested. Elevation angles. How you measure in degrees with respect to the plane of the Earth. There's a number of things. How we fight fires, even. How we get a reading of the sea floor. Like, if you look into the technology that they're using and the measurements that they're making, the Earth is always treated as it's flat. And then the caveat, because it's a system. It's like, yeah, that's how we do it. But of course, we know that the Earth is a sphere. They always put that at the end. But what they're showing us is how they measure it. I don't really care what they say. I'm looking at what they're doing. I'm looking at what's capable. Like, again, I don't want to overflood you, but there's a guy by the name of Al Baruni, and they claim that he measured or calculated the radius of the Earth using the dip to the horizon. Well, before he did that, he had to utilize the Earth as flat to use trigonometry to measure the height of the mountain in the first place. This is all we're saying. We're just pointing out, like, dude, like, you're saying it's a globe, but you're using it as well. All this space stuff and all this other information, and oh my God, the super of the world, the beef in China and Russia, like, all that shit is fake. Excuse my language in the English. And the last thing was talking about eclipses, because you brought up the moon, but the Selenilian eclipse was like one of the first things I saw that I was like, oh yeah, for sure. There's no way there's no way that eclipses are what they told me. And you look it up and you realize what a Selenilian eclipse is, and you're like, okay, the game is up, the jig is up. So you just gotta take it serious, I guess.
Yeah, for sure.
Lasha, I want to give you one more information. Do you know what is elevation profile?
No, you can explain.
I will post the picture. Do you see in voice text chat? See the picture?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, this is the race, bike race in Scotland. This is something like, I think it's written, let me see how many. I think it's 100 and something kilometers, And elevation change. You see the mountains?
Yeah.
Do you see the base?
Yeah.
The base of all these mountains.
Mm-hmm.
That's the distance from point A to point B.
Okay.
Do you see that line?
Yeah.
That's 100 and something kilometer flat line.
Mm-hmm.
And
125.
Doesn't matter. I think it's something like that.
Or
But that's the surface. That's the surface of the Earth, and all above it's a elevation change, mountains, hills.
Mm-hmm.
If that was on the sphere, that line should to be curved.
No, yeah, that makes sense because it's 201 kilometers, 121 miles.
Now I want
yeah, that makes sense.
Now I want that you imagine that this is USA from the east to the west.
Okay.
And from the left side is the Atlantic Ocean, Pacific. On the right side, it's Atlantic Ocean.
Mm-hmm.
And that stuff is measured because of this sea level. Atlantic Ocean is leveled and Pacific Ocean is leveled. And all above that, it's elevation profile. And it's going flat. Do you understand me now? All this is like a Scotland. But imagine this is all USA. This is only elevation change, but they are all above the sea level. That means that from left side to the right side, it's flat. Only changing elevation is not flat. But you have some flat surfaces also on the Earth, yeah. on the ground, not only not sea level only.
Mm-hmm.
Like in Holland, you have spots under the sea level.
Hey, just quickly, let me jump in. I was listening for a bit on YouTube. Sounds like you're having a good conversation, but because you were saying you wanted more information, you were going to go and do your research. Has someone given you the link to the home server with all the resources?
I've been, I guess, getting some like videos and things.
Well, we've got a Discord server where we save a lot of the good information, because if you go searching on Google and YouTube, they're going to just direct you to...
It is utter bullshit.
Bullshit. Yeah,
It's
exactly.
really hard to find
So
the stuff you guys are talking about.
I want to give you access to some resources so that when you leave this conversation, you can actually do some research on the other side that you've not been given access to. So, what's your name?
Let me see. Which one? Who was speaking? I'll just
Cyclone
or something. Okay.
Yeah, send me a thing and I'll send you the link to the server and I'll tell you where to look, because there's loads of channels on it, but we've got a resource section specifically for doing some research.
I sent you a friend request.
All right. 2 secs.
But yeah, send me whatever you can, and the link to the Discord server. And I appreciate you guys giving me the information. I'm also a bit curious on how you would, I guess, measure Earth's curvature as well. I'm completely ignorant to that. So anything related to that would be great as well.
Someone's up on my Discord anyway, but yeah.
Yeah, I've already done that. It's okay, Wolfganger. Lasha, if you look at Jin CBR1 or even Sasha, you will come across the curvature chart, and that will help you how to measure the curvature of the Earth. Okay. You've got to scroll back.
Yeah,
You'll have to scroll back and come across it.
Sorry,
Okay,
there's
stay
like
with me.
just a bunch of stuff.
Whilst you were talking about the satellites and everything, I was busy posting the right relevant information, images, videos. It's all there under Jin CBR1, or Sasha also posted some material as well. Okay, so you've got to scroll through and look at it. You've got a lot there to get through. There's a few hours, so I suggest you look at that stuff first and then come back. That's all you got to do. You got 2 bags full of stuff. Let's get through that slowly and then come back.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's all good. I appreciate it. Thank you.
No, you're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah, because you were asking some good questions. You seem to be following the right trail. So whilst you were talking, I took the liberty of posting a few things that you would need to check. That would help you, especially the one with the telecommunications. It's the one with the cable going across the screen, black and yellow cable. Scary job repairing, because the people who repair the cables tell you how they repair it. And whilst they're telling you how they repair it, they inform you how the whole world is using it. Okay? And it's not satellites. Also, I posted an image regarding the stuff that's in the air, the drones and little helium balloons. That's all in there as well. So you can pick that up as well. Okay. So I suggest you look back across what's been posted from now and go back slowly, and you'll find a lot of stuff related to what you're talking to. Okay.
Yeah, for sure. Actually,
hopefully you'll come back. Yeah, hopefully you'll come back. You'll have a discussion with your colleagues and your friends, and then you'll have more questions, and you come back. We will be here, okay, waiting for you.
Awesome. And I appreciate you guys for the patience and for the conversation. I'm going to go check that out. And then, man, this is going to take me a while.
That's right. Yeah, that's the whole point. It will take a while. Just take your time, Take your time. Don't rush it. Do it at your pace. We're not in a hurry for you to come back, of course, because we do realize we've given you a lot of work. That's the reason why, you know. So due diligence is important. So just take your time.
Thanks for the enlightening conversation. But I'm gonna go watch some of these
thank you.
videos now.
Thank you very much.
Y'all have a good day. All right.
And you too. You
Yeah,
too.
you
Thanks
too.
a lot.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Well done, DJ. DJ really hit the ball there. And what was it, Roots? Elijah started off smoothly, although it got a bit sticky with her there. But, you know, everybody did well. I would have said Sasha as well. Yeah. Matrix. Yeah. Everyone helped along. It was good. Look at her. She leveled out. Haha. Unintended. Leveled out. Get it? Curvature. Level. She leveled out.
Does anybody else have any questions for the panel? Anybody that's been listening have any evidence for why they think they live on a globe? Or just any questions? If you don't feel comfortable, you could type it in the side chat.
It's better than hey, excuse me. It's more like I've done it all the time. I do it at clubs and stuff. It wasn't to be it's just like people know like something happened. Yeah, snapping is all of that is disrespectful. I think. I'm just trying to get attention and let you know. I'm looking for this right here.
Yeah. Elijah, you're hot micing. Yeah, can you give me 2 of those as well, please? I'll have 2 of those, what you're having. He's shocking. Do you remember he said he was going to go out to the shops?
Yeah, so to anybody new who's just joined us, just asking if anybody has any questions. Yeah, cool 646 is defense, so he must have something more important going on. Yeah, of course we have Bendy Light returning to regale us with his dizzying intellect. Adriano Pinheiro, welcome. Ada Diallo, welcome. Kohi, welcome. We got Ninphone, welcome. Then we have Yasa, welcome. And we have all the members of our panel. Good to see you all. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, well done, Johnny. Welcome yourself, and welcome to all the newcomers who have just come in. If you have any questions at all, don't hesitate to ask. Make this visit, make it count. You're here now. Strike whilst the iron is hot. Ask any questions you like. It doesn't matter how strange you might think it might be. Just ask. We all learn from all the questions, okay? Any queries?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Just for anybody on the panel who didn't know the title of the event, it's Do You Have Any Globe Proof? Is the name of the event today. That's happening live right now. So,
yeah,
like I said, even if you don't have any globe proof, it's fine. If you have any questions about why we know the Earth is not a globe, you could go ahead and ask those questions as well. But try and keep your questions on topic and one at a time, please. And again, side chat if you don't feel comfortable vocalizing.
Sorry, guys. I have to leave right now.
Oh, okay. That's a shame. No questions then, no? Okay. Well, it did go well anyway. It went nice.
Yeah, Bendy Light, you wanna mic up and speak to some of us? You're welcome to, if you're not predisposed. Yeah, the floor is open, guys. We're not talking because we don't have anybody out of the group that's engaging with us vocally. So the last young lady that was in here is obviously finished with her time. So anybody else wants to hop on stage, that would be a great time.
Yo, what the fuck? Why is nobody talking?
Oh, we're just waiting for you to come along.
Yeah, watch your language, please, John. Appreciate that. But yeah, thanks for being here. I just went
Yeah.
over why we weren't talking.
So what news do you bring? Do you bring us news of the curvature? Bring any curvature news? I guess not then, ladies and gentlemen. No news of curvature.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, 33 people in here. That's crazy, man.
Yeah, so we're hosting an event, right? The event is called "Do You Have Any Globe Proof?" So just asking, do you have any globe proof, or you here to ask some questions? If you don't, that's fine. You know, don't have any globe evidence, that's
Figured out.
fine.
Like, I was like,
But if-
damn, bro, you got 33 people in here. That's crazy. But anyway,
Okay.
you
Yeah.
guys have a nice one. I'll be moving on. Bye bye.
That's all right, no worries. We've been very thorough in what we've been talking about and covering all the angles and giving some really spicy answers, you know, real stuff. I mean, the young lady that was here, Latcher, yeah, she latched on to every word we were saying, and she was definitely having her mind blown. And she even still carried, she wanted more. She kept asking questions. Yeah, well, what about China? And what about China? And yeah, it was explained, yeah, China's in on the deception as well. Wow, she's thinking, yeah. So, you know, yeah, we really did do a very good, thorough job. So I think everyone in here now, especially the Globers, they're thinking, just thinking about everything. Could it be true what they said? They're probably looking at the material that we posted in the side chat as well, covering the topic matter, because that's quite important as well. Mm.
So I think he left. Huh?
Yeah, he said he was going to move on anyway. He said, "There's 33 people in there. I guess I'll move on." He said, and so he did. Which is okay.
He's like, I don't want to join a call with so many people in it. Okay, don't. Shit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sorry, yeah, I didn't mention you earlier on. Yeah, you were giving some really good, what's the word I'm looking for there? Comparisons and scenarios, very explanatory. Yeah, and she took it on board in the end. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy. I feel like I maybe set the stage for that last young gal.
Yeah, actually, you did. You see, yeah, that's why I said sorry. I forgot to mention you there. Yeah, it's good. It really was.
Yeah, well, it was obvious when she stated her one statement, kind of like gave away the goat, right? She said, "Oh well," she said, "Well, at least I know you're well educated." Right when Crit was speaking.
That's right. Well remembered.
Yeah.
That's exactly what she said. And then Crit, what did Crit do? He combed his hair and that, just brushed himself up. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I'll take a step back. I mean, at that point, your only way is down, you know, so I'll just kind of.
Yeah, well, you did a fantastic job. And then she did come in, you know, what are our beliefs? She was asking. What are your beliefs? Do you believe in the firmament, you know, stuff like that? So are you denying science? You know. But it didn't take her long to realise that, you know, after Crit and DJ really did lay out, she realised, yeah, this Yeah, I need to do my research. And then Elijah, her interacting with Elijah set her back. She calmed right down after that. Right, she started listening, and then the next words coming out of her mouth were, I'm gonna need to do some research. So if you got any material, you can direct me to." That was brilliant. Boom. She was leveled. Yeah, good. And then she started listening. Yeah, it was good. Excellent. Hopefully we'll get some more of those people coming in. Come on, guys. I know you're in there. Come on, you Globers. You must have one question. Or did we really answer everything? And now you're contemplating, yeah, it's a flat earth. I'm going to do a little bit of research and I'm going to be a flat earther. Can you believe it? I'm actually going to be a flat earther, man. Wow. Am I ready? Oh, am I ready? Oh, what am I going to say to my family? What am I going to say to my friends? I never had any of those problems. The truth is the truth, and I just moved on, not skipping a beat. Couldn't wait to tell people. But I did have the intellect to understand it. I had to learn a bit more because I understood it, but I couldn't articulate it. So yeah, there's a lot of terminologies and that you have to get dialed in, and numbers and stuff just to get it perfect. So yeah, but once I got it dialed in there, and I got it dialed in as I was on the fly anyway. So I was just the basic stuff I knew well, and kept that going whilst I was uploading the more intellectual stuff, or should I say, the more accurate numbers and terminologies. Yeah. But I did it on the fly. I couldn't wait to get out there. And then I ended up on the Globe Light Tour live streams through 2017, 2018. And I loved every minute of it all. Destroying the opposition. I even got my blue spanner, which means you can then really attack those trolls. Yes. I loved it. That was really funny. Really, really, really funny to be taking on the trolls. Just in case you're wondering, guys, the Earth Awakenings channel seems to have died the past few days. Not much action going on. The FED, that would be the Nathan Oakley, that seems to be quiet. And then Omnivores has been quiet for the last 3 days. Quiet. Gem Panda, noisy as ever. And then here it's been roaring here as well. So just in case you're wondering what the others are up to. Obviously, it's the summer season.
แต่ไม่ยอม
Yep. Welcome to the server. If you've got any questions that you may want to ask, please. Okay. Welcome to the server. Come in, relax. If you've got any questions dealing with the topic matter, do you have any globe proof? Please present it. Thank you. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. We'll be here to answer answer your questions. We've got a good panel with us today. We can help you answer your questions. So please go ahead.
Yeah, a lot of people just want to listen in. They don't want to participate, which is pretty commonplace when we have these events. We'll have a lot of people who just show up just to see what the conversation's doing. And if there's no one talking, they just wind up getting out of here. So if you want to help move the conversation along, please interject your thoughts in the side chat. You don't feel comfortable miking up, or unmute yourself and introduce yourself to the panel and maybe ask some questions, even if you don't want to.
I was just looking out the window. And our atmosphere on edge, it's this thin blue line. And that's all that separates us from the vacuum of space. Selfie, selfie. I couldn't help but wonder, how did our atmosphere get here? How did it evolve through geologic time? And here is what is known. Now, one of the things that's known is I'm using the latest NASA graphics here. These graphics are so good they make things look like they're handwritten. And this is a plot of geologic time from then until now. And here's Earth. And this is pressure, atmospheric pressure. And Earth has one atmosphere. By definition, it's kind of like measuring the length of a foot based on whoever happens to be king for the moment, right? So Earth, by definition, has one atmosphere. But Venus, our nearest neighbor, 100 atmospheres pressure. And Mars, 1/100th of an atmosphere pressure. So we know in the here, in the now, for rocky Earth-like planets, you can have atmospheric pressures much greater than what we have and much less than what we have. And for the case of Mars, we know there are mechanisms to lose atmospheric pressure. What about back then? There's not a whole lot in the geologic record dealing with atmosphere. Geologic record preserves all kinds of other fascinating things about Earth and its evolution, but atmosphere seems to be missing. So what is done is they assume the Earth started off day one with a Venus-like atmosphere. And this is actually a decent assumption based on the fact that we don't know what the atmosphere really was. And what about in between then and now? And again, there's almost nothing in the geologic record, scant evidence for our atmospheric pressure. So you could draw almost any line you wanted. Now there is evidence, proxy evidence in the geologic record for atmospheric composition, but pressure is different from the composition. And if you're interested in the pressure, there's not much evidence. So what is done, you use sound principles of chemistry and principles of geophysics, and you come up with the following curve. You find that with a Venus-like atmosphere, the pressure will rapidly decrease over geologic time, maybe 100 million years. And then it levels off, and by the time there were wide-scale, large creatures walking around, it's taken that Earth's total atmospheric pressure is essentially unchanged from today. So what about other clues to the past? Is there something else that you might be able to use as a proxy? Not to actually tell you what the number was, but something that you could infer what our atmosphere might have done as a function of time. And this took me to prehistoric creatures that might infer something about our prehistoric atmosphere. And the creatures are pterosaurs, giant pterosaurs. These were humongous. Some of them had wingspans half that of a 737. Giant flying creatures. And there's many varieties. These are pterodons, drawn to scale using exact NASA measurements. And you can see the pterodons were human-sized. But look at the Quetzalcoatlus. This is a large creature, 50-foot wingspans, 250 up to 300 pounds. These were creatures, flying creatures larger than human beings. So what is known about these? Well, in the literature, there's all kinds of scientific papers published specifically about pterosaurs, their biomechanics, their metabolics, their aerodynamic parameters, how they could possibly fly, or maybe their flightlessness. Then, if you look in the here and now, we've got birds, and birds are fascinating to study, and there's literally dozens of books written about bird flight, and then hundreds and hundreds of papers, scientific papers, engineering papers, talking about bird flight. And a common thread in all this literature is that these huge pterosaurs were too big to fly. Too big to fly. And what is assumed is that these were opportunistic flyers, that they were soaring creatures. They would sit on top of a cliff, and they'd wait till thermals were to develop. They'd wait for winds to blow, and then they could jump off and fly. And this is a perfectly sound assumption if you can't figure out how they could have flown in the first place. Now, this cartoon shows the crux of why they're too big to fly. You have power plotted against body mass. And there's two important curves. One is the power for flight. And this is taken from the literature from these aids called great flight diagrams, where people have measured powers and stall speeds and all these aids from the tiniest of bird to the largest of bird. And then when you add human-made machines, airplanes and things, these curves are extensible all the way up to 747 jumbo jets. So we know what it takes from the power to fly. And then there's a metabolic power. And these come from mouse to elephant curves. These are metabolic power curves for warm-blooded vertebrates, from the tiniest of shrew to the largest of elephant. And given the mass of a creature, we know within a range what its metabolic power could be. And notice there's a crossover point beyond which a creature has insufficient metabolic power in order to fly. Now, this may be wrong, but my next slide is going to be filled with numbers, actual numbers from the literature. And for this venue, we're all relaxed here on a Saturday afternoon, and showing a slide with all of these numbers, that may be wrong. But here's a tip. Don't think about the numbers. Just feel the numbers. Just let the numbers talk to you. And maybe it'll be like one of those neurothanes that we saw here earlier. You just feel the numbers. And it'll only take 30 seconds. Ready? Here goes. Here's the power for flight in watts versus body mass in kilograms, going up to 20 kilograms. There's two important curves. There's the power for flight taken from the great flight diagrams in the literature. Here is the metabolic power taken from the mouse to elephant curves. There is the crossover point at 13 kilograms. And you take all our known flyers, they land here. Cormorants, bald eagles, vultures, albatross, condors, Cory bustards. You got to say that word carefully. You got to enunciate that one. And notice, 36 seconds. 36 seconds, that's not too bad. Notice, we have no creatures alive today that can fly beyond the crossover point. And I'm thinking maybe this had something to do with Darwin, but who knows? Now I'm going to show one more slide, like this, but it's extended into the mass range that covers the Quetzalcoatlus. So here we go. We've seen this. Power in watts, mass in kilograms, going upwards to 120 kilograms. There's the power for flight line. There's the metabolic power line. And here's the crossover point at the Corey Bustard at 13 kilograms. You take pterodons all the way up to Quetzalcoatlus, and they go here. So these large flying creatures not only lack the power to fly by a little bit, they lack the power to fly by a whole lot. So we have these creatures that in every possible way, they look like they should be able to fly. But we as human beings aren't smart enough to figure out how they could fly. So I thought, let's make some assumptions. And my first assumption is that they were true flyers. They had the ability for true flight. That even though they existed before Darwin, the same principles of Darwin applied back then as they do now. I'm going to assume they have similar metabolics to today's warm-blooded creatures. We have no information on what their cell physiology was like. You know, maybe they ran off of kryptonite, but I'm going to assume that their cell physiology is the same as warm-blooded creatures of today. And then I'm going to assume that we understand something about aerodynamics. Of these three assumptions, the understanding aerodynamics is probably the weakest of all of these assumptions, particularly my understanding of aerodynamics. But entertain me for right now. Let's see where we could go with this. So here's my artistic ability to draw a pterodactyl. And if you look at the power for flight equations, there is a pressure term. As the pressure goes up, the power for flight goes down. So what happens maybe if our early atmosphere at the time of the dinosaurs had more pressure than what we have today? Let's see how much it would have to be. So here's our plot. We've seen this before. Power versus mass, the power for flight, metabolic power, Corey Bustard, crossover point, 13 kilograms, pterodons all the way up to Quetzalcoatli. I'm thinking it's Quetzalcoatli in plural form. And the power for flight, that black line, it's assumed it's always done at 1 atmosphere because that's what we have here on Earth right now. But if you use the equations and you just start to crank up the atmospheric pressure, you find that that power for flight line will hinge down to lower powers. And so I'm going to do this mathematically until that line hinges down to the crossover point in the mass range of the Quetzalcoatlus. And here's what the result is. So the blue line hinged down, changing the crossover point from 13 kilograms at the Corey Bustard all the way up to the mass range of the Quetzalcoatlus at 3.2 atmospheres pressure. 3.2. Now, if you look at these equations, there's always air bands within all the parameters and such. And if you stack and dice all these things up and redo it for a range, you find that the blue line, the power for flight line, would cross at the mass range of Quetzalcoatlus for somewhere around 2.5 to 4 atmospheres pressure. Let's relook at our evolution plot for Earth's atmosphere. And here we are in the here and now with Earth at 1, Venus at 100, Mars at 1/100th. And here's what's assumed, taken in the literature for the evolution of our atmosphere. And perhaps using the aerodynamics of pterosaurs, you could postulate that during the time of the dinosaurs, you might have 3 times more atmosphere than what we currently have. And of course, with this inference, you can't assume or figure out anything that happened before the age of these large flying creatures. That's unknown. So, a proxy for the past. And a proxy, if you want to make a measurement, but for some reason the data is obscured or the conditions are such so that you cannot make that measurement directly, you might be able to infer something else as a proxy to hypothesize a range for the parameter that you really want. So using proxy measurements for the past with pterosaurs and aerodynamics, you could infer that perhaps Earth's atmosphere in the time of the dinosaurs was 3 times greater pressure than what we find today. Now, the follow-on question is, what happened to this extra atmosphere since then and now? And that will be the subject for another talk. Thank you.
Welcome, Lucky Angel. And welcome, Ben Delight. And welcome, Adriano. If anyone has any questions, feel free to jump in anytime. Sorry, it's quiet in here where the event is if the globe earthers have any globe proof, right? That's why it's quiet.
Yeah, good observation there, DJ. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it was probably a bad idea as an event title, right? Asking for something that doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Maybe I'll change the title to do you experience the Earth as flat and stationary? I don't know.
The Earth is
Morgan,
moving.
Larigan, welcome. What's that, John?
Said maybe ask if the Earth is moving. Yeah. Do you experience the Earth moving? You know.
This is just as bad as do you have any globe proof?
Well, no. Do you experience the Earth? Well, you're asking. You know, do you experience the Earth flat and stationary? I would just say.
Yeah.
Do you experience the Earth curve? You know, do you experience the Earth as a ball and say moving? Because we want to simplify the language, right? We don't want to make it too complicated. I don't know if stationary is like a commonly used word for people who are not advanced or intermediate, at least.
Yeah, that's true. Welcome, Jade.
Hello.
What's up? I think, yeah, well, hello. I think you came in a bit low for me. Volume.
Yeah, I thought he was just talking to somebody else, hot micing, and then eventually just muted up.
Yeah.
So it's a lot more peaceful in here, at least. That's a plus.
It is. I have like nice ambient music playing in the background as well. It's very chill for me.
Yeah, I can't take it when it gets too hectic in here, man. It just gets annoying.
It was annoying earlier. Yeah, I was trying to keep control of it, but you know, especially when all of those Aussie trolls were in, that was painful.
Yeah.
But then outside's just as annoying, man. Like far out. Like 10 people trying to all like jump in at once and say stuff like mid sentences, and then we complain about the globies interrupting, and then we interrupt them 2 seconds later. It's like, come on, guys. What the hell?
Yeah. It's tough, like when you're emotionally triggered and you're trying to get things done in real life, but you're listening and you just can't hold back because you feel like, oh, I know what to say. And
Yeah. Totally know
Yeah,
what
I
you
got
mean.
triggered on my ride home from work yesterday, man. I was driving, I'm listening to this one guy go on, and if I hadn't heard him talk like all day, I don't think I would have been so triggered. But it was just like, this guy just won't stop. And he doesn't seem to be getting anything from the conversation. He doesn't seem to be
With the Australian
comprehending
guy?
the information yesterday, I think he was German.
Oh, that guy. Yeah.
I wasn't looking at the phone. I was working all day. It was a stressful day on top of it. So I had a doozy of a day on top of it, and that didn't help my tone. But yeah, it's definitely not a good look to be, top of your lungs, like, chewing people out. But either way, I didn't like the condescending tone of how he was trying to explain perspective to everybody on our side.
Oh, yeah, that guy.
And
that guy was clueless. Yeah, the Globies suck.
I just kind of had it. I don't know.
They
I had
suck
a
at
notion that
perspective.
I just think I had a notion that he was playing dumb and trying to get a rise out of us. That's why I was just like, I'm over it, man. I'm just over it. Don't want to hear it. It's like, you can't be this thick, can't not be. So
I feel like it would have been better if our side stopped trying to explain that and just have him validate his claim, right? He claimed that boats go over a geometric horizon. Okay, then, go ahead. Present your evidence.
Yeah.
That would have made it go a lot quicker.
I just didn't want to hear him drone on. I mean, I think that was the thing. Like, people just didn't want to hear him talk anymore. We're like, all right.
Well, he doesn't want to get educated by a flat earther. That's the problem.
I mean, I think several of us explained the same point to him, and he still didn't get it. He walked away not getting it anyway. So it's just like,
everything a flat earther says has to be dumber than what he or currently knows, right? That's what he thinks. Like, there's no way a stupid flat earther is going to teach me anything.
Yeah, like Roots was trying to explain to him foreshadowing, and he's like, oh, I don't know what it means in English. I don't know what that word means in English, but I know it in my native language. It's like, okay, man, no one's trying to insult your intelligence. We're just saying that you're not explaining it in a way that shows that you understand this concept, or the definition of this word. So it is what it is. And like, yeah, the globe, when these guys, the Australian guys that came in today, again, there's other ways to address their questions, right? I mean, you don't have to go a million people at once, like
getting all triggered. And I didn't even necessarily agree with the argument 100% from our side when it comes to that, so.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you tell me that that a planet or a wandering star, a luminary in the sky, is as it's been explained to you in high school and in college, based on observations only, right? Then, or spectroscopy, right? You're gonna tell me exactly what's going on up there based on those two things. Then I'm going to tell you have a nice belief. I'm not going to tell you that it's anything more than that, but I'm going to ask, how can you verify any of those claims? But it'd be more importantly, how does it fit the discussion, right? We're asking for evidence that the Earth is curved. So it's like, if you can bring it back to the curvature and the lack thereof, then you're never going to lose that argument. Why? Because it can't be a sphere if it's not curving anywhere.
Yeah, imagine that. Crazy claims.
Yeah. So, I mean, you can talk about the sky till we're blue in the face, and we're not going to get anywhere. It's just, they don't think they have a faith-based belief about this, because they trust that the information that's been presented, saying that NASA's lying or whatever. Oh, so NASA has to be lying, all of that junk. It's like, well, they have to be, because the radius value that they've given us is 100% debunked. That's provable. You can do that yourself. So you don't have to believe me, but we're presenting the data, so you could do with it what you want. Just like the guy that was here last night, we told him the same exact thing. Here's the data. You could look at it. If you don't want it, if you just want to say, nah, that could be fake. And okay, don't even look at it and just go on with your merry life saying, they presented some stuff. I didn't look at it because it could have been fake. Okay, that's fine. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. So, but yeah, if that's your best evidence for a globe, is I have a telescope. I saw some lights through my telescope, and my best guess, based on what I see through my telescope, is that those are spherical objects, and the bending and warping of space time is factual. And I mean, I don't know how much more I could help you. You know, you saw some lights through your telescope, and you inferred a lot based on what you've been taught. I won't fault you for it, but I'll just let you know, like, you should probably stick to surface measurements and yeah, compare that to the radius values you've been given before you start looking at the sky, lights in the sky, and trying to figure out what that means and what's going on, what's reported to be, you know, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of miles away, millions of miles away, all this junk.
Well, it is a sky worship religion, you know. That's why they're always just obsessed with the sky. You know, they don't care about talking about the Earth, even though the entire topic is based on talking about the Earth. They just want to talk about the sky.
Yeah, the guy last night, he had his friend with him. Well, not his friend. There was just two Globers in here. I don't even think they knew each other, but they kind of had like sided, and they're both talking to me. And I think Sporadic was on like listen only mode, and you know, they're just jumping around. Like, we covered the lack of curvature, and then, you know, immediately they jumped to, well, so what's the sun then? How do you explain this? What's that? Where's the edge? This and that, you know, they're just jumping all over the place. So I was like giving them answers for all of their questions. And yeah, they, like, without even looking at any of the curvature stuff, you know, they just jumped on to the next point. So I like what you did, like what you do, how you like kind of allow them to make sure they address the first thing before jumping onto the next thing. But again, it's like I'm juggling, you know, trying to get children to sleep, and then, you know, I just finally did that, and I still had a bunch of other stuff to do for work and stuff before I could actually get to bed. I'm having this conversation with strangers about the flat Earth. So you know how it goes. It's like you get the side eye from the missus and all that. All in all, it worked out. It was a decent combo. Made for some decent content anyway. I just wish they would have actually looked at the evidence that was presented. But with those two. But if they don't look, they're never going to learn anything. It's just the way it is. So, but this morning, I think, yeah, those guys just wanted to have some basis to say, oh, see, you can't debate with these people. They just, you know. And I'd say they had some decent reason to believe that they, you know, were unable to debate with us. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah, it wasn't a healthy conversation per se. But anyway, I'm gonna hop off. I got somebody I got to talk to.
All right, man. Cheers. Hello, Danny. Welcome. Anyone got any questions? Anyone got any globe evidence?
Oh, hi guys, how's it going?
The guy's still here? No. Yeah, so Quagmire, open your microphone up and let's have a conversation.
Okay. So,
What's up, man?
I'm good. So, don't get offended by this, but would you mind showing me anything that like proves that Earth is flat besides you
Yeah.
saying so? Yes,
Yeah,
please.
sure. Yeah, long distance observations and laser tests that are impossible on a globe.
Why they are impossible? Any
Because
example?
because the globe has curvature, right? It has a certain amount of
Yes.
curvature based off the radius, and these observations would be impossible on a globe that have that
Which
curvature because
observations? Which observations?
there's plenty of observations. You want to see one?
Yes, please.
Okay. Just give me a second. You know how much curvature there is over 21 miles?
Mhm.
Do you know how much curvature there would be over 21 miles of distance?
I don't.
Okay, so the answer is 293 feet of curvature.
293 feet of curvature.
Yeah, that's like
21
that's like
miles.
80 something meters. Yeah, 21 miles. That's how much curvature there would be over 21 miles, which is 34 kilometers approximately.
Okay. Let me just open up my browser so I can cross check.
Okay.
You believe in Google, right?
I believe Google's a search engine.
Good enough.
Yeah, I don't think anyone denies Google's a search engine.
Trust me, I have seen plenty of people. There are people out there who deny the existence of Google. Google is a cult, they say. Globe curvature per 21 miles. And that's 8 inches per mile. So 20 miles, the curvature would.
Squared. 8 inches per mile squared.
No, not squared. It's not square. The
Yeah, it
Earth's
is
curvature
squared.
I am reading
Yeah, the
the whole
Earth.
sentence.
Okay, so if it's 8 inches per mile, that would just be like a ramp. Okay, so to have a sphere, you would have to square it. Do you understand?
You don't. Nope, you don't.
No,
Because
come on, man! Don't make me have to explain really basic. I'm going to put the Pythagorean theorem up on the screen for you, so you can have a look at the actual formula. Right, so it's 8 inches per mile squared.
Okay. Look, listen to me. Okay. This one, 8 inches per mile is an approximation.
No,
If
dude,
you are
8 inches per mile would be a ramp. That could not form a sphere.
Why couldn't it form a?
Do you know what a ramp is?
Look, I know what a ramp is. Hear me out for a second.
So you could have a ramp that goes at 8 inches per mile, but 8 inches per mile squared is the formula, right? Look it up. Go to chat. Go somewhere else and look it up, right? Look it up properly. Type in Earth curvature calculator.
Okay.
And go to an actual Earth curvature calculator.
Okay. Earth
I mean, you're here defending the globe, and I mean, I'm having to teach you the basic formulas. My goodness.
Okay, my goodness. Okay. Distance, kilometers, no, miles. 1 mile
Whatever. Yeah, miles.
is equal to curvature is
8 inches.
Nope. 0.67 feet. How many inches is that?
It's 8.
Let's check. 0.67. feet to inches. 8 inches. Yep.
Right,
It's
and
8
over 10 miles you would have Would you
mind if
over 10 miles you would have 66 feet of curvature.
Should I screen share?
You can do whatever you want.
Okay, I can't screen share in this for some reason.
Yeah. So 1 mile would be 8 inches. Right, so I can 1 second.
Look, hear me out. Okay, I love India.
I'm not going to debate over basic, right? This is like super basic mathematics based off the radius value.
You are thinking the Earth as something that's small as a marble.
No, it has a radius. Okay, so according to the globe, right, it has a radius of 3,959 miles. Is there a marble that size? No, obviously not.
If a marble is at that size,
you think the Earth is a ramp, bro? You think the Earth is a fucking ramp, like because you can't do basic math?
Okay, show me anything
Okay, I'm going to show you
in
the
your model, right?
formulas. I'm going to show
How
you the
does
formulas. I'm
sun
going to
or
give you
moon work? How
citations
does
and
solar
links.
eclipse work? Yep, please do. Go ahead.
Okay, so here's an Earth curve calculator, Earth curvature calculator. Now I'm going to pull up some formulas from Washington University, which you can also check out. And then I'm going to give you a chart showing the Pythagorean theorem.
And I know Pythagorean theorem. Distance to the horizon, eyesight level above the mean sea, and Earth's radius about a kilometer. Height of an object. Says the same shit.
So I'm on the Earth curve calculator. Okay, so if I put in one,
scenario might slightly wrong in some cases. Why does this happen? Does it mean the Earth is an area? Of course. Okay, so the link that you shared for the curvature calculator, do you believe in that? Yes or no? Simply yes or
it's
no.
not. Look, this isn't about belief.
Yes
This is
or no?
about.
Do you
No.
trust the calculator? Yes or no?
Trust it in regards
Then
to
that's
what?
not a proof.
Trust it in regards to what? Trust it about
You
what?
send
Yep.
the Earth curvature calculator. Then you trust that website. Yes or no?
It's the same result you will get from any Earth curvature calculator,
Yes
right?
or
Or any mathematics.
Do you
Hey,
trust this one?
hey.
Yes or no? Simply yes or no.
Bro, don't make me bring out Rakesh. Rakesh, you have brought Rakesh to the fight now. Now you are in big shit, my brother. You are
I am in
fucked.
the shit, my brother.
I am Rakesh, and I am going to here to school you, bitch. That is what I will do now. Yeah,
Yeah.
bitch.
Yeah, bitch.
Yeah, bitch.
Yes. Why are you dodging this question?
Look,
This is
bro,
not
you're
100
an
hard.
idiot.
Yes or no?
You're an idiot. Bro, you don't know basic mathematics. I'm not going to sit here and argue with a moron, bro. Go back, go to the beach and do a poop, right? You're better off than being here.
Okay, this is not disrespectful at all. You are not going to get banned.
Bro,
I am
you're
going to get banned if I try to do anything.
Go fuck yourself, man.
Where are mods? Where are mods?
I'm a mod. I can kick you out of here if I want to.
Fuck yourself. Fuck yourself.
Yeah, bro.
With all
I'm
due
not going to
respect,
talk
fuck
with
yourself.
idiots, dude. You're the one being
Fuck
disrespectful.
yourself. With all due respect,
You're the one that's being disrespectful to me. Now you're getting it back, right? That's what happens here.
I asked the question, do you
Troy.
believe it on the link that you sent? Do you trust that? Yes or no? And you started calling me a moron.
You said believe it. Do I believe it? And I said, no.
Did I abuse?
I don't believe
Did I
it.
use any abusive language? Did I use any abusive language? Did I raise my voice? What did I do wrong? I simply asked the question, and you started abusing me.
Oh, you poor little snowflake.
Who's the wrong?
Who's the wrong?
Who's in
You're
the
the wrong. You're the wrong.
I am the wrong. Okay.
I was trying to have a good faith conversation with you, and you wouldn't go along and have a good faith conversation. So I decided to start acting as retarded as you're acting.
What do you mean good heart conversation? I asked the question.
Yes,
That's
I was
a conversation.
trying to explain to you the basic curvature rate of the globe Earth, right? That you believe in, that you don't seem to know anything about. Right, and then you got an incorrect answer, and then you said it's 8 inches per mile. I said no, it's 8 inches per mile squared according to the globe side, and you said no, it's 8 inches per mile, which would just be a ramp. Okay, that doesn't you can't make a globe with that. Hold on, see, notice how you're interrupting me. This is why we couldn't have a conversation properly because you don't have any knowledge in how to have a regular conversation with people, right? Right?
Who's the one Okay, go to the calculator, okay?
Okay, let's go to the calculator. I have it open. Okay, so I put in 1 mile. It says 8 inches.
Don't.
I put in 2 miles. I put 2 in. It says 32 inches. Why isn't it 16? I put 2. Listen, bro. Yeah, do put stuff, right? 1 inch. Okay, 1 mile. 1 mile. 1 mile, it says 8 inches.
You are correct. Now hear me out.
I put in 2 miles, it says 32 inches. Now I'm going to put in 3 miles, 72 inches. Okay, I'm going to put in 6 miles, 288 inches. Is 6 times 8 288? I don't think it is, right? So maybe you should listen a little bit more when you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. I am a moron. You are correct. Now scroll down. Is this Earth curvature calculator accurate? That's the bullet point. Read that point. The whole point.
Is it not accurate over a certain distance?
Is this Earth curvature calculator accurate? Just read that paragraph. Just read that paragraph.
It's a parabolic formula. It's accurate enough up for about 1,000 miles. There are other formulas that you can use and you'll end up with pretty much the same results. We're talking about point or something, right? You can use different mathematical formulas to come up with the same outcome. If you want to choose a different mathematical formula, you can do so, but it will reach the same outcome.
Yeah, so the observation that I was talking about was 21 miles. Okay, so over 21 miles, there should be 293 foot of curvature.
So does that mean it's flat?
If the Earth is a globe that you think it is, right?
You might find, I'm reading this for you. You might find that if you were to test our calculator versus a real...
I have to mute, okay? Right? You fucking idiot. Right? If the Earth is a globe, Quagmire, that you think it is, right? You didn't know the dimensions. I had to teach you your own bullshit, right? You claim that there would be 293 foot of curvature over 21 miles. That's what you claim. There is zero curvature over 21 miles. Do you understand that?
Okay, I sent something, just read it. Okay, I'm not saying anything, just read. I sent a message that was written on that side, just read.
Summary. Came in here all arrogant in the side chat. Started talking in VC. Thought the Earth was a ramp that curved away at 8 inches per mile, and got angry at me when I suggested that it could be squared.
You got angry.
Bro, you got upset. You told me that I was wrong. You told me that I was wrong, but actually it was you that was wrong, right? Right?
Jedi, you are listening, yes or no?
You were wrong, right?
Jedi, you are listening, yes or no?
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm trying to figure out why you're upset. I've given you the alternative of other mathematical formulas. Why are you talking for me, dude? That's why other people get upset.
I'm
gave you the alternative. That was me telling you to shush and so I could continue. Dude, don't be rude. Explain to you that it's an approximation. This one is a parabolic formula. It's accurate enough up to about 1,000 miles. There are other formulas that you can use which will come to pretty much exactly the same outcome. We're talking about the deviation of a curved surface from a tangent. There's mathematics that can easily apply to this. If you don't agree with this one, find another one that you can use. But this is as good as the other ones. And for the short distances, 10, 20, 30 miles, it's perfectly fine.
Right.
Maybe I should ask you a question. Do you think that 8 inches per mile squared, or for an observer standing on the surface, giving you a geometric horizon at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet, is a good mathematical approximation to use when making predictions about how far an observer can see something reducing angular size at distance over a surface? Is he gone?
No, he just does this.
Okay, so he's just going to go quiet.
Yeah,
It's just going to be rude. Okay, fair enough. I won't waste my
Oh
time.
my god, I am so quiet. Why is it so quiet?
But when
Oh my
he's not
God.
interrupting, he's just refusing to acknowledge things that were said. He's got to do all his research on the
What
spot
are you
and
yapping about?
ask Google for everything.
What are you yapping about, bro?
Well, if you didn't understand what I said, then that's a problem for you. I'm addressing the subject. You're not listening. That's why I wondered why you were silent, because I was waiting for your response. You clearly didn't understand. I think that's a you problem.
Bro, I was drinking water. Are you gonna
Really, your
blame me
ears
for
don't
drinking
work when
water?
you drink? I don't think we should speak to you. I think you're just wasting our time. Why should we continue to engage with an unreasonable person? Just go away.
If it could go into your country, go away.
See, there you go. Now he's acting like a child. Go away,
Yeah.
child. Nobody wants to speak to you if you're going to act like this. Shall I just mute you? There we go.
Do not redeem.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, that guy.
Wow.
Why is the child still talking?
It's someone else.
Oh, good.
It's
That's
like
right.
working at a soup kitchen. It's like working at a soup kitchen, and the people that come in are starving, but they don't want to eat. They don't want to accept the food from you because it's you.
I've seen those videos. You get like a free pizza and they just throw it on the ground.
Hello.
Hello.
Anyone talking?
Yeah, we're talking. What's up?
Oh, what are you talking about?
We were talking about that there's no Earth curvature.
Oh, awesome.
hmm Yeah, pretty awesome. Did you want to join into the conversation?
No, thank you.
Why not?
If you guys want a good laugh, there's this guy named John Jeet Singh, and he's this white guy where I live, and he thinks he's Sikh, and he just goes to a bunch of. He goes to like where I live. It's like 80% brown people, right? So when he goes on the buses, he goes and like chants in like Punjabi and like, "Oh, my Sikh brothers, hello." It's hilarious.
Oh my
John
God,
Jeet
does he speak with an Indian accent?
He does, bro. It's hilarious. He's a white guy with a turban.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, he's a local legend where I'm from. I've seen him for like my whole, like 20 years probably. I was like, is that a white guy with a turban? And then he started making an Instagram account, and it's the funniest thing. All the Indian people are like embarrassed, but it's like funny.
I went to India last year for a month. The Indian people are freaking awesome, but I don't know what the deal is with the ones that come on here.
You went to where?
India.
Oh, wow.
Stayed for like a month in South India. It was awesome. Yeah, the people were super friendly. It was really awesome. Can't wait to go back. But it's not like the young guys we get coming in here, right? Just complete disrespectful assholes. They're not like that in person.
Huh.
Imagine that. Yeah,
Maybe
India's
it's like
cool.
the hood part, the wannabe, like America, we got like black people, right? Like, oh, what I'm talking about, what are you talking about? I guess that's like the Indian version of them. And it's not just black people; it's like a whole culture thing, right? Like white people can say the same thing, Mexicans, right? It's just an ignorant culture type vibe.
Yeah, I noticed like the Asian cultures, like the Central Asia, like India and stuff, and like Southeast Asia, they hold like huge respect for like the education system. And it's like if you're educated, then you're like higher up in society. And I think we get some of these guys that have been in university, they have like they think they're king shit, right? And they think that they have like an inferiority complex.
Mm-hmm.
And they get this like arrogant like attitude, and they think they try extra hard in their studies, so they're like super indoctrinated, and then they think they're smarter than other people. It's kind of annoying.
This is one thing we've seen with like British migration, Southeast Asians coming over to England on educational visas. Now, we understand that, especially within like Asian communities, whether that be Eastern or Southeastern or Southern Asian, Indian or basically Japanese and anywhere in between, education, like you said, DJ, is like right up the scale. Right? If you've got an education, you're by definition better than other people who do not have an education. That's literally the way that it goes. And you see that within the society in which I live, where we give that type of education, the universities and so on. It's very important for, say, Indian families to get their children into universities. Very important. More important than it would be for, say, a British citizen, for example. So yeah, I think it's got something to do with the caste system as well that they have in India. Different, like it's like a class system, right? And education kind of pushes you up the caste system a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, anyone you talk to, the first thing that they'll mention after they ask you where you're from and how long you're staying for, blah blah blah, they'll start telling you about someone in their family that's highly educated.
Yeah. Yes, always.
Every person. It's crazy. Same in Sri Lanka was the exact same thing.
But yeah, I see what you see as well, DJ. The arrogance of the people that we've met in this server particularly. It's crazy.
There was one the other day. It was funny. He tried to debate flat Earth for a bit, and he didn't do so well. And then he's like, "Do you play chess?" I'm like, "What?" I'm like, "Yeah, I do." I'm like, and he's like, "Let's play." I'm like, "What? So this is gonna settle like globe Earth versus flat Earth?" And then I sent him like, I was like, "Yeah, right, let's go." And I sent him like a request for a chess game. But like, I could tell that he'd played a bunch by the way he played. I could tell he plays a lot. And then I beat him. I beat him in like a pretty close game. And then he just left.
That's awesome. Lose to flat Earth, and then it becomes best 2 out of 3. If I could beat you in another 2 challenges, and overall I fucking win. Brilliant. Oh my god!
It was funny the way he said it. He couldn't respond to the argument. He just responded with, "Do you play chess?" I'm gonna get him.
Oh my god!
And then he just left with his tail between his legs without saying anything.
How high can you jump?
It's a weird gish gallop.
That's funny. I'm still smiling. That's funny. Ow, my jaw.
Yeah, dude. What do you squat? What do you squat?
What do you bench, man? How fast can you do the 100 meters?
I have deadlift record at my home gym. I bet you cannot out deadlift me. Oh, dude, that's good.
What are you, Indian Castle King?
Indian Castle King. Temple King. Well, welcome, Darkness. Welcome to the channel.
Oh my god, it's the darkness. Do you believe in a thing called love? That was a song by The Darkness. I'm so fucking old. I'm sorry.
What did you say, Darkness? Did you say something?
You know it's bad when DJ Rakesh comes out.
Oh yeah, you don't want Rakesh to come out.
How can I fix my voice? Maybe it's low or something.
I turned you up to 200%, but yeah, you would have to go into your settings and turn up your microphone volume. It's not too bad. We can hear you. Do you have questions about the topic?
How can I fix it? I don't know how to use Discord from the laptop. That's why.
It's actually fine. So welcome, DDC Duck. Welcome, Xavier. Welcome, and Killian. Hello.
Is it better now?
It is much better. Well done.
You're wait. Because I do have the microphone, but the input device here, it was my headphones. That's why.
I see.
How can I lower the volume of your voice, or for everyone, the output one? Can you talk,
settings.
please?
The Earth is not a globe. There you go.
Okay, I guess that's so much better, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Congratulations.
I'm from fucking Scotland. I know the Earth is a fucking globe.
What the fuck?
Oh gosh, yeah.
Fucking Scottish geezer.
Really? That's a really bad Scottish accent, though.
Yeah.
Oh, you're a fucking real one, aren't you? Fuck.
Oh no,
No, I'm just English, mate.
Oh, fucking Tom, that's even worse.
What's with all these Aussies coming in here the last few days?
You have a problem with Aussies?
Yeah, bro.
Fuck. I was in one before and there was hella Indians in there.
We don't like
Oh,
Aussies.
wait, you're Indian, sorry.
I am Indian. My name is Rakesh.
Oh.
Wait, sorry. Why is that flat?
Because it's measured that way.
How do you measure the Earth?
Do you know what level is?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know how we find level, a straight line from left to right?
Yeah, right. You put a thing on it, yeah.
No, we will level it and it will be parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Right.
Do you know
the horizon's curved?
No, the horizon is a limit of observation and it's a circle around the observer when you turn around. But for all intents and purposes, it's on a flat horizontal plane. So
If you're staring straight ahead at the horizon.
Yeah, I get it. So all all level horizontal lines will be parallel to the surface of the Earth. So we get level from the Earth. It's where we get horizontal from. We use the Earth, mean sea level, the water, as a horizontal reference datum. Why? Go on, you wanted to speak, I'll let you.
I just don't understand how gravity would work if the Earth was flat.
But it's got nothing to do with gravity at the moment, dude. If you're going to claim gravity does something, that apparently would make the surface curve, something we don't observe and something we do not measure.
Have
We
you ever
don't
been in a
measure the
fucking car?
curvature for the gravity story.
The gravity story. Okay, well, you're talking about like levels and shit, right?
Yeah, horizontal. Do you know what horizontal is? I asked you what level was horizontal. These things, yes.
Yes, I'm not fucking retarded.
Okay, good.
Right. But like, if you zoom in far enough on any curved surface, it's going to appear level.
That's
But it's
lovely.
actually not.
Okay. What happens
It is
if we
lovely.
measure the surface? Would we measure a deviation from horizontal over a curved surface? Would we measure that?
Yeah.
Okay. We don't measure that over the surface of the Earth. So it's interesting, right? It looks flat. Even if it was a ball, it would look flat. I'll grant you that. But when we physically go to measure and confirm the observation, we measure the Earth to lay horizontally.
You have proof of this?
Yeah, we all do it. I just gave you a very small example of getting
what's the
level
proof?
with the world.
You're-
But we can
you're saying
show
real
that
life.
with long distance observations, laser propagation in all different wavelengths of light. Yeah, loads of tests. It's called surveying the world.
You know what? I'm convinced.
Why? I haven't shown you any evidence yet. That's just now he's
Oh,
being
do you have an
stupid. I'll
evidence?
have to give you to DJ. Fucking hell.
No, you got me.
What does the woman have to say? Fuck all, apparently. What's the? So what's another, like, I'm not really convinced. So what's something else that would like
Water.
proves it? Water, right?
So you get your bathtub, right?
Yeah.
Is the surface of the water flat?
Yeah.
All right. Then we move to a swimming pool. Flat, right? Then we move to a lake.
Yeah.
Right. Flat. And now let's move to an ocean.
Right. The thing is, have you ever looked out onto the ocean?
Yep.
Have you seen that the horizon isn't actually perfectly level? If you
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's what we get level from. Yes.
No, the horizon isn't perfectly level. If you look at it,
Sorry. Horizon has a rate of change of slope of 0. You know what the slope intercept formula is? The equation of line my equals mx plus b or c for us in Europe. It's a straight line from left to right. It's how we get level with the world. All horizontal lines will be parallel to the plane of the horizon. Now, do you require citation from this from educational textbooks?
I don't require it, no.
Okay, so you're saying there's a rate of change of slope of a horizontal line. That's contradictory.
So you're talking about the formula of a line, right? The equation of a line. Yeah. Have you ever, like, the quadratic formula? What about that?
What has that got to do with horizontal?
Right, because just imagine you're talking about the equation of the line, fucking whatever, the derivative, whatever, being 0.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but on a curved graph, there will be a point where it is 0, and on a scale as large as the Earth.
No, on a scale as large as the Earth, the rate of change of slope is 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah. So you admit it's like
that means after 1 mile, the surface of the Earth would descended downwards from horizontal by 8 inches. Over 10 miles is 66.6 foot. Over 100 miles, it's 1 foot of descent from a horizontal tangent on a curve.
Right.
Right. We don't measure that.
You can literally measure it.
Can you? Can you show me we literally measuring the curvature of the Earth, please?
Have you seen the video of the flat earthers measuring the Earth and
No,
they get
dude.
proven wrong?
Dude, I'm a flat earther.
Right,
I've measured the surface of the Earth, and it's measured flat. In actual fact, we all do this when surveying the land. It's how we build and construct civil engineering upon the surface of the Earth. Dams, pipes, all of this type of stuff. Water flow requires a horizontal plane. Now we measure this. You said that we measure curvature. Show me the measurements, please.
I
know you're lying,
like
dude.
you keep going back to this one point here, right?
What, the curvature of the Earth to make it a sphere? Yeah, it's the consequence of a sphere, isn't it? A curved surface.
The only point you have, like, you've got 1 point.
Yeah,
and whenever
the Earth isn't a
I say
sphere.
something,
That's a problem, isn't it?
have you ever been on a plane, or have you just been stuck in Britain on a madness?
No, I've been in a plane over 24 times.
24 times. I think I did that more in a year, mate.
Okay, that's lovely. But what about flying in a plane?
You can observe the curvature of the Earth from a plane.
You can observe the curvature of the Earth. Do you know what dip angle correction is?
It just sounds like a bit of waffle.
No, it's to do with a measurement of the descension from eye level. So when you're at altitude, the horizon will have descended by a degree. You're saying that when you look out of a window, there's one part higher than the rest. But when you measure a declination of horizontal angle, 360 degrees around you, the angle measurement's the same. We don't measure the curve. Would you like demonstrations of this?
I can't really be fucked, to be honest.
No, because you don't understand very simple things. You think that you can see the curvature of the Earth from an aeroplane.
Mm-hmm.
Let me put it like this. Mathematically speaking, you're not far enough away from the surface of the Earth to perceive left to right curvature. You'd have to be further away than the International Space Station to perceive that type of curvature. Because if you are standing on a sphere and rise in altitude and just keep circling 360, the horizon's going to appear like a circle around you, with no part being higher or lower than the other.
So how would we explain the pictures of Earth from a space station?
How would we explain them? What do you want me to explain?
They're round.
They're mathematically incorrect.
The Earth is round, is it not?
No, they're mathematically incorrect.
But they've been taken, right? So it had, like...
No, they haven't been taken. You can curve horizontal lines just with a lens. You know that, right?
Sure.
Like a fisheye lens.
Yeah, barrel distortion. Yeah. Pin cushion distortion also bends it the other way.
You can clearly tell when that's occurred.
Wait,
and
what's
this would
the
be
agenda?
fine.
Why convince us the Earth is round?
It's Jedi. But this would be fine if, say, for example, NASA showed the Earth is here and give us its dimensions, radius, diameter, and circumference. Then we should measure the curvature on the surface of the Earth with the equation that I just gave. We don't measure that curvature upon the Earth, so there seems to be a problem with verifying those pictures.
Well, the curve of a circle isn't linear, right? So your argument is
8
on a
inches
linear...
per mile squared, 7.98 inches per mile squared to be slightly more accurate. That means
Right,
over 1
that's
mile.
not a linear. That's
I
not a
gave
linear
you the
equation.
math earlier. You didn't listen, did you?
No, but the Earth is round though. Type shit.
Is it? Have you got those measurements of it?
Yeah, I had measured it just then, actually.
Just then, what in your imagination? We should probably not talk to you and move on to someone because you're going to start wasting our time.
No.
So we should deal with you just making shit up, should we?
Making shit up. You missed your
now
point
he's
today,
just
did you,
tried to
laddie?
mock me. He doesn't want to deal with the conversation at hand.
Yeah.
It's embarrassing for you because you can't stand it, can you?
Yeah.
Classic.
Common amongst people with cat profile pictures, which is kind of weird.
Classic
Classic
around
cat profile picture. Yeah, classic cat PFP tard.
Wait, so
you are, bro.
so you're also not a round earther, are you?
Not a round Earth. No. What? That's crazy. Why would I think that I live on a spinning space ball? It's nuts.
So your argument is that you find it hard to believe because the ball's spinning in space, correct?
No, actually, no. Long distance observations, laser transit tests, infrared photography over huge distances, right? Seeing things that would be huge distances below the curvature of the Earth.
Right.
Yeah. Like consistently, there's thousands of these observations that have been done now. So yeah, I mean, I used to live on Lake Macquarie in Newcastle, and it's like a 20-kilometer stretch across that lake, and I lived right on the lake there. I had a boat. I bought one of those super zoom P900 cameras, and I could set my camera up just off the surface of the water and zoom in all the way and see the white sand shoreline on the other side of the lake consistently. That's not possible if the Earth's a globe, right? There would be a huge amount of curvature over that distance that would be obstructing like the line of sight view.
Yep.
So yeah, it's based on like things that anyone can go and validate for themselves, but I get why you're skeptical about it because you've probably never looked into this before. I thought it was dumb too.
I'm just saying, right? Like, so you're saying this lake is 20 kilometers in radius, correct?
No, there's like a point in the lake that's 18 kilometers from like one shoreline to the other shoreline.
So 20 kilometers in radius, yes?
Not in radius.
Where's radius from?
Well, no, it's not the radius, bro. It's like a lake shaped, you know?
Yeah, but like if you were gonna like just simplify it, right?
Well, look, there's a point if you stand on one little like beach on the lake. It's like the longest section across the lake is 18 kilometers.
Right,
Yeah.
so it has a radius of 18 kilometers at that point.
How is a cross from one side of a circle to another a radius? You might be trying to use the word diameter.
No, he's saying from the middle.
No, I never said from the middle, bro.
You said
So from
the
one
middle.
shore to the other.
Right, 18 kilometers. Okay, it's the diameter then. Same shit.
Yeah,
right?
no shit.
Okay.
Listen better.
Fuck off then. So you think 18 kilometers, right?
Go on.
18 kilometers on the scale of how large the Earth is, you think that would represent a massive curve, correct?
You want me to? No, I can tell you the exact amount of curvature there would be over that distance if you want.
Like 8 inches squared or some shit, right?
Yeah.
A mile.
Okay. 83 feet.
83 feet.
Yes, that's like an 8-story building, basically.
Yeah.
So you basically you would have to have a 9-story building on the shoreline on the other side of the lake, and then you would only be able to see the top story of it popping out over the horizon. And you would have to have the horizon as well, right? So you would have to have, like, based on the height of the observer, you would have to have a horizon at a certain distance, right? So if you're 6 foot tall, the horizon should be 3 miles away. But I was doing my observations from like 1 foot height off the surface, just holding the camera down low. And from 1 foot height, the horizon should be 1.2 miles away. It's like 2 kilometers or something. And yeah, that means that anything that goes beyond that horizon should start to dip behind the curvature of the Earth. But that doesn't happen when we go out and test. Like, we got so many observations that have been done where we can go to like a huge lake, like 35 kilometers across the lake, and we can set up the camera on a tripod and zoom in and literally see the shoreline on the other side of the lake and the whole town and buildings and everything over there. And the water's just flat. There's no horizon at all over that entire distance. That doesn't work on a globe, right? Those are like things that have to be there.
But what about? I feel like you pretty selectively choose like proofs for your.
No. This isn't like selective. This is just like a really solid one, right? There's tons more. But long distance observations, checking for things that would have to be there. Like, they tell us the exact size of the globe and everything, so we can check and do the basic math and work out what would have to be there in reality. Like that horizon has to be there physically. Like it's geometric. It's part of the physical globe Earth. So it has to be there. It can't not be there.
Toast shit.
Yeah, these observations happen everywhere. So usually the problem that we have is either accessibility or known distances, stuff like that. But no, this happens everywhere.
Yeah. Toast shit.
Because the Earth is flat everywhere.
But everywhere. Right. So like space and things like this? Like if the if the Earth is flat, like why would we see every other like spatial body as a circle? Is my like you can see the stars and shit.
What's happening in the sky does not dictate what you're standing on.
Yeah. It's like, if my floor is flat, why are the lights on my ceiling?
So, yeah, but it's a bit different, isn't it?
Being as I now see circular light bulbs on my ceiling, my floor can only be a circular light bulb.
Like maybe.
You understand things can be different, right? Let's just get this out of the way.
Because the floor is circular. Because the Earth is
circular. That's two-dimensional. A circle.
Yes, it's circular. Because the Earth is.
Is it?
Yeah.
No, circular. That's two-dimensional. A circle is a two-dimensional thing you can draw on a piece of paper that's flat. Every time you say round and circle, you mean sphere. That's three-dimensional.
No, I mean a circle. I know what a sphere is, but I mean it's circular.
It's circular, so there would be curvature.
No, but it's a circle.
No, it is a circle, so there would be, by consequence, curvature.
No, but you were just saying a circle is 2D.
No, dude, I've
now
conceded when you're talking about a circle, not a sphere. We're onto two dimensions. Trying to ascertain if you understand that still the consequence of a circular line is curvature, isn't it?
There's a line and it's curved. Yeah, probably it's a circle.
Good. So that would mean if the Earth was a circle, it would curve over distance, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Well, that's how the Earth works, isn't it?
Okay, so without you declaring this, do you have the evidence to back up the claim?
The evidence to back up the claim?
Apart from you just saying the claim.
I'm sure I could find evidence in like 2 seconds.
Okay, good. Would that be like NASA pictures?
You could do a test with like a laser and shit.
Okay, we have done a test with a laser and shit.
Yeah.
In actual fact, this is how surveying is done. This is how surveying is done.
Yeah.
Right?
All right.
Yeah, good. This is also how early warning systems work and targeting systems. Lasers? Yeah. All of these things work on a horizontal stationary surface because if the Earth was curved, there would be a limitation due to that curve, right?
You're saying a lot of words right now. If you could...
No, that's all right. I'm wasting my time. I said this 10 minutes ago. I should remember what I fucking said.
Dude's having a really hard time tracking with this conversation, it would appear.
Me?
Yes, you.
Why are you just talking right now?
No, Jedi's doing great. He's exhibiting patience beyond belief with you. You're having trouble tracking with the words that are being said, including using words that aren't correct. But that's cool, brother. Keep up with it. Maybe you get there one day.
You said words a lot of time in that sentence. I'm a bit confused about the amount of times you said words then.
So he's descended into being a troll or an idiot now. That's what we're dealing with.
No, I'm saying the Earth is circular, right?
Sesu, it's par for the course, it would appear, right? Feet get to the fire, and then they start getting stupid.
Why would you say the Earth is a circle?
I said it's a sphere. So you got to listen here. So like a sphere is in a...
Oh, it's a sphere now. A 3D plane. Okay. I'll try to understand that. The Earth is a sphere. What's the evidence for that?
Probably like Like there's, like how flat are you thinking the Earth is? Like when you say the Earth is
Well,
flat,
It is
like
yeah.
you're saying there's like mountains and shit don't exist. Like it's just
What is
on
the
the ground,
evidence?
there's a
What
gas
is the evidence that the Earth is a sphere, please?
evidence that Earth is a sphere.
Now it's starting to repeat the questions.
What about the shape of the Earth during lunar eclipses and shit like that?
That would be affirming the consequent. So there's about 1,000 different things wrong with the eclipse that you're referring to. Should we just start listing them off?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so you see the moon sometimes get darker. They tell you it's an eclipse. Are you assuming, so are all the assumptions baked in that the Earth is a sphere, the moon is a sphere, the sun is shining light 93 million miles away, the Earth is moving in front of the moon? Is that what you think is happening?
That just is what's happening, like scientifically.
No, you can't just, no, not scientifically, not proven. You don't have any evidence for that. Give me all the evidence for those things, please. Starting with the Earth being a sphere, what's the evidence for that?
You can't.
Can't. You can't.
Can't, did you say?
Yeah, you can't come up with the evidence it would appear.
Well, I haven't actually I haven't put much thought into this because it's just quite common knowledge, you know.
Yeah, it's common indoctrination. So everybody's been given the same story. They all repeat the same story, but they don't have any evidence for that problem.
All right.
It's fact.
Okay. You can't seem like it's a bit hard to tell someone this when they just can't wrap their head around like.
See if you can wrap your head around something simple.
Like the moon is a sphere, which we can physically see. It's spherical.
Okay.
Right.
So let's see if we can wrap your head around something simple.
You're going to pitch the 2D argument here, right?
No. I'm going to ask you how shadows work. That's what we're talking about, the shadow of the Earth on the moon, because the Earth is between the sun and the moon, so the light from the sun is blocked by the Earth, causing a shadow on the moon. That's your claim, isn't it? Okay.
Yeah.
Now, that would work if the moon was flat.
Right.
Because if the moon was a curved surface, you'd have a complex curve. Do you know what a complex curve is?
Yeah.
Okay, so if the moon was a curved surface and the Earth was a curved surface, well, one of them would cause a distortion of the shadow. In this instance, it would be the curved surface of the moon. Have you ever made shadow puppets on a wall?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you get a sphere, you're going to end up with a curved line, but that's on a flat wall surface. If you curve that surface that the shadow's being cast on, the shadow becomes distorted, doesn't it?
Right, but I'm okay.
No, just yes or no. Do you agree with what I said or not?
Yeah.
Okay, so being as this is obviously true, there's a problem with the eclipse that we observe. Because the moon would have to be flat for us to observe this if the Earth was a sphere, causing and casting a curved shadow. Now, that's just geometrically easy to demonstrate. You must forfeit your spherical moon for your eclipse idea.
No, not at all.
Yes, because otherwise it'll be a complex curve, as we just both agreed.
Because I just said yes because to get you to stop
because
talking,
you wanted to run away.
But okay, so if you put an object, so if you put a basketball in front of a tennis ball, right? You put a basketball in front of a tennis ball.
Mm-hmm.
You shine a light from in front of the basketball. The tennis ball's going to have a shadow on it because it's smaller.
Yeah, it's going to have a shadow on it, but what type of shadow have on it?
It's just going to be in shadow, isn't
it? Dude.
Okay, demonstrate that for us. Demonstrate that.
Right. Have you ever observed the lunar eclipse? What happens to the moon when it's eclipsed? What colour does it turn?
Probably red. Really?
Yeah, red. Is red a shadow, absence of light, the colour red?
Yeah.
No.
No.
Oh my God.
Red, a colour, isn't an absence of light.
But you're thinking of visible light here. Right? Like the visible light.
It's visibly red. Gosh damn it.
Is your brain leaking out of your ears at the moment, dude? You don't seem to be understanding
Holy
very simple
shit.
things.
Yeah. How much time do you spend in here per day?
A few hours here and there. A few hours in the morning. Maybe I get some time in the afternoon, mainly at evening when I'm at home.
What else do you do during your day that's not?
What the fuck has that got to do with you?
I'm just.
Who cares, dude?
I'm just curious what kind of people are in here.
What kind of people? So you're going to base what kind of the people they are by how much time they spend in a Discord server? You're a fucking asshole.
I think that's a great judgment. I think.
No, it isn't.
You can tell the kind of person by how much time they spend in an online space.
So we have engineers, we have military, we have housewives, we have dads, we have all kinds of people in here. Don't make judgment calls about how much time or what kind of people they by how much time they spend in here. College professors.
Yeah, don't leave out the college professors. Don't leave out the, don't leave out the architects.
Stereotype people now, so you're going to stereotype people.
Yeah, you're stereotypical flat earthers, I would say.
Yeah, that means that we know more than every average globetard. That's what that means.
Globetard, you're using slurs now. Wow.
Yes.
Is this?
Well, you don't even know what we're talking about. You don't know what a complex curve is. You think red is not visible light. So yes, you've exemplified this.
I've exemplified the globetard.
Yes, you are a perfect example of it. You don't know anything about your religious system, but you want to stereotype the people in here to help you feel better about yourself. That's what's going on.
I'm not religious at all.
So you are. You believe in the globe. It's it's a religious system. You have no evidence for it, but you believe it anyway.
My question for you, okay, if this is a religious system and we just believe this, how come every scientific every time new evidence comes out that the Earth
show it to me,
right?
Show it to me. Show me the evidence.
Have to change.
Show me the evidence. You're making a claim without any base to it. I want you to give me the evidence for the Earth being a globe. Go ahead.
Specifically, scientific evidence. You said scientific evidence.
That would be great. The scientific evidence.
If you look out your window during the night time,
is that scientific evidence?
Are sometimes curved from the lights and things.
What are you talking about, dude?
And that's curved.
Excuse me, what are you talking about? We're talking about you saying that all science, even the new ones, prove the surface of the Earth is curved.
Yeah.
Give us that. Don't tell us to look outside at night time and start imagining shit. That wouldn't be scientific evidence, would it? Imagining shit.
I'm just saying observing shit.
Okay. Observing stuff isn't the fulfillment of the scientific.
Yeah.
No, it isn't. You're going to need an experiment further down the line, because after your observation, you're going to make a prediction about the observation. Then you're going to test in an experiment. So no, you looking at stuff and imagining shit isn't the fulfillment of the scientific method.
What experiments have you done? I don't even believe you've experimented getting in the shower.
Sorry, do you think... This is why I asked you the fucking question. Do you think scientific evidence proves the shapes of objects?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so give me a hypothesis for a shape.
Probably a square has four sides.
He's going to try. No, that's a declaration of its geometrical shape. It's not a prediction, you fucking idiot. You don't know, do you?
I predict.
Well, let's put it like this. You think scientific evidence proves the shape of the Earth. If I gave you scientific evidence, I think you wouldn't understand it. Do you know what scientific evidence is?
No. Can you explain me science?
Yeah. It'll be the observation of a phenomena, a prediction of cause of the phenomena, and the verification of the prediction through experiment, where you, the researcher, vary and manipulate the independent variable to see if it changes or not the dependent variable. Science. You did this in school. It's called a hypothesis and experiment. Do hypotheses and experiment exist within science?
No, I just get told shit. I listen to it.
So you just get told you can't think.
Is this what you expect me to?
You just
expect me
get
to
told
say?
you can't think is what you just said. I can't
Is this-
think. I just get told.
I'm saying you didn't let me finish. I said,
What a
is that what
wuss.
you expect me? Is that what you expect me to say when you ask me these questions? Like,
I expect you to
I'm
understand,
replying to a
and from a
robot.
point of intelligence, address what's been said.
Are you one of the engineers or the architects in this?
Engineers, architects. No, I'm questioning you about your belief that science proves shapes.
Maths proof shapes.
Oh shit! So it's not going to be science then.
Well, they're a culmination of science and maths.
No,
isn't it?
maths is a language. Science
Maths
is a
is a language.
methodology of experimentation. Different things. You can extrapolate math formula from scientific experiments, but that's the language of convention. Math and science are not the
Can I
same thing.
interrupt? Excuse me, can I interrupt? Like, who believes
why would you
the Earth is flat? I just can't understand your conversation. Like, who supports that?
Me.
Okay, I'll go ahead. I'm just
I
asking.
was conversing with this guy, but you interrupted.
Wait, what's this
Sorry.
guy saying? I want to hear this guy. I was definitely.
Yeah, we all with the flat flag at least. We could
Can you not eat
make
your
fun of
fucking
a
crisps
flat
into the
earther
mic?
here. Yeah, Jesus, what's going on, bro? Why are you eating your chips into the mic, man?
Me
I can hear you
eating my
chewing.
chips.
All right, for fuck's sake,
Whoever's
dude. If
eating,
you can't act like a fucking adult, I'll just mute you. Shit, the guy has no fucking parents.
You can't handle the conversation.
Shut up. Right, move on to the next guy.
Really gotta love how no one's done any research, but they've all seen the Netflix hit piece
standing or standard operating procedure. One of the indoctrinated religious globe zealots gets wrecked because they don't know what science is. They don't understand that shapes have nothing to do with the scientific method. They're shown to not have any evidence for their claims or any of the claims that they repeat that were given to them by their handlers and their priests. And then when muted, they will bleat in the side chat because they just can't stand losing. They can't be shown to be a fool. And they won't be unmuted because we're already done with you, Finn, or Fee, or whatever it is. So you can hang out and bleat and cry as long as you need to, get it all out, but you won't be unmuted.
Hey man, I have a question. Can I?
Shoot.
I mean, like, how does satellites works in our atmosphere? If the Earth.
How do satellites work in our? Well, number one, if you're referring to a piece of machinery or equipment that was designed to take imagery or data from high altitudes, I don't doubt that that type of technology does exist now. But the idea that there is some kind of technology or equipment that is falling around a sphere Earth through the vacuum of space is essentially impossible because, number one, the Earth is not a sphere. Number two, there's no sphere for that piece of equipment to fall around. So, you know, the idea that you probably have in your head of these geostationary or orbiting satellites, they don't exist. Is it possible that some of these pieces of equipment are hanging from high altitude balloons, which there are many, you know, documents and evidences for that sort of thing being done? Sure, even drones. But no satellites exist in outer space falling around a sphere Earth.
Oh, you're claiming like no satellite, none even a single satellite ever exists in our atmosphere yet.
No. I mean, as far as when you're describing atmosphere, you're saying that air is a shape, and air doesn't have an inherent shape.
Atmosphere or something like that. Just saying satellite, how they works in our atmosphere, just that.
How do they work in the atmosphere? If they exist? Well, like I said, we do have equipment hanging from high altitude balloons and high altitude aircraft. That sort of thing does exist. But the idea of the satellite, I think, that you have in your head doesn't exist.
Okay. So you are also saying that all this NASA and this rocketry thing they do to launch a satellite, to analyze that satellite, they are just fake?
No, I've been to Cape Canaveral. I've seen rockets leave the surface of the Earth. I haven't seen them go into what you would call outer space. I didn't have any view of that. They just kind of went in a parabolic arc and then went out of sight in the distance. So, you know, rockets, those are certainly real. Do they have a payload of satellites on them that they're depositing into the vacuous region that people consider to be space that we don't have any evidence for? No. That's not happening. Now, are you saying, is it fake? Well, you know, that would be a bold claim. But until they provide evidence that they're doing what they are saying that they're doing, because we don't have any, you know, really images of said technology in the vacuum of outer space. In fact, we don't even have any evidence for the vacuum of outer space. That's the problem. So do you know what the second law of thermodynamics is? Do you know what entropy is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Although, like, also, like us, I would put in the second question, like, you also see some spacecraft or some rockets when they launch, they like do a live broadcast. You're saying like these are also fake or something?
They're live to a certain extent, and then they cut to a different feed several times. Yeah, I mean, listen, if you want me to go ahead and tell you that I think that some of the broadcast is essentially fabricated or fake, yes, I do.
Okay.
And you know, if that's what you really want to know, yeah, I do.
Yeah.
So,
If they are fake,
but
yeah.
let's talk.
Okay.
Let's talk about entropy for a second. You realize that when we're talking about entropy, that high pressure must go to low pressure, high energy or high heat goes towards low energy or lower temperatures. So if the Earth is a pressurized system, because you and I are both breathing pressurized gas, we have air pressure on Earth. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, at some point. Yeah.
Yeah, so at sea level, it's 14.7 psi. Okay? So we have air pressure on Earth. Why is that air pressure not leaving the surface of Earth to equalize or find an equilibrium with the 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum of outer space?
I mean, like we have atmosphere around, that's why.
Well, you're using the term atmosphere. I imagine that you are imagining that there is some kind of layer of spherical air attached to the Earth somehow. Is that what you're envisioning?
Not attached. I'm saying it's surrounded.
Well, why is it surrounded to the Earth? Or why is it around the Earth that isn't a ball, by the way? See, the thing is if the Earth is not a ball, then you don't have an atmosphere. You don't have a sphere shape of gas. Does that make sense?
So what do you think? What's your point of view?
No, it's not about what I think. We have gas pressure on the Earth. The only way to create gas pressure is to have a container for the gas. In fact, gas pressure is defined by the collisions of the molecules of air with the walls of its container. Even NASA says that. That's a definition from the NASA website. So anytime that you have gas pressure or air pressure, you're going to need a solid barrier container. That's just the facts. So if we don't have any kind of barrier, a solid barrier, then there's no way for us to have gas pressure on the Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So the Earth cannot be exposed to an extremely high vacuum. If it were, there would be no gas pressure, or at least I would say 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure on the surface of the Earth, which means you and I would not be alive. There would be no way for life to occur since there would be no gas for anything to breathe. All of the gas would vacate the surface of the Earth as soon as it was leaving the surface of the Earth. Because, there's gas always leaving the surface of the Earth. If you go to the ocean, a lake, or whatever, there's always bubbles coming up. You've noticed that, right? And we also have a gas cycle. It's always coming from the oceans, the algae or the plankton or whatever, creating the oxygen cycle and all that stuff. So the Earth itself is breathing. But as soon as one of those bubbles were to, or, any kind of air was to leave, let's say the dirt, it would immediately try to fill the available volume of the ever-expanding universe that is, put forth as an idea to those of us who live here. So there would be no way for there to be gas pressure in any way.
Okay.
So the Earth is measurably flat. It is not measured to be spinning or rotating or orbiting or doing any of that stuff. There's at least 4 different vectors we would have to detect. So we have axial rotation, then we have the orbit of the Earth around the sun, then we have the solar system hurling through the Milky Way galaxy, and then we have the galaxy itself hurling through the ever-expanding universe. That's 4 different vectors. we don't detect or measure any of those. Nobody on Earth has ever detected the Earth to be moving, save for the accelerations and the shifting that occurs in an earthquake. But that's it. No rotation, no linear or angular accelerations, none of that stuff. The Earth is stationary and it is enclosed. Why? Because we have gas pressure here. There must be a container to keep this gas pressure.
Hello, guys. How you guys doing?
Awesome. How are you?
I'm amazing, dude.
Great. What brings you by?
What brings me back? Have you spoken before?
No, I said what brings you by. I hope I didn't cut out.
Well, the topic is quite interesting, isn't it?
It is.
Everybody's talking about that Earth.
Yeah.
And I mean, these days, CGI is so good. You know, nobody knows history. Who knows? Maybe the Earth is flat.
Yeah, well, what we've decided to do is take the claims of the globe and then just measure them in reality. And there's no measurable curvature on the Earth anywhere. So
it's like they can't even see. They can't even feel. Yeah. Blew my mind when I found out about it a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Now I'm here.
Now you're here. Are you still kind of on the globe persuasion, or are you on the fence, or?
See, globe persuasion is, I'll tell you, I say that stuff to fit in. Because you cannot say that outright because they'll put you. You know, they'll block your career, they won't let you say stuff, cancel you. They have been doing it. So I observe people. I try to sway their minds. I try to ask questions and see how they react. Because I know what I believe in. What do you think?
Well, I was just wondering, are you a, I don't want to give you the title, but are you a flat earther, or are you still on the globe?
Well, the globe ones I don't believe in. The flat ones I don't believe in either. But I know that it's not a globe. That's all I can tell you. Because I have a community of people in India that about 14 people there, they're all flat earthers. I am one of the old members there. I don't know the actual shape, but I damn as well know that it's not a fucking globe.
Sure. Oh, fair enough. Well, welcome in. I don't know if you haven't been here before, have you?
No, I have not been. This is my first time.
Okay. Well, welcome.
I just found it very interesting.
Oh, it's interesting. All right.
Oh yeah,
we can talk
it is.
about this topic
For
forever.
those who know, they know. I think you have also seen the stuff. You also know the things related to it. You have seen the Buzz Aldrin video and all that stuff. Right?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what I ask people. The very first thing. Do you believe in moon landing? That's what I do.
Sure. Well, that's a good gauge to figure out kind of where their head is at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think? Do you?
Do I believe in the moon landing? Heavens, no. I don't think that the moon is even. Well, I don't even think that the moon is something that we can go to or land on. But that's just me. You know, there's no evidence that I can see that would prove that. No, I know that the Earth is flat. I know that everybody measures it flat and uses it flat. And nobody uses the globe for anything. They don't even use it for navigation. So there is no way that this place could be curved, because what we've been told by the surveyors and everybody and the navigators, they're saying, well, we measure it flat and we use it flat for convenience or for practical purposes. And I'm thinking to myself, well, if the Earth is curved, the easiest thing to do would be to measure it curved and use it curved, because that would give you your greatest accuracy. So if it's not curved, if it's flat, and you're using it practically as
latitude, just straight. Doesn't make any sense.
Right. So everything is flat and Cartesian, and that's going to give us the greatest accuracy, and that's the way that we practically use it. So why would we even entertain the idea that the Earth is a globe?
My question is the people who show me the images of the globe Earth. I cannot find a single picture on the entire internet, NASA, ISRO, or any space company of the Earth that is not CGI and not fake. Because every single picture that you can find on the internet is fake, CGI, or now AI, conveniently, where people are losing sight of what is real, what is not. So, in this day and age,
it's an interesting time to be alive.
Even something you see. Yeah. It's and about the COVID-19, all that stuff, locked the whole world. You know,
we won't be speaking about that.
Yeah, we don't really want to talk about that. We're live streaming in here, so we're going to kind of not talk about the old COVIDs, just to make sure that YouTube is happy. But yeah, one of the ways we're being censored, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So where is this going to be posted at?
Well, if you scroll to the top of the list of people in this particular Discord channel, you'll see 2 YouTube bots. If you click on those, there are links to the YouTube channel, and you can go there.
Yeah. So can we talk about the NWO?
It's going to be a short conversation.
Yeah, we try to keep it only on the Earth. If that particular topic overlaps the Earth or this particular topic, flat Earth, then you can talk about that in context. But this is not necessarily just. We did have is Fee still in here? He left. He wore himself out, old tuckered out. So there might be a couple more Globers in here. I'm just not sure.
That must be a great character development for him.
I'm going to go on mute if somebody else wants to keep this conversation going. I got to mute up. Nice talking to you.
So, like, and if you guys want to share how you came to believe or came to realize that whatever you've been watching on TV, on reading on schools about the shape of the Earth is not as it is, as we are being told. Because I remember in my school, they said something about oblate spheroid, which is like making up words which do not exist. And this blabbering like parrots who don't even know what is real. Like, they just believe everything that is being told to them. So
I have one if you are interested.
sure.
What you think about satellite, how they works, or are they even exist, or are they just faking around?
Well, I believe that they're all ocean based. You get me?
Well, things in the sky are in the ocean. You said, did I hear you correctly? Did you say they were ocean based?
Yeah. Because
so the things in the
we had
sky
to
are in the
use-
sea.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why? Why do you believe that the things in the sky are actually in the
Well, I'm not
ocean.
talking about the things in the sky that are in the sea. First of all, you have to think, why is there a satellite?
What's a satellite?
Answer that question first.
No, what
Because
is a
of weather
satellite?
control,
Yes.
a
A high
satellite is an object that is sent
hold
from
on.
Earth
You
into the
asked me a
space.
question. You asked me a question. It's a high altitude platform. A satellite, something in the sky at high altitude.
Yeah.
It's a platform because it
High
has
altitude.
devices on it that can record, for example.
Different devices, yeah.
Yeah, so a high altitude platform.
High altitude. Yeah.
Yeah. So why did you bring up it's in the ocean?
Well, when I think about satellites, I think about phones. And when I think about phones, I think about towers. When I think about towers, I think about weather. When I think about weather, that's when the satellite comes in.
Yeah.
The
So
people
if we're
who are
talking
globe
about
earthers, they usually say that.
yeah, I'd
Yeah.
agree. If we're talking about communication, right, satellites will be part of the communication infrastructure, sending and receiving signal. A time ping, for example, so we can know our location, works in conjunction with undersea cables, towers and masts, for example, that send and receive signals. Your mobile phone will send and receive signal from a localized mast, maybe 3 or 4, so you can triangulate your position, potentially with a high altitude platform involved. So the question was, what do we think satellites are? They're high altitude platforms.
No, they're not.
They're not. So satellites that are high altitude, altitude being above mean sea level, upwards.
No. They can be altitude platforms. But are they some objects that are floating in the space? Is that what we believe?
Space? That's a different question. Space
you're not
doesn't
ready to answer
exist
that
for
one.
things to float in.
Yeah,
Hold on, Jeff.
I know that. But
Just a second.
when
Hey,
somebody
user
asks you about
1381. Hold on, brother. User 1831. You want to close your mic so we don't have the echo, please?
Huh?
Close your mic so we don't have the echo. Well, I'll close it for you. No problem. You can ask to be unmuted, but if you're going to say something, say something. Don't leave your mic open indefinitely, please. Go ahead, fellas.
Thanks, mate. So back to satellites, high altitude platforms. Other technology exists. Yeah, you can have things like buoys on the surface of the ocean. Those pieces of technology that are used, it's in part of an entire infrastructure. You have contention with this? Or did we lose our speaker and maybe we should move on to the original person who asked the question? Still here.
yeah, sorry, was that for me?
Yeah, the person who asked about satellites in the first instance.
Who's the guy?
Okay. So where are we up to in
So-
this conversation?
As I was saying, when people think about satellites, because I have to switch my brains, which one is the flat earther person, and then there's the normie, as I like to call them. When they think about satellite, they think about something that is floating in the space, as the Elon Musk narrative, and usually how they are taught in school. But when we think about satellites, now that's a term that I've heard for the first time, which is a high altitude platform, which is, I believe, is a more correct term. Because, for example, if there are plane crashes, there is also something of a device called emergency locator transmitter, and it uses a satellite to send signals of the GPS of where they are so that they can be rescued. And I do not think that they need something floating in the space to do that when it can be done
It can
on the
be
ground.
done. Yeah, it can be done on the ground and something that's at a higher altitude than the airplane. Doesn't have to be in the vacuum of space, it can just be at a higher altitude.
Correct. Now, the question that I beg to ask is then why all the stories about space, about aliens, about promoting movies about space and aliens, keeping the narrative alive? Just for distraction?
Yeah, they're keeping the narrative alive, is what they're doing. They want this narrative where the Earth is a sphere that was created by a Big Bang, where there's other life out there, we're not the only ones, right? They want this narrative. Satellites that orbit the Earth that's a sphere are a good way to propagandize this narrative. Space exists, right?
Yeah.
Satellites take pictures of the Earth because the Earth is a ball and they can go to the moon, which it's their narrative. It's why they went, quote unquote, to the moon. They didn't actually go, but it was a good way to fulfill the narrative. All right, go to the thing that's orbiting around the Earth, turn around and take a picture, quote unquote, of the Earth that's a sphere that we're leaving. Because it's the only way that we can prove it, right, is by going far enough away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also found this video of Buzz Aldrin, where an 8-year-old girl asks him that why isn't there another moon landing program? Why haven't people been to moon again? And he answers very eloquently that it's because we never went there. And there's a reason why we never went there. And I think I know the reason. But that begs a question is why? What's the bigger picture? Why are they distracting us? Why are they keeping narrative alive? What is their purpose?
Okay.
So
within this narrative, they get to give you a creation story, right? How everything was created, sprung into existence, alongside things like the evolution narrative, how life forms develop, how life was created and developed over time to eventually here we are asking the question, how we got here. They give us a new creation narrative, and within this narrative, it's devoid of intelligent creation. It happened all by itself, they can argue. So it's devoid of God.
So now it makes sense. Because every movie that is coming from Hollywood, every show, somehow the story is being told in such a way to promote atheism. Now, atheism it gives them a person's empty mind to, I believe, mold into something that they want. I think capitalism has a lot of things to do with this.
I think all governmental structures do. Whether it's capitalism, whether it's communism, whether it's socialism or fascism.
So all of them aren't just regulated by few people, few societies. All government, I don't think that's actually also real. All government. I don't think that exists. What do you think?
I think everything that's been happening over the last 80 years, specifically in recent history, has been an affront or an attack on God, including this NASA heliocentric narrative that gives its own creation story. Right? You just have to look at the way that the world has changed, let's say since the end of the Second World War, how society and how people have changed. Right? The things that we allow today that we didn't allow, say, 30 years ago, definitely not 80 years ago, without underlining any specific topic. But we just have to look at the world around us and realise everything's changed and not for the better. People aren't as great as they would want to think that we are. So I think that it's a changing of our mindset away from the obvious truth of our personal situation within the created system in which we live to something that is devoid of God, where man's in control, and it's going to be like a Pied Piper where they lead us off of a cliff somehow. So I think everything that's happening in the world is very scary.
That
What? Why
begs
do you
another
think?
question.
Oh, go on then. You ask yours. I do apologise. Carry on.
No, please ask me.
No, please.
So, you're a person, right?
Say that again, sorry?
Are you a religious person? Are you someone who believes
Christian,
in
yeah.
God?
Yeah, I'm a Christian, yeah.
You're a Christian.
Yeah.
Okay. So, he came to know about all this stuff. I was an atheist.
Mm-hmm.
And strangely, I'm still an atheist. Now, that has been quite hard for me to have a conversation with people who are religious, because they would obviously tell me that I'm lost, as my girlfriend would always say. Also Christian.
Right.
And she always says that you will come to the light. I know that. She says all that stuff. But now that begs another question, that do you guys believe in God?
In God?
And why? Yeah. So
Okay,
you obviously do.
Okay.
I just want to know why.
Okay, so first instance, you need intelligence to create. Right? Without any religious doctrine, whether it be Christian, Muslim, or whatever, the will and the intent of that deity, right, without the religious aspect, answering the question how something was created, you need intelligence to create. So that can be termed as God in that first instance. Now, beyond that, it's a personal choice to, let's say, choose a religion from that point onwards. Personally, me, I look to the God of the Bible, because that's the only one who has ever claimed to be the creator of everything. Where all of the other gods, they're kind of God of trees, God of wine, God of like this aspect and that aspect. They're not total gods, they're gods with a lowercase g. Now, you can argue the toss around the necessity for God. That's fine. That's what you get from the earth being a ball, right? This atheism that's devoid of God. But when the earth isn't that, and it's measurably not a sphere, it's obviously a created, ordered system. So needs a creator. It's up to you on this point on to make that choice of which direction you go with regards to how you religiously move on. I
think this might be an important point here, to ask him how he views his belief in the globe and to critically examine that as a religion.
Well, my answer to be, he says that you need intelligence to create. Now that begs the question, because intelligence itself is an abstract word, because it is used to define something that is efficient in doing a lot of things compared to something, right? That is intelligence.
Information.
More information means more intelligent.
Mm-hmm. So to have information.
So
where do you get information from?
So information itself is something very large, because information has a lot of branches. And for example, if I say that I am intelligent, and if I say a statement that all human life is intelligent, then that also puts the intelligence in an abstract manner, because obviously not all human life is intelligent. Some of them are just downright retarded. But that's just the nature of things. So now I want to ask you that if intelligence is also a spectrum, and now if we put also creatures in them, for example, frog can also create a baby. Now that would not be intelligent life, but then intelligence is different. It can jump.
That's reproduction.
Reproduction.
Yeah, when a frog gives birth to tadpoles. That's a created system. It's reproduction.
That is also creation, right? That is creation of life.
It's better termed as recreation.
Recreation.
Yeah.
Recreation.
You have the information taken from both
Recreation.
partners, you put both pieces of information together, and that recreates a new being with the information held within the genetic code. See,
That also
there
doesn't
is also a
violate
lot of
thermodynamics,
information
and
lost.
specifically entropy.
Yeah.
Whereas the Big Bang does.
No, well, Big Bang doesn't make any sense, right?
No.
Because the Big Bang theory is that everything was created from nothing. Because nothing cannot be created from. That doesn't make any sense. That goes against the theory of matter cannot be created or destroyed, right? But it can be expanded and it can be contracted.
Yeah.
Am I using the right words?
Yeah.
So,
but the universe that we're told is the thing that's been created in the first, right? It's not a sphere. It's not orbiting around the sun in a solar system that's moving around some Orion's arm of the galaxy. That's not really the thing that's been created. The Earth isn't a sphere. It's something else.
Yeah.
So does the Big Bang exploding the universe to exist really take a part in this narrative?
Well,
because that's the creation of something that's the creation of something that doesn't exist. The Big Bang created the Earth that's a sphere. The Earth isn't a sphere. It's measurably flat. So it didn't create that, right? So the whole how did the Earth get here question now starts with the Earth being not a sphere. It's a flat, contained, ordered environment. And when you look at the flat, contained, ordered environment that has laws, then there's a lawgiver.
Now, I want to say that we are getting into a bit philosophical argument.
Yeah, it's all philosophical. Yeah.
Now, whatever, Now, whatever we're going to say, it's not gonna
It's going to be based.
Not going to make any.
It's going to be based upon what the Earth actually is. We can ask the question later how it was created when we figure out what it is that was created. So it's flat. That's what it's measured as. That answers this question about what the Earth is. We can go into another server and ask who created the Earth.
No. That's where I like to disagree a bit. Well, I do not agree that it's a globe. Yeah? No. I don't think Earth is a globe. But is it really flat? That I'm not really sure.
Okay.
That measures flat.
Because you say that because you've seen a bit of evidence, right?
Yeah, because I've measured the Earth to be
You say
flat.
that Earth is flat because of, so there has to be something beneath, right? Like outside, right?
There's other things. Yeah, there's now a
Other
depth.
things, yeah.
Yeah, other things.
So it becomes a bit of, I don't know, like landscape, like square, and where is it floating? All of these things.
Where's it floating?
The landmass, the ocean.
What?
Yeah, it has to be somewhere, right? It has to be
Space and
somewhere.
geometry.
All of this.
No, it doesn't. It does not. This could be existence itself. Right? There doesn't have to be an embedding space for an object called Earth.
So,
right? Does the Big Bang cosmology
guys
have an
had to
embedding
recommend
space? Just
some-
to draw a parallel.
No. Just if you guys do have to give some examples of how you can, what exercises or what physics experiments you can do at your home to find out that the Earth is in fact flat and not really.
Won't be a physics experiment.
Or water.
It'll be surveying the land. It won't be a physics experiment. It'll be like sending a transit of a signal or an like light, for example, a laser. Right? How we survey the land. If we could measure the deviation of the surface from that measurably straight line, And that's how we survey the land. But we measure the Earth to be parallel beneath the laser. There's no divergence of the tangent from the curved Earth surface. That's not what we measure. So we know the Earth's flat because of the way that the surface measures. The depth of it, mate, I don't know. The extremities of it, I don't know. Where it exists, like Echo just pointed out, it's probably just the entirety of reality in and of itself.
Mhm. Okay, just like the Nazi map.
I don't know about any Nazi map, mate.
He's talking about the AE.
No.
Oh, is that what it is? Oh, okay.
No.
The AE? Would you care to explain what is that?
Yeah, sure. So a common misperception is that Earth is laid out like an azimuthal equidistant projection of a globe. So the Nazi map you brought up, people recall that in World War II, the Nazis did use such a projection of the globe in order to do their war plan. But it's a globe. Fundamentally, it's a coordinate reference system that is spherical, which is to say that it's a choice.
Oh, no. They're not talking about something else entirely.
No, it's
Because
a spherical
the
coordinate
one map
reference
that I'm
system.
talking about,
I'll give you the
it's not
geometry.
spherical.
It's flat. Yes, it is. Latitude and longitude, no matter how you display it, is spherical. And you can display and project it flat.
Are you a globe earther?
No, I just understand the globe.
You're just talking about the map and it is projected flat, but it's a sphere, the Nazi map.
Yeah, that is a spherical coordinate reference system that has been projected flat. Latitude and longitude in any form, because it's derived from the heavens, from a celestial sphere, no matter how you project that, you could project it to look like a freaking banana or dinosaur. It's still spherical geometry that's got a different projection.
So that
But it
is not
doesn't mean
correct.
it's true. Sorry?
Yeah, sure. So if you guys had to recommend a map would be the most accurate, would it be just the Google Maps?
No,
or
I would
anything
recommend
else?
something like a state planar survey map using a state plane coordinate reference system.
Yeah.
There are many examples of those.
So,
I mean, in all the literature that I've read in surveying and geodetic surveying, and even for some military technology, they acknowledge that using a planar coordinate system is more accurate for their applications than using a spherical one. I was just reading a paper by the United States Post-Naval Graduate School on this. So they've opted to use flat planar coordinates, not spherical ones, for drones and for targeting.
yeah.
It's more accurate.
that
More
makes sense.
accurate than a ball.
So now that we have came to a point where we all agree about something, because I totally get what you guys are trying to say, and it makes a lot of sense. But what exactly is the end game of the people who are doing this? And I think I know, but I have to still hear what you have to say.
I wouldn't pretend to even know, but I'll tell you this. I think we're doing it to ourselves. I don't think it's necessarily being done to us.
Yeah, I think the same thing.
You have a choice to believe in the cosmology that everybody else seems to believe in. But when you go out and test it, it's not true.
Yeah. So all of these people who are here are just listening. Nobody has anything to add. I mean, we can make the conversation really interesting.
Yeah, we can talk about topology, geometry, coordinate reference systems and projections, cartography. No, why does everybody
Judaism.
seem to use latitude and longitude, right? That's a choice.
Yeah. And nobody seems to question that why do we use it like as if the earth was flat? That's a really important question. And yeah. So about the secret societies, because
I don't care about them personally.
you don't care about them? Okay.
No, I don't.
So all the
I
wars
think
in
the
the
Earth's a
world,
globe
are they
too.
not? Uh-huh. What did you say? Echo, what did you say? I was not able to hear you.
Secret societies have nothing to do with this, really. Truly, you go
Secret
out, you see
societies
Mr.
have.
Earth flat.
Mm.
You know, secret societies don't necessarily preach that the Earth is flat in reality, but we're going to fool the masses and tell them it's a globe. That's definitely not going on, from what I can tell.
So from where I'm coming from, I have heard, or rather, I have seen the evidence, is that few rich people who are a part of some secret society, they control all the world by funding two countries or two sides so that they can fight and the money keeps running.
Yeah, it's a whole separate matter altogether. Yep.
It's a whole separate matter, you say.
Yeah,
But
this
it's
has
not
nothing to
related
do with
to the narrative.
with the form of the Earth, the figure of it.
No, because if I'm saying that they are controlling the world, that means they're also controlling the narrative. That also means that if they are teaching in the schools, so the Earth is a globe, that means they have something to do with it, right?
I think they believe Earth is a globe.
They believe Earth is a globe. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
And they don't know that.
Correct. I don't think they do.
Okay, so all of that bullshit on the media is just them making up stories. As they say,
Listen.
science fiction and fiction, they're both the same thing.
Of course it is. Do you understand that the entire, if you go back in time, let's say you rewind the clock, okay? Let's rewind the clock back to the Cold Frickin' War. Right after World War II, America, the West, promoted itself as the victors, the new world power. And the space race quickly commenced. If you read the founding documents of NASA, their purpose is about technology and capabilities projection. Projecting potential technology and capabilities that doesn't actually exist. They can still think Earth is a globe and do that. They can still make you think satellites are orbiting a globe, and they can still believe in a globe because they haven't actually orbited a satellite around a globe. Right? It may have nothing to do with flat Earth whatsoever.
Yeah.
They could still be trying to orbit a satellite around a globe and fail because they think Earth is a globe when it's not. And they could be concealing those failures from the public for all we know. I mean, there's an organization called the Operations Coordinating Board, OCB, set up by Truman and Eisenhower. It was a psychological operations board, and their purpose was to basically function as America's marketing campaign manager. We're going to market America to the world. We're going to sell America. One way we can do that is to commercialize space. So they make all these claims. They enter the space race. They do a fake moon landing. This technology may not exist because they believe Earth is still a globe when it's not. Can you fathom that? What a crazy idea, right?
The person
Yeah, what
who
about him?
directed the moon landing.
Yeah.
He was killed just before the release of his movie Eyes Wide Shut.
Yeah, maybe so.
So
But my greater point here is to say that this really may have very little to do, if anything to do, with the idea of hiding flat Earth from the public.
no,
These
no,
these
because you
people
see,
foisting these hoaxes may just be doing it to project technology that doesn't exist, to make America look like a superpower when it's not.
super. Are nuclear missiles real? Is that real?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay.
Benjamin, you have some events during 50s, very important events. Shoot the rockets in the sky, and they will realize
Talking
that they
about
cannot.
that.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm trying to shift people's perceptions away. The perception of flat Earth being a conspiracy theory. While it could be true, there's far more evidence before us to show that space programs, NASA, all of this has less to do with flat Earth and more to do with projecting technology that doesn't exist, for marketing, for selling weapons and ammunition, selling fear.
So
And perhaps other
when
countries have figured it
Elon
out too,
Musk,
right?
yes, yes.
Yeah, look at China. China's got so many bloopers and screw ups with their space program. It's freaking hilarious. And countries that figure out that they can project power, succeed in propaganda, go to outer space. They go to outer space on TV and the internet.
China is a monster in itself, entirely, a different monster. And I believe a separate topic as well. Because,
Okay.
a funny thing about China is that the president of China literally knows everything that is going on in this country. Why I say that? Because in their cameras, when the people are walking, there is literally man identifier, like some kind of a technology that has been built by Iron Man. Like if you're walking on the street, it is showing where you live, who you are, who your father was, what did they used to do, who your grandfather was. And that kind of identification is crazy. That kind of technology is crazy. That builds up a system of no mistakes, no human mistakes, using technology as a tool to such extent that your humanity starts to fade away a little bit because you start to think in numbers and statistics and profits and loss. And then there comes an inevitable decision. And that is also what has been the narrative of the West as well in the movies. Where continuously I have seen that they run such stories or greenlight such movies where the situations are worst. Like they are bad, and the person who had to do horrible stuff. Game of Thrones was a great example, I believe. Great fan of the show. Breaking Bad, Ozark, all these things where they show that they are stuck in a situation, they have to do something really, really bad. And that somehow proves that there is no God, there is no existence of God. And why I name Ozark? Because if you guys have seen Ozark, there's a scene where because I believe a lot of people are Christian here. She says that it's an emotional dialogue where she has been tied up and probably she's a very bad woman, but somehow the story says that she has gone through a lot of stuff that made her like this. And she says that Adam and Eve would probably not have eaten the apple because it was probably because there was only that apple and nothing else, no trees, and they were probably starving, and they had the only option to eat the apple. That's why they did it. So it's a hypothetical. It's for the sake of fiction. That's what she said. I'm not trying to say that anything is real or not. the
Oh
local
yeah, we know
tangent
things
thing.
are real, right?
Yeah, I mean, we don't know anything, to be honest.
Yeah, we do. We
But
know things are
that is
real.
the
We know
beginning
what
of.
things are real and what things we can't know are real too.
Hmm.
Yeah, listen, if you didn't eat breakfast today, how would it make you feel?
See. That's a analogy that is not going to make sense if you
Oh, it sure
continue this.
does. If you
I'll tell you
didn't
why.
drink water, how would it make you feel?
No.
If you didn't
That's
take a
right.
piss, how would it make you
Obviously, we
feel?
know the answer.
You don't live in a virtual reality
Answer, I tell you.
simulator that's like free of consequences. There are real consequences.
No. Actually, you are very much sounding like the people. I don't know. That certainty about something that makes me
Yeah, I
kind
do
of
have full
skeptical
certainty
about things.
about
But
things. I know I'm
believe
alive,
what
dude.
you're saying.
I know a
Sure.
world preceded my existence too.
I mean, if you run a simulation and you ask the character if you're alive, he would probably say yes, that I am alive. But is he really alive from your perspective? Probably not.
So let me ask you a question, because when you go down these rabbit holes of simulation or brain in the jar, thinking these are all philosophies or ideas of men that create hopelessness and a detachment from your experience, which is purposeful. No matter if you're a brain in the jar or not, the way that you experience life is in the body that you are in right now and the mind that you are given. So why don't you just go ahead and come to terms that that is where you are going to be until the machine gives out, okay? Just live where you are. Don't philosophize. Don't go down these trails of maybe it's this other thing. When what you live in is a body in reality, just be there. Live your life in the reality that you're in.
Yeah,
Absolutely,
Dasein
I
is
agree.
the path towards truth and flat Earth. I love it.
Now
Yeah,
there's a
being
new religion.
sorry.
Have you guys heard about it? A new religion.
What?
It's called optimistic nihilism. Now that's two both contradictory words. Because if you're a nihilist, you don't believe in anything. And if you're a person who's optimistic, that means you always look for something positive. And a person who's an
Wrong with
optimistic
that? What's
nihilist,
wrong with a positive psychological disposition?
yeah,
Positive hopelessness. Yeah, that makes sense.
positive hopelessness. Yeah.
Is that what you're
If it
calling?
is positive, then absolutely there is a certain hope and belief. That is the main thing, right? Belief, purpose. That is the center of all the things that we're talking about, right?
So there's a new religion you're saying that's forming based around a godless philosophy.
No. It was just I was being sarcastic. It's
Okay.
because you see, my girlfriend is a Christian and she's hell bent on making me into a Christian, which then makes me turn away because
Sounds like you have an existential problem.
no. I'm going somewhere. Because if I wanted to be religious, I'll probably believe in my religion and my stories rather than some foreign stories. Then you guys would not have to do anything with that because you would say that as long as you believe in something, a purpose,
Listen, we're
that is
this
it.
server. We're not here to talk about our personal beliefs or any beliefs. We're here to talk about what's actually real.
Well,
Okay.
here we cannot even come to a certainty whether what is the shape of the earth. Then I don't think
We
that's only
know
your personal belief that we're talking about what's real.
we know our
Because
experience is
really, we
real.
don't know. See, that's the problem.
No, it's not a
Sometimes
problem. It's a
when
problem
people
for
are
you if you
fighting-
think it can't be real. Like I said earlier, what happens if you stopped eating or stopped drinking?
No.
Oh
There is
yeah,
a
you
problem in
will
this
end your
conversation.
existence
Is
pretty
that the
quickly,
truth?
won't you?
Or is that your experience? Just answer this question.
Oh, for
There is a
crying out
problem
loud.
in this conversation. Is that the truth? Or is that your experience?
The problem is your subjective realism.
Subjective realism.
Yeah, you think what's real is subjective to you.
You also think that. You just
No, I
exactly
don't. I
said
believe in
your
objective
experience.
reality.
Babe,
I believe in a reality that is objective, which is independent of my own existence. And I know it's actually true because I know the world had to precede me.
okay, man.
That means if you go to the beach, we will experience the same thing, you, me, and Sporadic. The same thing, that vision and the measurement. We will not. I will not have some different perspective than you.
No, I understand. No, I understand. That was not what I was
Okay.
trying to say. I totally get you.
I know I'm a product of my parents' reproduction. We were talking about reproduction earlier.
Yeah. Reproduction, recreation, how is that different from creation? We're talking about that.
Well, yeah, one is ex nihilo,
So-
but I'm talking about whether or not a world can precede your existence and therefore be more objective because it's independent of your own.
Now, you don't know
Because for it to be
sure that if it
subjective,
was
you have to
created.
provide it that quality, right, of existence. You must. But if the world exists apart from you, then guess what happens? The world carries on whether or not your subjective preference for what's happening exists in the first place.
Well, there can be a lot of things that can be said about that, but this has been becoming a lot tiring because we came to the same loophole again and again. Because there are some basic things that
Solipsism?
no. It's about I think we are saying the same thing, but we're just talking for the sake of conversation.
Well, good.
That's what I
What if
think.
I said the Earth is objectively, measurably flat and experienced that way?
Because it is.
It doesn't matter what kind of positive hopelessness comes out of that. It doesn't matter if I'm completely nihilistic,
Well,
right? 'Cause the-
yeah.
So this is me trying to bring the subject of the conversation back to Earth, back to 24/7 flat Earth. Because this pseudo-psychology, pseudo-philosophy is really going to lead nowhere. You know, there may only be a few things we can know for certain in life. And this is one of them. The topic of this room absolutely is one of those fewest, most important things that you can know about yourself and your reality. And I think this is why it's so important to us. Now, wouldn't you say that something like that could be empowering, whether or not you accepted it as truth? So,
I think it
Yeah.
has to do
to have true knowledge
more
about
of
your
personal
world?
beliefs. Then
No, this is not. This is independent. You could go out and measure the Earth, whether or not I know you as a person exist, and you can discover its flatness for yourself.
no, but I'm not talking about that.
I am.
I just we've gotten into a hypothetical loophole. We have to get out of this.
You need to get out of it. I'm not in one.
All right, man.
Yeah, I don't think any of us here who are moderators, at least, are in one either. I mean, Sesu, what do you think? Are you in a hypothetical loophole over this topic?
Well, yeah, I'm trying to understand something, and there are some problems.
No, the Earth is measurably flat. It's something that we can experience. It's something that we can verify independent of anybody else. So if all of us are validating the same experience, then that is the foundation of our reality.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, if you're going to start to ask more existential questions about that, or even spiritual questions, that's up to you. But everybody experiences and measures the
it's not
Earth
a
to be
topic
flat.
for us.
I want to correlate that with religion because I think one of the persons said that if we know that
It's
it was
not a religion.
created,
What is a religion? It's an acceptance of a globe without evidence.
please repeat what you said.
Yeah, something that's a religion that's pertinent to this discussion is the acceptance of your cosmology, particularly a heliocentric globe, a cosmology, without evidence. This entire world, it seems, the vast majority has accepted the idea of a globe without evidence, and they don't think that this is a religion, but it is. It's a godless religion.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not
Yeah,
here
I
talking
agree with
about
that.
beliefs. We're not here talking about accepting
Yeah,
ideas without evidence. We're here
How many
promoting
people?
something that is
Yeah,
evidently true.
sure.
Well, think of it this way, right? How many people are there currently alive that think they live on a spinning ball in outer space and have never experienced that?
It goes almost beyond religion to just straight delusion.
Yes. Right, because
I mean, I hate to put it this way.
experiences have experiences, but nobody experiences a globe.
Right. I mean, it's uncomfortable to think this way, but the vast majority, at least of the Western societies, are essentially under some sort of hypnosis or mind control where they completely deny their experience in reality and think of themselves in a completely different paradigm that was suggested to them over years of training. Usually the training was achieving through motivation by either reward or shame, right? So if you don't do well on the test, shame. If you do well on the test, then you're essentially elevated or praised for that, and you get to go to a better school, and you have smart friends. So this mind control, this hypnosis, this programming occurs over many years, and it becomes a delusion.
And they just happened to pick astronomy instead of any other subject, huh?
No, they use all the subjects.
So chemistry is wrong?
There are parts of chemistry that is purely theoretical.
Theoretical
Evolutionary biology.
That brings me to bacteria. Is that real?
Geology. No, the carbon dating scam. Partially linked to chemistry, I guess. But to answer your question, I think it really did kind of start with astronomy. I mean, let's think about what the ancient Greeks did.
4 elements? They did that. How about the fun one, Greek fire?
The eighth day, man built a world in his own image, and it was bad.
Oh, hi, Sporadic.
Hi, Wirsa.
Having a good time? Okay.
Yeah, on the globe, that religion this old boy was talking about, I forget, I didn't see what his name was. It doesn't work because they told you it's all over but the crying. Einstein wrote a letter to Truman, said, if you do that, if you drop the bomb on the Empire of Japan, you will end the war. But you will start an arms race. And he can't imagine what weapons World War III will be fought with. But he knows, without a doubt, World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. Inside the globalist worldview, that is the only logical conclusion for humanity. It's bombing ourselves back to the Stone Age. There's no rose-colored glasses. There's no pretending like it's not going to happen. You've only got one ending to the story. Just one.
No, man, they're pushing it with the bioweapons. That would mean there is no World War IV. They're all gloomy, aren't they?
Or you can do what flat earthers do, and you can document the downfall, spend some time with some people you can tolerate, doing some things you enjoy. Enjoy life while you got it. Seize the moment.
Hell yeah, dude.
Or you can listen to this Harvard professor talking about some unpredicted comment, making unpredicted movements, is actually an alien life form that's hostile.
Okay, man.
So you got a choice to make. Which one do you want to do? Do you want to live in the fool's paradise, pretending like the end of the story isn't already written? Or do you want to be at the really is level? Where are you at right now? The choice is yours. Make a pick. I mean, this is at the end of the day, you're going to have to decide how you lived life and on what terms you lived life on. You got people in Washington, D.C. calling the police now if they spot a homeless person. So that's what you got. You've got the most advanced space age culture that humanity has ever seen. This is America. We landed in the moon 60 years ago and has criminalized homelessness in its capital city. I mean, I saw this movie. It's called Hunger Games. Was that like a big craze about 20 years ago? Yeah, old boy who chimed up. The sun is a light in the sky. That would be a light in the sky.
Sun is a light in the sky.
Yeah. Is it
It's
not that?
Something that is millions and millions of miles away, obviously.
Oh, how do you know that? How would you know it's millions of miles away? And if that's right, then how come is Copernicus wrong? You know, like all these other people who came up with measurements to the sun, how are they all wrong? And you were the smartest tool in the shed. They're mere amateurs. Their calculations and measurements, all completely wrong. That you knew the answer the whole time. You just held it back for some reason.
What about all the telescopes? Do you think they're all fake?
Yeah, what about them?
That people can't see by their own eyes?
See what? See the
Measure
sun? You look at the sun through a telescope, do you?
The moon.
Yeah, I wouldn't suggest looking at the sun through a telescope. Okay, whatever this guy's pitching, yeah, don't do that.
I do not want to burn my eyes.
Yeah, so like looking through a telescope. So you're like, what is the sun? And then dude looks through a telescope and says it's a million miles away or millions of miles away. Do you even know? Is it just a guess? You just kind of like said, That must be millions of miles away, because the moon isn't a million miles away, but it's the same size as the moon. So one's a million miles away, the other one isn't a million miles away because of telescopes. Dude, you want to try again?
Well, it's.
Okay, how about this? Are the
I don't
sun and
think you
moon about
even
the same size?
understood what I said, and
Yeah,
you just
okay.
said something on your own.
Yeah, are the sun and moon about the same size, or are they different size?
Yeah, that's what my question is.
Are they the
Because
same
I don't
size
know.
or not? What do you think?
Well, I don't know.
Okay.
But do you think a telescope can help
With what?
finding out whether one
If
is
they're the
bigger or
same
one is
size or
smaller?
not? No, you look through a telescope and they're
They're
about the
far
same
out of the.
size. Okay, now what?
Now what? Well, I don't know if they will be the same size. What if they are
No,
not?
they are. Yeah, the
I have
sun and moon are exactly the same size when viewed through a telescope.
Okay. Okay.
With
And
a
there is
very
no way of
minor
you.
variation. Very minor.
And
Their
if they
angular
see like
size is exactly the same as seen from Earth. Okay, so how is it not that? How are they not the same size now? You look through a telescope, you say, the sun and the moon. So view through a are you saying that telescopes don't work? Is that your claim, that they're broken somehow?
yeah, I'm asking. I'm trying to just know.
Yeah, I mean, what
don't
do you
know.
think? Are telescopes broken? They don't work?
They must be rigged somehow.
Rigged somehow, huh?
Probably they do not exist. That's what I think. If it happens.
All right. Well, yeah, go with
Because
that.
if the narrative is right, then it should work and it should be able to tell me what am I looking at, where am I looking at, what's the distance it is going to show me, right? So if it does not do that, then obviously then I would find out that it is rigged. Now that
Unless a telescope, a telescope tells you the distance now. It displays a number. You look through an object. You look at an object through a telescope, and a number appears and tells you how far away it
shows
is.
me. Well, if the narrative is right, then it can show me Saturn, Jupiter, Mars at the right
How
time
far
of
away
the
they are?
night if I went in the right direction.
And it tells
And
you
if
how far away.
Yeah, if I fix it in a certain, so the lenses should be pointed at a certain direction, and it should be fixed, the glasses, then it could show me that you are looking at this at this distance, and hence this ball of light is Saturn or Mars or whatever you want to call it.
That's
Now,
incredible.
my question would be, what are they? How are they just balls of light floating? And yeah, I'm trying to understand it.
No, trying to understand you is what you're trying to do. You've looked through a telescope. You don't see any numbers on there. You then added numbers you don't see. You hallucinated numbers. Then you said these objects in the sky are giant objects that are really far away, but they're the same angular size anyway. And then you just hallucinated somehow that told you what Earth was. You've got some back-to-back, deeply contradictory hallucinations
Right. No.
that you're not really understanding about what to do with this. So you asked me a question. I told you what the answer was, that these are lights in the sky. You agreed and then hallucinated that they're millions of miles away.
Because
You said that the sun was a few million miles away. So your physics were wrong. You got the wrong answer.
I never said
Maybe
that.
someone taught you how to do it, but you couldn't do it.
If it is a million miles away, or is it just a ball of light floating? So I'm trying to understand
it's a ball. It's just a ball.
I'm not trying to attack or say what I believe. I'm just trying to understand. Do you understand it? I'm trying to understand.
Well, I look up, I see a light in the sky, and you're trying to tell me it's not a light in the sky, or is it that?
Obviously, it is a light in the sky, but it is a ball of light. It is very close.
Yeah, obviously,
far,
too.
Or how far is it?
Yeah, obviously, too. Your telescope's not going to tell you how far away something is. That's obvious to you.
Okay.
two things that somehow you disagree with and you agree with at the same time. The sun is a light in the sky, so is the moon. And telescopes do not tell you how far away something is. So you agree with both those things. But then you go on to say that the sun is millions of miles away, but you don't know that. You're just saying it for some reason. Like just saying, bro. And then ask me if I agree with your hallucination. No, I don't. I disagree with you're
There's
hallucinating.
a certain if that you missed about multiple times. So that is me trying to understand. Now I'm telling you for the second time, there was a if it is something that is a million miles away. Now, I don't know because I felt that there is some kind of blood pressure rise, which you're trying to impose on me something that I believe.
No, nothing. Nothing, dude.
I'm certain
whatever.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm not trying to impose anything on you. I really don't care what you have to say, to be honest. I don't even know why you chimed in. We're clear. I mean, talking to this other guy, I bet he probably left. You gave him a golden parachute. This other dude talking about how he's got some sort of fool's paradise and he's got a new religion he was talking about, and you probably gave him a chance to escape. So no, I think a distraction, a massive distraction that you basically just started squawking for no reason whatsoever. I gave you the same answer that you had yourself, and then you're suddenly confused by it. So no, I don't want anything from you. I don't need anything from you. Your ideas are just a hot mess, like hot garbage. Probably even more so than this other guy who was talking about his new religion of nihilism or positive nihilism or whatever he was going on about.
Was church in here today or something?
Yeah, it was quite
is
bizarre. Yeah, I didn't see his name. It was like Winslow. I think Spravic had said his name, like Windsor or something like that. But I just tried to tab in. There's anyone with that even close to it. There's no W's even in the chat anymore. So I guess he must have ran off.
That was the Church of Truth guy, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think that he was talking. Oh yeah, Spravic just typed in chat. WR or WYRSA.
Oh, we're
Oh no, it wasn't him. Okay, it was. Oh, it was someone else then. Okay.
Oh, Weirsa is the funniest dude. He's like, oh, I can't really talk about what I do for a living. It's too sensitive. But I don't want to take a side. Period. He loves hanging out.
Okay, no, I misspoke. There's like two people talking at the same time, but yeah. So anyway, there was like some dude who was thinking that it's great, everything's good, don't worry about it. Life is great. Just keep pretending like nothing matters and everything's happy, and you can develop a new religion.
That sounds like Church of Truth, dude. That's who it sounds like. He's been in here and he was saying that. There's another kid in here who was saying a similar thing. Basically, like, none of it matters. Why are we even discussing it? Truth doesn't really matter. I think he was in here last night. He had a strange name too. Did he have like an anime girl profile picture?
Yeah, I was tabbed out at the time. I just kind of I was going to say earlier that was that song Black Velvet, that's basically, he read the lyrics to Black Velvet and then just made a religion out of it. He's like, hey, check this out.
Oh man, I heard a couple good ones today. I was listening to Jedi and Says Who talk to this one Indian dude.
Yeah, Jedi did a good job too. I was off mic for that one.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty interesting with these events. You're trying to get through to these people. It's an uphill climb, I tell you. trying to get them to actually listen to what you're saying instead of ask you, well, what is your job and how educated are you and all this other stuff. So
We got Ryan in here. Ryan, you want to mic up? Instead of just talking in the chat, Ryan, you could join the VC.
Who's that? Did that tag me?
Yeah, Ryan.
Are you Ryan?
Come on, Ryan. Ryan? It's Ryan? Gotta have the upward inflection because there's a question mark.
Oh yeah. Ryan.
Ryan?
Ryan?
I'm not sure.
Okay, no worries, Ryan. Dogpiling. So, does that mean that you don't have any defense for your claims? Are you going to kind of appeal to these guys are big and mean and scary, and there's too many of them? Is that how it's going to go? We're just asking you for evidence for your claim. We're not here to dogpile on you. That sounds a little snowflakey, but whatever. You're just going to stay in the chat.
What if he, what if he picks one person to talk to, and then that person can take lead? So we'll do it on his terms. Like we'll roll out the red carpet. Here you go. Here's your chance to talk. Present your evidence, and one person will give you feedback on it. We'll peer review you. Does that work for you, or is it just a cop out? Do you think? Do you think he's going to just like run away again?
Well, we're going to see if it's a cop out. So you were discussing this with T-Dub. So we'll let you speak to T-Dub. And we'll all be quiet. We'll all go on mute. And you can just talk to T-Dub and tell him about your globe proofsies, okay? We'll make a special space for you. It'll be safe.
Do you want to talk to somebody who's more educated than you or less educated than you, Ryan? We could try and work it out.
That sounds like a cop-out. He's saying, I've heard that before, so now he's just copping out. So we gave you an opportunity to speak to one individual. That's kind of redundant, but the point is, you get an opportunity to speak to one guy, and you don't want to take that. Yeah, well, texting takes forever. So, and they're just as weak in the side chat as they are in here, Ryan. It's just about saving time and efficiency. Do you like efficiency, Ryan?
What was Ryan's stance?
I don't understand. I don't understand why he thinks an observation requires an explanation. I mean, you just see it happen. Yeah, and by
you
the
could
way,
describe it.
You're going to be using a flat Earth for that elevation angle to the sun. Yeah, that you're imagining is explained by orbit. Why do you impose upon reality something that you don't experience? Why do you do that, Ryan? Why do you see something and then imagine it's something else? That's what you're doing. And then you say, but it explains it. No, it doesn't. It doesn't explain it. The observation itself explains itself. It doesn't need explanation. You just go out, take an elevation angle measurement to the sun using a flat Earth, by the way, and that's it. You don't have to imagine it as something different that you'll never, ever witness, ever.
Oh, he wants to infer, T-Dub. He wants to infer that his fairy tale religious system is part of his observation.
When are
He doesn't have any
inferences
evidence.
invalid?
What?
Since when are inferences totally invalid?
Nobody said that.
Then why
are you
wanting to infer?
Yeah, because he's saying it's evidence, bro. No, it's not. It requires evidence.
An inference
So
is
you've
not
got-
evidence.
So you've got this idea. Okay, so you've got this idea that what we witness the sun do from our perspective, is something else, right? That you don't experience, right? Okay, prove it, because your idea is not the proof, right? Your idea requires proof. You're saying it's explained by my idea. No, your idea requires proof.
You mean his idea?
You can't just say, well, you know, it all
I mean
works
his
out
idea, but yeah.
on paper, in my imagination, on the TV. It works out. Yeah, it makes sense.
I made a box fan.
It's just-
That was my idea for the day. Is Echo
wrote
here?
it
Or is he busy? I guess he was busy earlier.
He wrote also that the length of the day during the year proves that Earth is a sphere, but that's opposite. That's not correct. You cannot have on the sphere 16 hours of the day and 8 hours of the dark. That's not possible if you have one source of the light somewhere in the space shining on the sphere. You need to have all the time 12 hours of daylight every time.
Why?
Because you are shining the light on the sphere. You can take the basketball. You can take the basketball. You take any source of light what you want from that basketball. If you can shine more than half of basketball, we can speak.
I think that was a new person, Sasha. Just came in and said hello and didn't understand where you were coming from or who you were responding to. But either way, they were rude and we're cutting you off. So it doesn't matter. Yeah, to anyone joining, one at a time, ask your questions one at a time. Do that in text or in voice chat, preferably voice chat. Thanks for being here. Thanks for listening. Thanks to all the members of the panel for answering questions, taking time out of their day to come here and, work this proverbial soup kitchen of knowledge.
So now that we do not believe in space, and in space there is very interesting thing going on in the narrative, which is the Kepler telescope, and how it was focused on one light, and the planets that were orbiting that light. That's how they counted that a lot of planets that are like Earth are present there. But we believe that that is all fiction, and that side-to-sides are not real. So that telescope is also not real. Now, the question was, can telescope measure distances? So I think I was answered by Craig that no, you cannot determine that. But I looked it up and it says that there are these parallax, standard candles, redshifts. So parallax is a method where you determine what is the distance of the planets are. But I'm not really sure that if it's a real thing or not, because I'm not a telescope expert. So if anybody knows anything about in that matter, please feel free to speak up and answer my question.
Well, that wouldn't be a telescope, would it? That would be binocular vision. That would be two telescopes at a certain distance away from each other. So you, you ended up completely taking a dunk on your worldview there. You said one telescope can measure distance. Then your Googling told you you can't.
No, I don't.
You would need at least two to get binocular vision, and it'd have to be a known distance away from each other. So, I mean, at this point, I would say you should feel pretty embarrassed that this is something you said you learned.
See, man, listen. I'm not trying to do anything here. I'm just asking questions. I don't know why you are missing that every time. You're trying to make it sound very personal. So if you can just answer the
Well, that's an
questions.
appeal to motive
that
or
would
tone.
be
It's a logical fallacy. All I told you was a telescope can't tell you the distance. And you disagreed
Okay,
with that. And you thought
I asked,
telescopes were
what is
fake.
parallax? If you're a telescope expert or not. I've never said all of those things that you try to put in my mouth.
Yeah,
All right,
Every
well,
time
go
I
with
was
it
he was
then.
questioning, it
basically
was me trying to
he was
understand
basically
something.
saying he didn't believe in space. He said that first, like he didn't believe in space, and he was basically taking the side of the flat earthers on the side of the, but still asking the question to get some clarification. So, correct me if I'm wrong, Ben. Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, just
Yeah, you're
use
right, John.
take the position of a flat earther and take a measurement, observation, or practical demonstration of the Earth. The two words there, you've got flat and Earth. No one's talking about sky, outer space, giant balls of dark forces manipulating, mass through the bending and warping of time and space. The only thing we're talking about here is the Earth and the surface of the Earth that is measured, observed, and practically used as flat. If you want to take the position of that, which is flat Earth, you would do that. Otherwise, I don't know what you're doing. It sounds like some kind of LARP, but either way, until you get back to the surface, then you're not talking about what a flat earther is talking about. You're just putting a flat earth sticker on it for some reason, which you really didn't explain or take questions on.
Well, you see, believing something entirely is also, I believe, a faulty way of approaching something. So I'm just asking questions here again for some time.
But Ben, let's say that we can measure that, and then what?
Then what?
Yeah,
Then comes
because
the next
now we
question.
are discussing now. Can we measure, let's say, 1 million miles with a telescope? Okay.
Can we? I don't know.
I think we cannot. But I will ask you this question: can we measure with some optical instrument 20 miles? I think.
Can't measure much for silence.
Yeah, I don't know how much. I don't know if his connection is messing up. But if I'm not
I'm just
mistaken,
thinking
he
here.
came
I
in.
don't.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
No, I was just saying, based on his question, I think he was just asking a clarifying question for members, because if I'm not mistaken, earlier you stated that there's a flat Earth group that you're a part of, and you all get different questions and stuff. So I'm believing, if I'm not mistaken, I think he's asking for a clarification on a question that he's received in the past about the telescopes that are alleged to
Because
be
if
out
somebody
there.
else
And
asks
if
these
there's
questions, I have to answer them.
Yes, exactly. So yeah, this is what I thought. So he's basically trying to figure out if there's a way to debunk that whole notion of a telescope being able to verify a distance of a luminary in the sky. Basically, if I'm not mistaken.
No, you're
I don't know.
absolutely correct, Joe. Thank you.
Okay. It's easy. You just assume that Venus is not the same size like Earth. You assume that it's double size, and then it's debunked. That's how it's begin. That's how it begins. All these distances in the sky. You know, you have a Venus. You get the radius of the Earth. You get everything, and then you have distance to the Moon, distance to the Sun, distance to the all stars. If you put that double, it's double sizes, and it's working again. If you put that triple, it's working triple, and it's working again, and it's working with only different numbers.
Yeah.
That's parallax. In this case, this is Venus parallax. They assume the same size of the Earth and they make the parallax. That's how they did it. You can do it because you know how they did it. They watched with the telescope Venus and they said it's the same size like Earth. Now you can be new astrophysicist and say, look, when I see through the telescope, I see the double size of the Earth. Oh, and then you get another math and your math is correct and it will work. The same way like it's working. It's only double sizes. The sun is not anymore 93 million miles away. Now you have the sun. It's bigger. That how much? 2 times bigger also, and it's 186 million miles away. And you double all distances. The moon is not anymore 240,000 miles away. It's 480,000 away, and it's working.
Thank you. Thank you, Shasha. Was that you?
Yep.
Thank you.
You can read about that, how they get the distance to the sun. Everything is written, you know, on Google or whatever. You know, you can find everything about it.
No, I'm
They, I
reading it
think,
right
use.
now.
They did also, I think, with the Mars. I'm not so sure, but I know for sure that they did with the Venus.
That
And you
gives
can
me a
watch.
lot to think about.
And you can watch to the history of the let's say who measures distance to the sun, and you will see the difference between 1 million miles and 93. Even some guy went over the 100.
You know, because the only chapter that I had trouble in physics was light. Never understood it.
Because our numbers, it's a math. It's doesn't matter, you know. But that what is matter. It's what you can do like a human being. You cannot, you know, verify all these distances and stuff because it's not possible. What you can do on the Earth. You can check, is this radius, what everything was assumed on that radius is correct. And that radius is telling you with your height, it's a geometrical horizon, it's there, 5 kilometers, 3 miles. You go outside, you check yourself, oh my God, there is so flatness, and you can see 20 miles, 30 miles. That means there is no sphere there. And plus you need, if you think logically now, the sea level water, when it's still, it's leveled and then, you know, it's not conformed like a sphere. That's not possible. Why is this? And plus you have elevation profile. That's everything above the sea level, and you measure it like that. You have a small hill in the middle of the continent. You cannot have a 20-meter hill above the sea level if you have sea level on the sphere, let's say. Because the sea level is somewhere 2,000 miles away from you, and how you can be 20 meters only above the sea level? It's reality against TV, man. Because on TV you will see the spherical Earth, for sure. That stuff must occur also in reality. And it doesn't.
Hello, guys. Are there any flat earthers here?
Are there any flat earthers? Take your pick, man. Good luck.
What is the name of the server of the channel?
Yeah, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Are you first time here?
Yeah, first time. Yeah, first time.
Okay. What would be for you first time you're here? The question about the flat, because you said you are searching now for the flat earther. If somebody say I'm flat earther, what you will ask him? First question.
Wait, shouldn't you clarify what that guy thinks a flat earther believes? Otherwise,
Yeah,
you're
we will
going to
find
get
out.
into that. Okay.
You'll find out now.
I think they have a different view of astronomy, where the Earth is some model where the Earth is not spherical.
Do you think that it's a model, or you don't know what they are thinking?
Like, do I think it to be true?
No. Do you think that you know what flat earthers, what they are claiming? What is the reason they are calling themselves flat earthers, or you don't know that things? Or you have something in mind? You think this is what flat earthers think?
Yeah, I assume that. I mean, I'm pretty sure they have a different model than conventional astronomy.
They don't have a model. I will tell you in the first place.
Oh, they don't.
Yeah, look at the devil, huh? That's why I ask you, what would be your first question when you want to ask, because you're new here? My question would be this, I will help you. I will find out why they are flat earthers first, what they are, what their main points, and then based on that, I will, ask my question.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Why are flat earthers, I guess?
Because there is no measurable curvature in reality what is necessary antecedent for a sphere. That means if you have a sphere, the surface must curved.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, and there is a size of the Earth, geometry of the Earth, and it's saying 3,959 miles. I can tell you the numbers, blah, blah, blah. It's saying that there is a curve, and you can check it for yourself. And people here did it for themselves, and they realized, oh my God, there is no curvature.
Isn't the Earth? Wouldn't it be a very small amount of curvature?
Yeah, you can look into that. How much is that? I was surprised also when I looked the first time into that. For example, for let's say that you're 2 meter height. What do you think? How much you can see on this sphere?
I believe it's 3 miles.
Yeah, and do you know that he have observation with, let's say, 30 centimeter height? Showing 18 kilometers.
Okay.
Sometimes 30 kilometers. Sometimes 50 kilometers.
Mm-hmm.
That's the main point. But you can go into that more if you want to ask people more questions, but it's more about the surface. There is no model. Model is that where you are living. You can choose the country, for example, sea, whatever. It's not curving in reality. That's the model, the original Earth where you are living.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, as I understand it, if the Earth were flat, then we would be able to see a lot more of the Earth.
Not more than 275 miles, what is Guinness record.
Okay. Because of the atmosphere, I presume?
Yeah, optics and atmosphere, and also very, very important thing, angular resolution.
It's not atmosphere, it's atmos flat. I already told you.
Oh.
Yeah,
Atmosphere
atmosphere.
is a
That's
wrong word. That's
it's
wrong word.
like
It should be atmos flat.
no,
For flat
I, only,
Atmos flat.
only,
Oh
no,
my god,
no,
that's hilarious, bro. Atmos
For flat
flat.
earthers, I coined this new term for flat earthers. Atmos
you
flat.
know why? You know why
Exos flat.
he's saying? You know why he's saying that?
Is it because it's
Atmo.
funny? I don't know.
No, not because
No,
it's
no,
funny.
no.
It's not funny. Atmosphere. Atmo mean gas. Sphere is the shape. The
Yeah.
gas never take the shape of the sphere.
Yeah. Well, it's a little
That
funny. I mean, that's a
Exos
little
flat.
funny.
Stratos
I
flat.
know.
It should be exos flat. Stratos flat. Right.
It is funny, but we are calling that atmosphere. But it's like it's
Yeah,
not
you should
it's
coin
not
the
good
new
word.
term. Flat earthers should coin the new term.
No,
Like
it's called Atmos only.
no,
Atmos.
no atmos flat. Atmos flat.
No, you don't need flat. It's Atmos. That's what is above. If you want to speak about the surface, you can speak about the plane,
Means
elevation.
atmosphere is a wrong word.
Yeah.
You mean to say
Wait,
that.
I'm sorry. I'm just thinking about your worldview. And so then, what's his
Exosphere
name?
is wrong. Stratosphere is wrong.
Dude,
Mesosphere.
who's that guy who
sphere.
got beheaded? There's that guy they killed because the Catholic Church killed him or whatever because he thought he was killed for nothing then because he was
Man,
wrong.
I know that it's funny. Can you remember what I told you in the beginning about the surface and curvature?
Which part?
So if surface measure flat, how I will call that surface?
If a surface is flat, how would you call it?
I will call it flat.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Can you have 10 miles of flat surface on the sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles?
Is it a perfect sphere? I guess would be the question.
It doesn't matter. It's a perfect sphere. This is the radius.
Okay, but
it must be perfect also because it has the radius. Yeah.
But as I understand it, planets are generally not perfect spheres.
Okay, and how we will check that? With the words or with what?
I assume with some pretty complicated math, I would guess.
Math or in front of computer or something else?
I mean, I guess I could Google how to determine the shape of a planet, but
and how
maybe it might have to...
Sorry.
Oh, I was just guessing it might have to do with measurements of gravity at different parts of the planet, given that the mass would differ if it's not a perfect sphere, but I'm not an expert in the area.
How I will know that the coast from England to France is curving? Should I look on the Google?
Well, actually, you said a cruise, right? Like a boat?
No, I said the coast.
The coast.
Yeah, that La Manche, the canal.
Yeah, well, I guess back in the old days, they used to draw the coast.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That means if somebody give me the coast drawn, I will say this is that coast. It must be that.
Okay. I guess if you drew all of the coasts in the world, it would, would you not come up with a round world? Because, you wouldn't find a drop-off anywhere.
Drop-off?
Yeah, drop-off, like a edge, a cliff, like a
drop of the sphere. When you go over the distance and you're dropping, you're speaking about that.
No, like a flat, in a sphere, there is no drop off.
Can you tell me something? What contains water?
A cup, I guess.
Something else? What contains lake?
What contains lake? Like the Earth has a lakes?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Can I fall over the
The
lake?
shore. It's called the shore, by the
Oh,
way.
the shore. Okay.
Can I fall over the shore?
I don't think so.
Why are you asking about falling somewhere over the somewhere?
Well, I guess like a flat object has a place where it ends.
Flat object when things ends. And how I can know for that?
When you're no longer on the object. That's how
And
you
how
know there is no more.
And how I will find out there is no more?
By going to the end.
And who did that?
No one has done it yet.
And are you proposing to me now to do that?
Well, I don't want you to hurt yourself if you're planning to jump off.
I will
advise
repeat the
you
question.
against it.
Who did it before?
Who did it before?
Yeah.
I guess, like...
You said nobody. Now I'm asking you. I want that I'm that guy who need to do first one.
Well, I mean, be careful. If you do find an edge to the world...
I was not interested in that. I see that you are interested in that. Did you consider that you try?
Well, I mean, not really, because I am pretty sure that the Earth is a sphere.
Okay, what would happen if you are traveling all the way to the end, what you're imagining, and all that way you're crossing the sea level?
I'm crossing the sea level.
Yeah, and then you look behind and you said, I'm now at the end. Maybe I will fall off, but I don't care because these 10,000 miles of sea level, what I passed with my ship to reach this end, it's so sea leveled that I don't care about that sea level. I want to now see where is the end. Is that correct? That 10,000 miles of sea level, what you was, on the level sea, that, not curved sea, level sea, that you will forget, you will think about that end. Is that correct?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. How about this? Can you make elevation profile of your country and tell me where is curving underground?
Where is curving underground?
Yeah, because when you make for example, from point A to point B on the ground, you will have elevation change, mountains, and down earth curving. Is it correct or not?
Like, yes, I guess.
Like, let's say 300-kilometer distance underground, you will show me the curve, but elevation change due to sea level, what is everywhere on the world, but doesn't matter. Is that correct? So all that continent, it's above the sea level. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 continents, and all around it's sea level.
Right, but sea level is different on different parts.
Yeah, sea level is not curved 8 inch per mile square, which will curve for 1,000, 2,000 miles. Incredibly will curve. That's not level anymore. That's the sea. They're 2,000 miles. Down. That's not level. That's curved. Can you distinguish curved surface from the flat surface, and how you will do that?
Okay, well, I guess on a macro level, it's probably...
On the micro level of, let's say, 10 or 20 miles. How will, for you will be the curved surface, and what will be for you flat surface on, let's say, 20 miles?
Okay. Well, I suppose you could do this a few different ways.
For
Maybe
me,
you
flat. I will help you. For me, the flat surface will be flat. There will no elevation change. Everything will be flat. You know. On the curved surface, elevation will change. It will start to drop over the distance. That's how I, like a human being, will distinguish. I don't know how you will distinguish.
my first idea would be to maybe walk in a triangle.
Can
I
we
don't
ask
know if
other
that-
people how they will distinguish? Is it the same like mine, or is the same like your example? And then we'll see who are thinking like human and who are thinking like animal. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, try. Ask now other people how they distinguish curve. I will be quiet.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll ask if my reasoning makes sense. Do you think that I could walk in shapes on the earth and then take measurements of the shapes I walked in order to try to figure out if there's a curvature to the earth?
Only if you tell me that for you the geometry is nuclear science, I will say, okay, do not try because it's too complicated for you. If geometry is something too complicated for you, then leave it because I'm asking too much for you.
My idea uses geometry, I think, because I'm walking in shapes.
I need someone to prove my claim. I'm telling you it's true, but I don't know how it's true. And can you help me, Flat Earther? I don't know how to prove my claim.
Just go straight south.
They've already given us values for the dimensions of Earth. Those should have been the result of direct measurement. Not inference, not calculation, not by looking at something else other than the surface. Should have just been a direct measurement of the surface. That's how they should have derived those values. They didn't, then those values, they're not reality. They don't exist. They're nothing burgers.
Are you a flat earther, T-Dub?
Yeah, bro. The Earth is flat.
No, he's not. TW is Australian, but Earth is flat.
Hmm.
What measurements were done to get the values for the dimensions of the Earth? Anyone? Any globers? Sonny's asking that in the chat. I think that's a reasonable request. Who measured the Earth curvature?
I mean, at some point, don't you just have to use Occam's razor? Like, doesn't it just make more sense that we're living in a spherical Earth that explains the seasons, the days, the years?
Doesn't. Not at all.
The
Like to see
photos.
how.
Yeah, you cannot have winter and flat surface. That's not possible.
It does not make sense that a flat thing is a sphere. It does not make sense at all.
Then how the shadow of the Earth comes to be spherical on Moon?
Now that's your claim. That's a loaded question. That's asking me to accept several premises to be true in the first instance. Why don't you go ahead and present
Vito, but you
evidence for
said
your
that today.
premise?
You asked that today, and I thought that it was answered.
Yeah, no, it's a loaded question. Yeah, he ran away anyway. What a loaded question! It's like me asking, why do you enjoy beating on elderly people at bus stops? Oh, you don't? Oh, right. So why would you ask me the question, expecting me to accept several things to be true in the first instance, which I might not necessarily agree with? It's a loaded question. Anybody here who can take up a challenge proving that you live on a sphere? Yes or no? Da-dum, da-dum. There's two that are out. They don't want to take up the challenge. Difficult for them to be able to prove to themselves, not to me, that they live on a sphere. I mean, if you can prove it to yourself, I'd be willing to like analyze the information that you provide, analyze your methodology that you employed, analyze the results, right, and go and say, oh well, I could go do this and see if it's true or not. Does anybody have a method by which we can go out into reality and test to see if the surface of the Earth is curving, is actually conforming to the rate of curvature which would be required for it to be a sphere of the claimed size and dimension?
I mean, could I just get on an airplane? And then, because like all the airplane flights are mapped accordingly to the curvature of the Earth. So
They? Or do they actually just fly in reality, right? And then say that they did it over a ball and then show you a picture of what that would have looked like if it was on a ball.
maybe they hack into my brain and then they change my memories, kind of like a Men in Black movie.
Believe in the globe.
With the hack into
No, bro, you imagine what you imagine is that they have this method that they need to do, like they need to use. Oh, we couldn't possibly fly from this point to that point if the Earth wasn't a sphere, right? So we need to work it all out and do this math, have these advanced systems. No, bro. No, you're imagining that part. What they do in reality is just fly flat and level for thousands of miles over a flat, non-moving surface. And nothing about the data that's recorded in any of the systems indicate that it has changed accordingly to
Bro,
fly over
T-Dub,
the
I think,
surface.
sorry to interrupt you, T-Dub, but I think your microphone is pretty messed up. Like, you go from, like, loud to quiet, like, really quickly.
Yeah, I'm trying not to be too loud as people sleep.
I wonder if
But
it's
yeah.
auto check. Maybe it's like the auto leveling feature on Discord is messing up your mic. I don't know.
No, there's nothing wrong with his mic. Get real. It's your speakers. Something's wrong with your speakers. Maybe it's the auto leveling of your speakers you're listening through. That's the problem.
Okay, well,
Fucking numpties.
Yeah, there's nothing about the data that's recorded in flight systems that indicates that that aircraft is flying over the surface of a sphere. In fact, it just shows that it flies level in regards to horizontal with a pitch altitude of maybe 2 to 3 degrees, between 1 and 3 degrees with respect to horizontal. You can maintain that orientation over thousands of miles.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like deception.
I mean, we've been asking for people to show us flight data records indicating pitch data, which is consistent with the aircraft rotating, because that's what it would have to do in order to fly over the surface of a sphere over such large distances. It would have to rotate. Like if it was to fly 1/4 of the circumference of the Earth, right? It would have to have rotated 90 degrees. Yeah, you go ahead and you believe that that's what's happening.
What's going on, guys?
Logic, not much. I'm just trying to stir people up and get conversation going, but it's not working.
Maybe you should do your best Don Pettit impression. Go.
Well, you see, back in the old times, there was dinosaurs, and the Earth's atmosphere was really thick, and was probably triple the pressure that it was now.
That's really good. That's funny, man.
Well, we used to have that technology, but we destroyed it, and it's a painful process to build it back.
It will leak.
We can see the Magellanic Lights. And we can see dinosaurs up in space.
You can see planets and stars, galaxies.
Don't ask me how I got the egg.
Well, then you just have a leak.
Then you die.
And there's probably a plan somewhere. I don't know right offhand if we have a leak where that plan is, but I could get it in 20 or 30 minutes. I could find that data. Meanwhile, all the oxygen sucked out into the 17 to the negative 17 tour out in the vacuum of space, and everybody dies before I find the plan.
It's called really good engineering.
Sonny, that happened.
A normal coffee cup or a normal open container just simply won't work because the liquid will be in the bottom of the cup and you tip it up and it still stays in the bottom of the cup. If you move it around too violently, it'll all splash out and make a big mess. So we end up having to drink our beverages through a straw from a bag. Makes you feel like you're a big insect sucking the juices from another insect.
Right.
I wanted to see if I could figure out a way to have an open container cup, which would allow you to drink in a manner that's commensurate with how people drink their beverages on Earth. So the liquid from the bottom of the cup will float up and just park itself right next to the rim, and then you can drink it. If you have a real cup, an open container, it adds back the dimension of what it's like to be a human being.
Okay, why don't you just get your coffee straight from the toilet? Have the toilet make the coffee. That way you don't have to extend a hose all the way from the head where the toilet is into the galley. You could just suck it right out of the toilet. So everybody, instead of meeting around the coffee pot, they could just meet around the toilet. After they take a pee and poop, they can make their coffee right there in the same unit. Wouldn't that be a cost-saving device? I think so.
Don Pettit here from NASA. I'm at home due to the COVID-19 virus. Due to the COVID-19 virus. Working from home. Let's start off with the second most important activity that most human beings do after they get up in the morning. Get yourself
They pee.
a cup of coffee. A cup of coffee. When you are an engineer designing a spacecraft, you need to be able to work a few pleasantries into it that are an ingrained part of our human culture. How do we make our proper cup of coffee? You start off with the toilet and you go through a plumbing mess, into a distillation outfit, into a bunch of filters, into the galley, and then to a proper cup of coffee. What can you do to transcend from drinking your coffee through a straw from a bag into something that's more fitting for a proper cup of coffee? Here we have Earth Cup, first version of a space cup. We do on orbit. The first thing when you get up is exactly the first thing people do here on Earth. The second thing we want to do on orbit is to make a cup of coffee. So we float around the corner to where the galley is, and you could hear all the machinery, the pumps are pumping, and it's going chug-a-chug-a-chug and whirring, and you could hear gurgles and fades, and you make yourself your proper cup of coffee for getting started on that day. Now, the NASA engineers called this system a regenerative life support system. And I like to call it the coffee machine, because this ensemble of equipment has the uncanny ability to turn yesterday's coffee into today's coffee. So with that, let me sign off from my kitchen. I need to get back to teleworking on the lunar lander, and maybe we'll have a coffee machine available on our lunar base. So long. Habitability design.
Commensurate. Cup of coffee. I don't know about you guys, but he sounds really intelligent.
Is that your best space spokesperson? Globus?
The world is changing.
And you work through the whole day and you get hungry when it's about lunchtime.
One man stands alone.
And then at the end of the day, you start to get a little sleepy-eyed, and by the time you're ready for bed, you just fall asleep.
Don Pettit is. I'm Don Pettit, an astronaut without a mission.
When you rip open a pouch of stew or something, you can smell a little roast beef.
They took his friends. They took his life, but they won't take his home. Introducing Charles Bronson's wig as mission control. Don Pettit in Space presents the Cupola.
I like that. The cupola.
Checking here, just checking for globe proof, Earth curvature measurement. We're waiting for that. Still waiting. Anybody got that? Hello? Bueller? Bueller?
I think it's his day off.
Yeah, so I think that's a good topic to talk about aircraft flight. So if if you believe that Earth is a globe, then you would have to, by necessity, believe that aircraft's taking off. Let's say one's flying from North America to Australia. if you put a person at point A in North America and they're on the tarmac and they're pointing straight up from their location. Now, keep that as a reference. That person's still at location A, and you have the aircraft on a globe that's flying all the way around, and it gets down to the side. Now the plane is going straight down, and then it's landing in, let's say, Sydney or Perth, either one. Take your choice. And by the time it gets to Sydney or Perth, it's almost upside down. So now you have the person that gets off the aircraft in Perth and is pointing straight up. His hand is pointed, his arm is pointed up a different direction from point A. Right? Right. So that would have to be the case. So that's what you have to believe. The aircraft are flying upside down and landing upside down in Australia, that the rain is falling up instead of down. That women's dresses in Australia are staying down even though they would be falling up. You have to believe some crazy shit there, man. So, unless you're going to tell me the other thing is that, okay, so that let's say the aircraft's taken off and it's at a sagitta of the so-called globe. And then so as it flies, the sagitta is following the aircraft around. So when it gets to Perth or Sydney, it's still, you could point up and they're still pointing up in the same direction as up. So the Earth is flat. Yeah, welcome to flat Earth then. Or on the other hand, let's say you have a couple of aircraft 20 miles away from each other, and each aircraft has a sagitta right below it as it's traveling. The sagitta apparently follows the aircraft around. So every aircraft has its own sagitta. What kind of Earth is that then? Plane A, B, and C. So you have plane A. The Earth is dropping away from plane A at 8 inches per mile with the mile squared. So there's a drop over that distance to plane B, 20 miles away. Plane B has its own sagitta. And there's a chasm in between point A and point B at approximately 8 inches per mile squared. Now you have plane C, 20 miles away from the first two aircraft, and it's on its own sagitta also. So now you have three aircraft with a chasm in between all three. Unbelievable. That's what the globe's saying. If you disagree or have a contrary statement, or you want to deny the fact, then explain to me how that works. Go ahead. I'll be waiting.
I'll feel very happy. This function will become even more special. I'll be waiting. Goodbye. See you.
Learner. 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 You're hot, Mikey. Hello?
Was a minor Argentine or the Hotchkiss family also knows about this.
I guess you're like online, you're in Discord, but you don't know you're here. Bye-bye. Okay. So no Globers came up with the contrary to what I was saying. So that means I'm correct. So point A, North America. Point B, Sydney, Australia. Two people at those different points can point straight up. They're pointing in the same direction. Thank you very much. I'll be here all week. I got to go for a little while. You guys hold down the fort and keep asking for that Earth curvature measurement. I'll be back a little later. Oh yeah. Just one last thing. When they try to skip and kick the rock down the alley, like 20, 30 steps ahead, like stop them. They will try that. Look up at the sky. Look up at the street sign. Look up at the power lines. Look at the train. Unbelievable. See you later.
Hello?
Hello.
Right. What's the discussion?
Are fairies real?
No. Can you hear my phone?
Well, at least you can go and tell your grandchildren how funny that was all them years ago. I'm sure they'll be enthralled sitting around the campfire listening to that. It just makes you proud. I'm proud of you, bro.
and maybe I better do something so I look a little bit more like a didgeridoo player. Stand by. Stand by. So I got a pair of scissors and I made my crew shirt into a real musician didgeridoos kind of attire. And so I can play my didgeridoo now. Orbital didgeridoo. 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 I'm done. I'm done. Orbital didgeridoo. Didgeridoo. I'm done. I'm done. Melodious notes from our orbital didgeridoo. I'm done, Pettit. I gotta play the didgeridoo. Pure sine wave tones and delightful oscillations. We cobbled one up from the space station vacuum cleaner hose. I can play my didgeridoo now. I'm done. We're on the International Space Station with didgeridoos and oscillation of spheres of water. Melodious notes from our orbital didgeridoo. I'm done, Pettit. I gotta play the didgeridoo. Pure sine wave tones and delightful oscillations. I'm done, Pettit. I'm done, Pettit. I'm done, Pettit. I gotta play the didgeridoo. Delightful oscillations. I'm done. Pure sine wave tones. I'm done, Pettit. I gotta play the didgeridoo. I'm done.
Personally, I'd like to hear a revised version of Chris Hemming's mustache with Starman. I didn't say that word.
Hi guys,
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Glad to hear it.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology.
We put it in the fire pit. We put it in the fire pit out back of NASA. We destroyed it.
We've got a toilet that you use,
The-
and then a machine that
the-
goes chugga 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 chugga
It's
chugga.
wrong. The earth is not flat, it's wrong. Do you hear me, guys?
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
I'm
And
sorry.
then you can see the zodiacal light.
Whoa. You want us to like light up? Use our shit? What do you want? You said it's not flat, it's round. Great. Would you like a medal?
No, man, I said the earth is wrong. It's wrong like a ball.
That stuff is flat.
Yes, and? You want to follow that up with anything at all?
Mm. I'm wrong. That's the question.
You've made the claim.
A little chubby.
No.
A little chubbier. Yeah. Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped. Yeah.
Listen, right? If you go out to space and you look at the earth, what will you see?
And then you can see
I haven't been
the
to space.
zodiacal light.
Whoa.
Wait, let me mute this guy.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
That's hilarious.
He's taking that priority right now.
Well, why don't you tell us, is that what you did? Did you go to space and see?
Yeah, because we have like photo image showing the earth is wrong.
No. Did you?
What do you mean no?
What would happen? You said what would happen if we did it, like you and me, if we did it, not somebody else.
What do you mean by that?
Went to space. So you're talking about you and me, not anybody else, right?
I mean, like scientists went out of space and they take pictures of the heart.
Did they?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Yeah, because you can see image. Wait.
So you just believe it. So they showed you a picture and you just believe it. So they showed you a picture and you just believed it. You didn't question it. You didn't say, "Oh, well, I don't know. How do I know this is real? How can I test this?"
So you're
You
saying
just
it's
saw
fake?
it. No. I'm saying you're saying it's not. You didn't question it at all? Did you question it? Did you have any doubt in your mind at all? Is it enough that somebody can present you a picture of something and tell you what it is, and you just believe it? Do you believe in Bigfoot and ghosts and fairies? Plenty of people claim that they've taken photos of those kinds of things. The Loch Ness Monster. Do you believe them? There's images, bro. Do you believe those?
But right, it's not like a authoritative source. It's not a credible source.
Oh, what makes them so credible? What makes anyone from NASA more credible than the average Joe on the street that claims he took a photo of Bigfoot? What makes them so special?
That's a good point, to be fair.
I know. You don't know. It's just something that's just people just tend to just go along with. They just see them as authority figures for some reason. Because apparently they can do something that you can't. What? Who says they can? Did you ever think that maybe they can't do what they're saying they can do? They're pulling the wool over your eyes? I mean, you got to consider that as a possibility, right?
Magic speed.
It's true, because when you look into the subject matter, you'll find that it's not beyond your capabilities. You might be feeling that, you might be thinking that now. That's only because you haven't actually had a look. It's not as difficult as it may seem to be, or the way they put it. You know these so-called experts, they speak in a convoluted language and make it sound difficult, and like they're the only ones that can do it, and it's, really. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. And if you listen to Don Pettit, you do laugh because, for an astronaut and a veteran astronaut, supposedly, sounds very docile, doesn't he?
And that's exactly what you are thinking it is.
Yeah, so, I get your point there. People should really look into it, and then they'll be like shocked. Best way to put it there, they'll be shocked because they haven't been telling you the truth. And you've been trusting them all along, which is, yeah, go ahead.
When you go up in space, the best thing you got to think about is having a good cup of coffee. A cup of coffee.
Yeah.
That's exactly how they talk to them. I work with guys from Boston.
I think the prize goes to John Sporadic.
Yeah, well done, John.
That was the best impression so far.
That was a good impression, and a cup of coffee as well. A cup of coffee in space.
Cup of coffee.
Cup of coffee.
Cup of Joe. Cup of Joe. Americans are strange. They give their drinks names.
Yeah. Do you remember that incident where, was it a nut or a bolt rolled out of an enclosure and dropped to the floor at normal speeds? It should have dropped down slowly, but it just dropped. Do you remember that? On the ISS? Yeah.
Thank God for the ISS. If it wasn't for the ISS, I'd never fucking guessed. I'm sorry, I'd never have guessed that space was that was fake.
Yeah.
Thank goodness. Holy moly.
Yes, the ISS has been very much instrumental in proving to us how fake space is. The idea that a thing like that, the way it's been configured, can travel at Mach 23, which is beyond most people's imagination. They don't even think about that. They hit a number and they just accept it. They don't actually think about it. Mach 23. Now, what would help people think that we can move that fast? Clearly, Star Trek, Star Wars, UFO, Logan's Run, those kind of programs where they show the spacecraft moving at warp speeds. Nothing can move like that. They can't even go to space. But that's where the idea comes from. So that when they hear the ISS is traveling at Mach 23, 17,500 miles per hour, they seem to think that that's a normal thing to happen. But that's 23 times the speed of sound. Okay, to see it in a straight line, you couldn't see it. You wouldn't see this thing coming towards you and go past you at 23 times the speed of sound. It's not something that the eye can pick up. Not even cameras can pick it up. Such a fast straight, yeah. And then you want to put that kind of speed into a circumference circle rotational movement like the ISS. The G forces that would be generated from such a trajectory would tear apart the ISS itself. 960,000 Gs doesn't allow for anything to stay together. It's just going to tear apart. Impossible. That's the thing. When you look at the maps now, you begin to see how silly the idea of the ISS is. Absolute mental.
Hello?
Hello?
So I want to post you some evidence for the Earth being a globe.
Okay.
Yay!
Woohoo! He's everywhere.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
So I sent it to you, Jin, right?
Oh, you sent it to me, have you?
Yeah.
Okay. What is your name, sir? Hang on. So I know.
Beyonder.
Beyonder. Okay, I'm checking now. Don't see if I've got anything from Beyonder. Let's have a look, have I?
It's in the main chat.
Oh, you got it in the main chat anyway. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I'll put you in.
Yeah. So yeah, that's evidence for the Earth being a spherical.
Beyonder, do you know who Apollo is?
Who?
Apollo. What god was Apollo?
Oh, yes. The god of the sun, wasn't he?
Yeah, and they used that to go to the moon.
Yeah.
The 1972 Apollo image of the blue marble. That's what he posted.
Okay, I'm looking at it now. Yeah. Well, that's being considered a painting. Could be. Because if they never went to the moon, they couldn't have taken a photograph.
Yeah. So you have any defeaters for the it not being a what's a defeater?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. That this image.
You're
We lost you there, Jin.
Sorry?
What's the defeater?
You're
Yeah,
cutting
I'm
out,
just
Jin.
wondering, what would be the defeater for the image?
Oh yeah, because it's quite simple. NASA, not having gone to the moon, could never have been able to take this picture. So, and this is not actually a photograph. It's a photograph of a painting. Okay.
It's a photograph of the Earth.
Yeah, it's a photograph of a painting of Earth.
No, it's just a
Do you get it
photograph
now? Yeah, it's a
No, I don't get it.
photograph. Yeah, it's a photograph of a painting of Earth.
No, I don't get it.
Well, basically, it's like this. NASA never went to space, never went to the moon, so they could never have taken any photographs from space. They could never have done that. So this image you're looking at is a painting that NASA has photographed.
But
Okay?
NASA has they have went to the moon before.
No, they haven't. No, they haven't. They've never been. No human being has ever landed on the moon. It's an impossibility. No. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you know Buzz Aldrin?
Oh, I know Buzz Aldrin very well, yeah.
Yeah.
What about it? No, he hasn't. No, he hasn't. Neil Armstrong never went. Buzz Aldrin never went. Michael Collins never went. Alan Bean never went. Okay, who else have we got? Lovell, astronaut Lovell, who recently at 90-something, he never went. No human being has left the Earth to go to the moon. Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't matter though. That doesn't matter though. You don't.
It does matter. It does matter because you're saying they went to the moon. I'm saying to you they could never have gone because of many factors. Factor number one, the radiation belt, that is where the ISS is meant to be. The other two radiation belts discovered by James Van Allen. Then you've got the radiation in space on the way to the moon. Then you've got the cosmic ray particles that are flying through space. Okay. Then you've got the vacuum of, hang on. Then you've got the vacuum of space. The vacuum itself is a killer with the outgassing phenomena and the cold welding phenomena. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So what I'm saying here is that regardless of whether you believe that someone went to the moon or not, this image was taken by a spacecraft. Okay.
It's not possible because the spacecraft would have been destroyed. And it's not a photograph. It's not a
How did you validate it? How did you validate it, Beyonder? How did you validate the image, right? We can all agree that images can easily be faked. So how did you validate that that's a real photograph?
Yes, the absence of defeaters. I'm going to say it's valid. So what's the defeater that you have?
No. So we don't need to defeat something that hasn't been validated in the first place. This is what I'm asking you, right? I asked the question. Okay, so you've provided an image. We all know images can easily be doctored. Now, this is the only full-frame photograph taken with a film camera of the Earth in all of history. That this is the only one they claim. Okay. Now, how did you validate that this is a photograph taken from the moon? How did you validate it?
Yeah. So
would you be honest? Would you be honest and admit that you can't validate that? You just have to trust them.
Well, absent of the features, the photograph is, valid. So if you don't have any,
it's not valid. It's not valid at all. It's not, because it's coming from a position of impossibility. That's what you don't understand, because you're not listening to the facts, the obstacles that stop NASA from going there. So, and no equipment can go there, not even the camera, the image, because the film would have been destroyed by the radiation, for example. The radiation would have killed the film. The vacuum would have killed the spacecraft. The cosmic ray particles would have shot hundreds of thousands of holes through the spacecraft at almost the speed of light. Do you understand now? And then you've got the the vacuum evaporating the spacecraft and the camera and the film. Impossible. It's not possible to be there. That's what you don't understand. You don't understand the science behind the space, radiation, aluminium, mylar. Okay? For example, you don't understand these things and the reason I say that is only because you haven't done the research. That is why you don't understand it. If you did the research and had the privilege of looking at things being evaporated in a vacuum chamber, you would understand NASA was never prepared.
So it seems like you don't have any defeaters for.
Oh, I'm telling you, you're not. I'm telling you, and you're not listening. Yeah, I'm telling you, but you're not listening.
So I'm telling you that the photograph is.
Well, you can say what you like. It's a painting. It's not a photograph. It's a photograph of a painting of Earth. That's what you're looking at there. Because NASA could never have gone to space. No equipment can. How can I say? No equipment can stand the vacuum of space. Can withstand the radiation. Can withstand the cosmic ray particles. Okay. Can withstand the vacuum of space. It's impossible. They could never have gone there. Impossible. It's a painting. And I'm going to show you, I'm about to show you some images of NASA's supposed imagery of Earth. So if you just give me a couple of seconds whilst I get the images up for you, and you will see that this is all from NASA, Photoshop, composites, CGI. These are not, these are not real images. Hello there.
Well, I mean, he hasn't given any
of colors, but all 10 discolor when cooked.
Yeah, sorry, not going to work out.
Yeah, there's an interruption there. Maybe they want to say something, but it's not coming through coherently there.
Yeah,
babbling noise.
Put yourself on mute. Okay, that's not going to work out.
Yeah. Yeah, just mute the individual. Help them to help themselves. Yeah, you got to help them to help themselves.
Just another word.
So, Lona, your mic sucks, and we can't understand what you're saying, and you interrupted, right? So go sort that out. Let us know in the side chat when you're ready.
Yeah, sorry about that. You've come in hot. Okay, so yeah, what's the guy's name? Who's is it?
Beyonder.
Yeah, Beyonder. I got it. Yeah, so I just remembered it. Yeah, Beyonder. Thank you for the images that you posted, but unfortunately, you're having to believe something that you cannot validate. You can't say it's real because you can't validate that. You can't validate that. Okay? That's the point. And I know for a fact, because NASA has said it themselves, that they don't have a photograph of Earth from space. NASA has said that. And they've never been to space anyway. And that image is coming from a position of an impossibility. Totally impossible.
What's the defeater for the photograph not being?
The very fact that man has never left Earth, or no Earth equipment has ever left Earth to be sent to space. It's an impossibility. Rockets don't work in space, number one. And then the environment itself is so hostile to man-made objects, whatever they are, will be destroyed. So it's an impossibility. We don't have the technology to send something from Earth into space like a camera and go into space and get to the point where you can see the moon like the way it is there and go to the moon, reverse itself, spin round and take a picture of Earth. We don't have that technology. That technology doesn't exist. That's what you don't seem to understand. No, we don't. We don't have it. We don't have it.
Well,
we just don't have it. You're saying, yes, we do.
Well,
you can't prove that.
I'm
giving you evidence as we go along now. Yeah, I'm trying to do that as we speak.
Yeah.
Beyonder, we're not going to keep going around in circles with this thing, right? You can't validate that 1972 blue marble. That's the way it is, right? I could show you a picture of Bigfoot and say, oh, you can't invalidate it. It's never been validated in the first place, right? So unless you can show us validation, then move on to the next topic.
Yeah.
It's just a belief.
Look, I mean, I don't want to we don't have to continue the conversation, but I'm just saying, absent of defeaters, and I'm going to say...
No, that's not true. That's not true. Yes. Unfortunately, that is a hopeless position to hold. That's somebody who's desperate. The facts are evident.
Okay, it seems like the debate has ended, right?
Well, it's only for you. It's only for you. You've ended it. The point is, I'm going to carry on. The point is, ladies and gentlemen, Beyonder is trying to ram through us a belief. That's not going to work. There are too many factual obstacles that are in the way of this image. And that is the very fact that the vacuum of space will destroy anything we put in there. There is no way it will survive, whatever it is, a camera, spacecraft, human beings, your shoe, your clothing, your house. There is nothing that you will have that you can subject to the vacuum of space and it will survive in there. It will not survive. Okay?
Yeah, you have the last word. You have the last word.
I'm going to have the last. Don't worry. I'm going to have the last word. Don't you worry. On this server, we always have the last word. It's our server. So we will allow you to speak, but we will then finish off, which is what I'm trying to do, because you've said you've given up on the debate. So now I'm going to finish off by letting the listeners understand why it is impossible. So please allow me to finish. So as I said, ladies and gentlemen, if I could lift your house and fire rocket it into the vacuum of space, you will witness your house outgas, and everything that your house is made of will evaporate in that vacuum. Such is the power of the vacuum. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say to you here. And then you've got cosmic ray particles. What are cosmic ray particles, ladies and gentlemen? Well, they are material from a star that has died. Stars apparently go into supernova, they explode, and then this material is shot out at the speed of light. Okay? Now that's awfully fast. I think it's 629,611,000 miles per hour. That's very fast indeed, okay? And for every square centimeter of, let's say, your spacecraft, you have 4 particles striking that spot per second every second. So it's like having a rocket fly through a monsoon rain. It will be destroyed by these particles. So, and NASA never had the shielding. The shielding required would be minimum 2 meters thick. That's 2 meters. Yeah, 6 feet thick. Okay, NASA have never had the shielding to protect for the cosmic ray particles. And then you've got the radiation. The radiation would destroy the film, for example, would just totally make the film impossible to use. In order to protect that film, you must keep the temperature of the film minus 200 degrees Fahrenheit. Chilled, in other words. Now, when you chill mylar film, it turns into hard plastic. It cracks. It cannot roll forward to take an image. It would crack and shatter like glass. There you are. That's because of the nature of the material. It doesn't like to be frozen at minus 200 degrees Fahrenheit. It just becomes very brittle and shatters like glass. So too many obstacles, sir. Impossible. Okay?
You know, that same film is made of a cellulose gelatin, and the cameras were not sealed in a vacuum type box. So that that environment would have just ate up that film, destroyed it through that outgassing.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad you all understand that, because that's what's going to happen. You know, nothing's going to survive the vacuum of space. But Beyonder, unfortunately, hasn't seen the material that would help him understand that, you know. I'm posting images of NASA's Earth over the years, so Beyonder can see how the Earth's continent sizes, for example, have changed through NASA's CGI creation imagery of Earth. Here it comes. Okay.
By the
You
way,
have to consider.
I'm leaving now, guys. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks for stopping past, Beyonder. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah. Appreciate that.
Hopefully we can see you again sometime. Have a good day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Unless you have more questions you want to ask. No, he's
or more supposed proof or evidence, at least something. Yeah, that was a piece of evidence, but it wasn't proof of globe. It was a painting of the Earth that was then photographed and purported to be the Earth from space. We know that they didn't go there.
Possibly a painting. Yeah. It's likely. It probably is, but I don't think we can confirm that 100%.
Well, we can't confirm it to a 100% degree. We do have a woman by the name of Cindy Holland who was expected to work for NASA, okay? And in her interview, she mentions that she overheard the people laughing at the painting of Earth, saying that people believe that this is a real painting of Earth, and they were laughing. And they also, she overheard. Yeah, and she also overheard some employees of NASA in a lift laughing at the whole world, believing that they went to space when they didn't. I'm going to post that interview in here for you. Cindy Holland, her name is, okay? And her story is quite poignant, okay? So I'll do that for you shortly. Let me get that right now, yeah. I told you, Jin is, I'm an alcove of some stuff maybe you haven't seen that I've got there, okay? Jin, the keeper. So here it comes, okay? I'm always willing to shock and surprise. Shock and awe, Jin CBR1. So hang on a sec whilst I actually try to select that for you. Cindy Holland, her name is.
I just asked my wife. My wife's got a master's degree in art, right? She paints like super realistic, like artworks. And I just asked her over, I said, could you paint this? She's like, yeah, of course. That's easy.
There you are. See? There you are. So, excuse the expression, I shit you not. Sorry about the profanity there. What I mean is, I'm not telling you, I'm not giving you any brown stuff. It's all real. It's all very, very, very real indeed. Come on. Right now, let's stop this video here. Whilst it's playing, we don't want it playing. Thank you. Right. So yeah. Beyonder didn't really realize he has, he's forcing himself to believe.
Yeah, his only argument was that, can you debunk it?
Ain't you gonna post Antifield?
Oh my God, Leaf coming in hot. Why is your microphone so freaking high? Have I got you turned up or something? What are you gonna? Oh yeah, I do. You're on 200.
No, Jim.
Okay, sorry,
Jim, you said you're gonna post an interview of like.
Yes, I'm looking for it right now as we speak. I'm scrolling down right now looking for it. I promise you, I will send it to you in the next 2 minutes or so. Okay.
Calm down, Leaf. Calm down, sir.
I apologize for the delay.
I'm calm, bro.
Yeah,
he's saying you can take your time, Jen. Just hurry up.
Yeah, yeah. Do apologize for the delay. Okay, it's coming. Don't worry.
No worries.
Oh yeah. Don't worry.
I thought you forgot about it.
No. When I say I'm going to get you a video and it's going to be a shock and awe, I don't forget. That's not my style, man. Just allow me to get it because it's in a collection of other videos. And, I've got to locate it. So just give me the opportunity to do that and we'll have some fun. Okay. I know I've got it. I've just got to scroll down through my collection. I don't have it in a file. So I'm just scrolling down my collection of videos. I do apologize.
Hey, Roots, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, bro.
Hey, go to the other server real quick. I want to ask you something.
Yeah. Just give me a minute. I'll be over.
All right.
I have found it. I am now about to send it. So good things come to those who wait. Patience is a virtue, as AV said. There we are. And you watch this interview of Cindy Holland. It's fantastic. There you go. Okay, there it is. It's an OG video, that one. OG.
Yeah, I think I remember, I might have seen a bit of it, but yeah, I'll check that out tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, that's an OG video.
So she was an ex-NASA employee, is that right?
That's correct. Yeah, she was contracted through another company to work for NASA. Okay, and while she was working for NASA, she speaks of the blue marble image that's on the wall in the lobby area, because that's where that thing is. It's in the lobby area of NASA. Okay. And then she also speaks to an incident where she overheard some of the NASA employees laughing at the whole world believing they went to the space when they didn't go to the moon. Okay, there you are. Yeah, so she worked for a company that NASA contracted with them to work for NASA, and she was there. So she had privileges to move around NASA, of course, and she speaks of her experience. She speaks to how she became a flat earther, and it's a good story because she speaks to how she became a flat earther, how she got into all this, and it was because of NASA and that fake image. How she became a flat earther. So it's all good. You're going to enjoy it. It's an OG video.
Cool. Thank you.
You are welcome. I've got loads of that stuff.
So what's your favorite? Jen, you seem to always have some videos I haven't seen. So what's your favorite video that goes over all of the debunking of the moon?
Oh, yeah, that's the number one. Let me post that in there for you right now. The one that I consider, I did post it the other day for you, actually, and I considered it the best. You know, the aesthetic cosmogony, Earth is not a ball.
I've got it saved in my playlist. Yeah, looking forward to watching that. So that goes over the moon stuff as well, does it?
Yes, awesome. And it goes over everything. It's the number one top video. Like I said, blow for blow, it knocks out the globe completely. From the minute it begins to the end, it's just a non-stop barrage of facts that destroy the heliocentric model. Earth cannot be a globe, okay? And it covers every aspect of that. So that would be the curvature, obviously, the rotation, the layout of the soil, and the lies that we've been told about that. It's excellent. You just got to plug it in, grab yourself a cup of tea and a scone and just relax. It's 3 hours, so you might want to watch it in 30-minute stints. You know, I tell you, it's solid, man. Solid. It's the best. No doubt about it. There are lots of contents out there, But this is one. And the reason I like it, because it uses the old school English terminologies from the Samuel Rowbotham, okay? And then there's a pleasant little melody that comes in, appears, and then disappears, appears and disappears in certain aspects of what's being explained. But it's a sweet little melody. It's not aggressive. It's in the back. It doesn't interrupt the flow of the information. It's just great. The guys, this has been well laid out, okay? Because, you know, sometimes they put music in a video and the music's annoying. It's kind of like blocking the information coming in. You think, who chose this piece of music? It's not very good. Do you know what I mean? And it can spoil the video. Well, with this melody, it's in the background. It's not protruding and intruding. It's just in the background there, accompanying the information, and the information is in the forefront. So you upload the knowledge, but it's there. Really nice. Well thought out. But the information is minute for minute, second for second. It's a destruction of the heliocentric model. It dies in this video. It dies completely from the beginning. So just follow it through. Just follow it through. That's all I say. And I've seen a lot of material over 10 years, and I always put that at the top. The reason why I don't give it to the newcomers, because I see it as advanced viewing. Okay, you can't give this to a newcomer. It would just blow their brains to pieces. See, once you understand how the Earth is flat and how the Earth can't be a globe, then you're looking for reasons why. That's when you start to give them this material. So you have to have a basic understanding of what, how they came to the idea that the Earth is a globe and the shenanigans that are intertwined with that, and then how the flat earthers have gone out and tried to confirm that. And then what this video does, it shows you the fields in which curvature should be considered, not being considered. Railway lines, for example, and how the railway lines are all flat and level. Tunnel boring, for example, where the curvature of the Earth would be considered, because you don't want to be boring a tunnel and come out the side through someone's living room. Because you're not checking for the curvature above your head. There's lots going on, lots. Yeah. So enjoy your 3 hours of Systematic Cosmogony. Let me post it in here anyway. I'll post it anyway.
Yeah. In case anyone else wants to see it. All right. So, Jin, I've started an event to try to get some new people in here, and it's called The Moon Landings Were a Hoax.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a very good one.
There's a typo in the event.
Yeah. I just noticed it. I was literally hit edit right when you said that.
Johnny, the AI picks it up. AI Johnny picks it up again.
Oh man. Hey, listen, don't underestimate these newcomers, man. Some of them have minds like a sponge, and they could jump right into that more advanced material. Some of them, the cog dis is just, way too strong with them. So, I agree with you. It really is dependent on the individual's unique situation, right?
Yeah. That's always been the way I've approached it, you see. So when I say it's the best, I really do mean it's the best. And I think for a newcomer coming in, it's just too much information overload. You've got to have a good understanding of the basic model, flat Earth, and which is the reality, and then the heliocentric model. Once you understand all that properly, then you might be able to take on the information being imparted onto you.
Yeah, we can't forget about those savants out there,
Yeah, I've got other
diamonds in the rough.
Yeah, I've got other watered down material that I give to the beginners. It's basic ABC 1, 2, 3 steps first. Yeah. And it's broken down nicely, and it still explains how it's impossible, and that's what I like about the stuff that we do. Stuff that we do here, we've got everything covered. Got the archives.
Was that a Jackson 5 reference, Jin?
Yeah, you caught it.
Let's go, baby.
Yeah, it's as easy as 1, 2, 3, you and me, baby, baby, let me be.
Yeah, it's a good tune.
Oh, yeah. It still has a potential even today.
I can hear it in my head right now.
Yeah, it's a funny thing about music. There's some tracks that are just timeless. Doesn't matter when you play them, they fit whatever period of time we're in. Timeless musical pieces. So many. I've often wondered what... Yeah, go ahead.
No, I agree. That's what I was going to say. I agree.
Yeah. I was going to say, I've often wondered why they don't have those kind of competitions. A chart. Today's music versus music of the past.
I couldn't even tell you what today's music looks like, never mind sounds like.
I am with you on that one as well, actually. Yeah.
Haven't got a clue.
Oh, yeah. I'm 100% with you on that.
I don't want to know.
No, me neither. Me neither.
Yeah. Well, speaking of the Jackson 5, I was always partial to "Can You Feel It." That's a great track.
Oh yeah.
And let's try to keep an eye on. We've got 3 new people that have just joined. We'll try to keep an eye on new people and try to generate some.
Can you feel
some
the
convo?
urgentation? Can you feel
Yeah, there you are. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, great track, that one. Yeah, welcome. Those 3 of you have just arrived. If you have any questions or any proof that the moon landing hoax were a real event, it definitely happened, we can have a discussion about that and see whether or not you've got some proof.
Have we started an event, DJ? Did you say?
Yeah, we have. It's just started, and a bunch of people are starting to roll in. So it's called the Moon Landings Were a Hoax.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah, welcome, Jedi. Nice to hear your voice again.
What's up?
Yeah, wicked.
So if anyone doesn't feel like opening their microphone to say hello, and I'm talking to you, Aylin and Frozen, and who else we got in here? Oh, someone left. But yeah, if anyone wants to ask a question, please feel free to open your microphone up and ask your question. And if not, you can put your questions into the side chat as well, and we'll be happy to answer them as well, like from there. So welcome. Well, I didn't mean to kill the chat.
No, that's okay.
It's dead, DJ.
I'm just eating a broccoli, so let me just get that down.
Nice.
Right, now,
who we got here?
With this event, the questions that should be coming up would be, was NASA fully prepared to go to space? Did they do all the required testing of their equipment to prove that they could go to space, because it's a very dangerous place indeed? Was NASA prepared? Now, I'm going to be quoting the organization known as NOAA, NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. I'm going to be quoting Bill Kaysing, who worked for Rocketdyne. And that was the company that NASA contracted to make the engines for the Saturn V rocket supposedly to go to the moon, okay? Bill Kaysing, the technological journalist. I'm going to be quoting from Ralph Renee, book, NASA Really Mooned America, okay? I'm going to be quoting Bill Woods, NASA's rocket propulsion engineer, and what he had to say, okay? So I'm prepared. I hope you guys are as well, okay?
Some gin.
Let's bring it in. Yeah, I love this one. Right down my alley, mate. Started in 2001, only to be heartbroken. They never went. And it resulted in me having to apologize to a friend of mine in London, because back in 1995, he tried to tell me that they never went. 1995. And he said his mother thought that they didn't go, right? And I said, well, what's the proof? And he didn't give me any proof as to how they didn't go. So I slagged him off with so many F-bombs, I F-bombed him to death. You know what I mean, right? I was working on the door, you see. I was doing security work, and he was trying to tell me that they never went. And I said, I saw it on TV, and they don't lie about things on TV. That's what I said back then. I was in my 30s. Right, but finding out that they didn't go to the moon, actually, I had to find him and apologize. And he had forgotten about the incident, actually. He'd forgotten about it. That was fun. That was a bit weird as well. I thought, how could you forget the way I slagged you off? How would you forget that? Wow. We were at a bar and I was doing security. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, please, if you've got your questions regarding the moon landing hoax, let's go, please.
Well, we have someone new, Mert XD, says that Earth is not flat. We are in 2025, as if we didn't know that. And come on.
Well, okay. Well, I say to you, sir, come on. Have you actually measured the curvature? Because the only way you're actually going to know whether or not the Earth is a globe, it's not just by somebody telling you, because they could be misinforming you. Could be, couldn't they? So what's the harm in actually going out to check to confirm? So that way you can say, you know, the Earth is a globe, or we can say we know the Earth is flat, because we've actually gone out to check it. So come on, man. Come on. What, you're just going to take the words from the authorities? Who are they? Yeah. We're on fire today. I feel sorry for them. Don't touch that button. Don't go there.
Come on. Oh, Gore, we have a new person. Welcome to Gore.
Can I say
Welcome,
something?
Gore. Yeah, go ahead.
Is there anyone can give me money for my cat?
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Oh my
yes.
gosh.
Let me. I'm just going to pop you on mute for a second while I go grab my wallet.
Excuse me.
Welcome, Frozen. I see your microphone's unmuted. Did you want to ask a question? Guess not.
Yeah.
Mert, do you have a microphone, my friend, or are you part of the broken mic gang?
Yeah.
Must be.
Yeah, I mean, they've made it this far. If you've made it this far, should make your visit count. At least have one question. Everyone can learn from the question you ask, you see. Doesn't matter how strange it might seem to you, but you must ask it. You're here now. You know, we don't bite. That's not what we're about here. We're about informing the public. That would include you, the guests in this server, and the ladies and gentlemen who are listening in the YouTube live stream, Rumble, Ruskin, Ruskin, I think it is, yeah, Twitter, X, all of you guys, you know, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. You're listening to the 24/7, you know, Flat Earth Discord. And
we have another question. We have another question, Jin, if you want to answer it. So Mert XD has asked, what is your evidence the Earth is flat?
Oh, that's a great question. Yeah, that's the most common one. Well, the evidence is it's the lack of actual curvature of the Earth. So basically, if we're given the size of the Earth being 24,901 miles circumference, the radius of which is 3,959. Now, with these two numbers, we can do some quantitative measurements to confirm that. And when we've tried to confirm that the Earth is indeed curving at 8 inches per mile squared, we're finding extended horizontality. What do I mean by that? We're seeing further than the Earth's curvature would allow. If it were there, it would be blocking my sight, and I couldn't see like 275 miles, 20 miles, 10 miles, because the curvature would be there. So it's the lack of Earth's curvature. Secondly, lack of rotation. We're not able to detect Earth's rotation. Even Albert Einstein said that in 1922 in the University of Kyoto, Japan. He stated that he had concluded that no optical experiment could be conducted to detect Earth's rotation. Albert Einstein, 1922. So for me, it's the lack of curvature, of course. Can't measure the curvature. Unless the person who asked the question, have they measured the curvature themselves to confirm and validate the globe? Can you ask him that question? There we go. Thanks for the question.
Yeah, keep the questions coming, Mert. That's what we're here for.
Yeah. You know,
so there's an example in the side chat there, Mert, of a long distance observation that completely debunks the globe radius, right? They tell us the exact size of the globe, they tell us the radius, and that's a 21-mile observation with zero curvature, right? There would have to be 293 foot of curvature over that distance, and that's just taken from a 5-foot observation height. The shoreline on the other side of the lake that you can see when he zooms in should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, right? Behind the geometric horizon and obstructed by over 200 feet. So there's thousands of examples like that one. So
yeah, it would be more to the tune of close to 300 feet. It would definitely be more than 266 feet, because 20 miles of distance is the equivalent of 266 miles of curvature. So if you've got 21 miles, it's going to be a little bit more. Okay, and there's no way you should see that shot, right? Because the curvature would block your line of sight, without a doubt. And that's what we're finding, that the Earth's curvature is not there. It's too horizontal. It's very flat. Shouldn't be. It should be curvature. And that's the one thing that most people don't think about. Because when you're believing that the Earth is a globe, when you're in that belief mode, you're not looking for curvature. You're not, because you believe the Earth is a globe. So you're not living your life thinking, oh, I'm not seeing any curvature here. I'm not seeing any curvature there. That word curvature doesn't even come into your head. It doesn't. I know. I believed for 48 years. And I've been in the army. I've done I've had a lot of experience out there in nature, where I to see the Earth in its beautiful layout. And the one thing that's definitely missing is no curvature. But I didn't think of that, because I was believing that the Earth was a globe, and that's it. So your mind is settled. You're not looking for curvature. You're not thinking of curvature, you see. That's what that one's taken for granted, is what I'm saying. It's not even on the menu. It's not even on your radar when you're in the belief mode. But as a flat earther now, you're constantly looking for curvature. You know, and everywhere you look is just horizontality.
Okay, so Mert has another statement, I guess. He is stating that the objects or the lights in the sky are round in some way. Okay, no problem. What does that have to do with the Earth? Why would that dictate what the Earth is? Those are things in the sky. You live on the Earth. You don't live in the sky, do you, Mert?
Yeah, it's a great question. Exactly.
Earth is not a planet. Exactly, Mert. See, for it to be a planet, one of the things about planets is they're both in the sky and they have curvature. Well, the Earth is not in the sky and it doesn't have curvature. So, not too difficult to understand.
Yeah, Mert, you're trying to insert the flat Earth inside the globe model, right? The heliocentric model of the universe. That's what you're trying to do. That's incorrect, right? This is completely different system. Don't try to put the Earth as like a flat disk inside the ridiculous globe Earth space vacuum with all spinning balls and crazy shit that we can't validate.
Yeah. Yeah. That's right. That's another misconception, isn't it? Where they try and fit the flat Earth into the heliocentric model like a flat disk floating in space. Well, no flat earther, has that image in their head. That's not what we are about. That's not our position at all. You know.
So Mert has said this.
Well, Mert, let me just
go ahead, Sis.
Sorry, man. I was just going to say, Mert, here's the thing. I'm going to rip the Band-Aid off for you really quick, okay? There is no evidence for an ever-expanding, vacuous universe full of stars, planets, galaxies, and the like. That is an entire fabrication. There is no evidence for any of it, unless you can provide some.
So Mert has also said this Discord call has made me feel like I was in the 1700s XD.
Well, I guess believing in the globe must make you feel like you're 300 BC, right, with Eratosthenes?
Mert must think everyone thought the Earth was flat in the 1700s.
But in actuality, thousands of years ago, everybody knew the Earth was flat, by the way. It is the globe that is the Johnny-come-lately.
You might as well mic up, Mert. It's way easier.
It's way better to listen to as well.
100%.
Well, we got Drigo. Welcome, Drigo. Hopefully, Drigo can say hello. If not, that's okay. What about you, Frozen? You ready to say hello yet? And we've got Guy Williams. Welcome, Guy Williams.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, welcome, man. Welcome to the channel. Thanks for joining in. If you have any questions about the topic, feel free to ask. And welcome to Marcella as well.
Yeah, welcome, Marcella. Welcome, everybody. Yeah, if you've got any questions,
Hi, everyone.
please don't
Thank
hesitate.
you.
Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, if you have any questions, please fire away.
I have to reiterate, it's a lot more fun and a lot more efficient. If you guys do join the VC and just have a discussion with us, don't be shy about how well you speak English. Just join the chat. We don't bite. We don't get too frustrated sometimes. But yeah, we would like to speak with you.
So Frozen's got some technical issues. Maybe go into your settings and check that you got the right microphone selected. So we're running an event at the moment, and it's called The Moon Landings Were a Hoax. Right, so does anyone here think that the moon landings were a hoax, or do you think that the Americans really did go to the moon?
Yeah, maybe if I explain something regarding why we feel that they never went. For example, we say that NASA was ill prepared to contend with the radiation that's in space. Okay, so unbeknown to all of you who think NASA went to the moon, we're going to go back to 1958, where a guy by the name of James Van Allen, the Explorer 1 satellite supposedly into space, and it discovered 2 radiation belts. Okay, and they were named after him, called the James Van Allen radiation belts, or the Van Allen radiation belts to be exact. discovered in 1958. Okay, now it is said that these radiation belts protect the Earth from the solar flare that comes off the sun. The sun spits out radiation every day. Okay, right, and it comes towards the Earth, and these radiation belts protect us. Now that would mean that NASA would have to go through those radiation belts to get to the moon. Now the level of radiation in the radiation belts are as high as 2,500 rems, right? Now, any human being got hit by that, it would be, as they termed it, instantaneous debilitating death. Okay, that means you die instantly. Doesn't mean you absorb the radiation. You will be killed instantly, debilitatingly, at that kind of level. Okay, now the question would be, did NASA have the required shielding to contend with those radiation? But there's one more problem. From 1959 to 1962, America and Russia fired up megaton bombs into the Earth atmosphere above our heads, okay? And the events were known as Operation Dominic, Operation Fishbowl of the Lord, Operation Fishbowl of the Lord, and then the last one in 1962, Operation Starfish Prime. Operation Starfish Prime, okay? Now, those events created a man-made artificial radiation belt 100 times more lethal than the Van Allen radiation belts, according to the British astronomer Sir Bernard Lovell, 1962, okay? So if you do the maths, right, 2,500 times, what was that, 100, gives you 250,000 rems of radiation, and that's at the closest to the Earth, 250 miles from the Earth's surface. So that would have been the first belt that NASA would have had to have gone through, first and foremost, before they even get to the Van Allen radiation belts, okay? So this is one reason why we say NASA never went, because according to, this is the last point I'll make here, according to the rocket propulsion engineer, Bill Woods, who was questioned in the documentary, What Happened on the Moon, did NASA have the required shielding to contend with the radiation? Bill Woods replies, NASA fabricate such an aluminium shielding, which needed to be 4 inches thick, that's 10 centimeters, didn't have the shielding in place because it would have been too heavy for the F-1 engines to lift the Saturn V rocket. So the payload would have been too heavy if they'd had that shielding around the capsule where the astronauts are living in the rocket. It would have been too heavy. So what did NASA do then? How did NASA contend with the radiation if they didn't have the shielding in place, according to the rocket propulsion engineer, Bill Woods, who I'm quoting? See? Right. So there's one crucial point. Radiation is a problem. It's all over the space. It's intensified in the radiation belts that I mentioned. Okay? Yeah. According to NOAA, NASA would have needed radiation belt protection, and they didn't have it. Not even the spacesuits offered protection from the radiation. Not even the spacesuits. Too much radiation. So NASA wasn't prepared, was it? They weren't prepared. They didn't prepare the equipment. So if anybody's got any proof against that, I'd be very interested to hear.
I do. There's no evidence of the vacuous region of outer space or the altitude that the Van Allen radiation belts would be. So they need to have the space first to have this radiation belt.
Yeah, well, I would agree with that entirely. Yeah. So when I'm putting this forward, I'm putting it forward as it's been laid out by the so-called experts. And I'm glad you asked that question because it does beg a question. Obviously. Yeah. Yeah.
My problem with the
Go ahead.
My problem with the moon landings was underneath that lander was a rocket with 10,000 pounds of thrust. And as it was coming down to the dusty surface of the moon, it left no kind of crater at all. I mean, that should have left a crater so large that the lander fell into it. Like, you can take a hairdryer to the beach and blow it at the sand and create a small crater. But this thing had 10,000 pounds of thrust, and we got nothing.
Right. Now, you mentioned an excellent point, because two characters said the same thing. That would be Bill Kaysing, who is the technological journalist for NASA, who worked for Rocketdyne, who made the engines for NASA, and also Bill Woods, the rocket propulsion engineer. He said the exact same thing. He said it's ridiculous that we don't see the exhaust plume from the rocket at 10,000 pounds thrust. Should have blown the dust 6 ways from Sunday, according to Bill Kaysing. And Bill Woods said it would have dug a hole in and it would have sunk into the earth, because that's what happened on Earth when they were testing their rockets. It was just destroying the soil and everything underneath it, right? And even the legs didn't deploy properly, so it toppled over. This is when they were practicing here on Earth. So Bill Woods said it's quite surprising that the 10,000 pounds of thrust wasn't seen and none of the dust was disturbed on the lunar surface. And then we got the photographer, David Percy, also stating that the noise level within the spacecraft, the LEM itself, would have been deafening. Right, 10,000 pounds of thrust creates hundreds of decibels, and it shouldn't have been quiet in there. So there was a number of anomalies. But you raise a good point, sir. Very good point.
Well, you know, those astronauts also said, I believe, that they could poke their thumb through the outside shell of this lander. It was as thin as a sheet of aluminum foil.
Yes, again, another great point.
Some decibels in a vacuum, you know?
Well, there you go. Exactly. But yeah, if they're in the rocket itself, they should have heard it. And the point with the skin of the LEM, well, again, we go to Bill Woods, the NASA rocket propulsion engineer, and he said this about the LEM. It had to be made thin because weight was always a problem, and the astronauts in there had to be very, very careful. They said they couldn't make it thick enough because, as I said, the weight. It had to be thin, and they couldn't run it at Earth's air pressure. They had to run it at like 10 psi, very low indeed, and very flimsy, to quote what he said. Very flimsy. You could easily poke your finger through it, like you said. Right? Now, who would go to space with those kind of risks? Come on now, ladies and gentlemen. Come on.
I wouldn't trust to go into that thing to be dropped into a swimming pool. It would be death.
Yeah, exactly. And to look at the LEM itself, it looks like a homeless tweeter's shelter, apparently, according to Jake Gibson, aka Flat Earth Arsehole. That's silly name, but there you are. Jake Gibson said that it looks like a homeless tweeter's shelter, and he had a T-shirt printed on his chest to that end, showing how flimsy the LEM looked. Looked like paper mache, an elementary school kid's project.
It did. And the Indian lander looks even worse, right? And that's 50 years later.
Yeah.
A few new people. Oh, a couple of them just left, actually. Let me check quickly.
Yeah.
Well, if anyone new has a question, good to see you, Violet, as always. Yeah, if anyone new has a question, feel free to jump in. Awesome info, Jin. Appreciate it.
Oh, yeah. Thanks very much. Yeah,
Hey, Violet. Welcome back. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Hope you're well.
Good to see you, Violet. Welcome. If you have any questions, Violet, please ask. Anything, a query, anything. Something that might expose the moon landing hoax, that's welcomed here. But yeah, yeah, go ahead.
I have this thought, like when I see movies, like the aircraft when they land on some planet, that they're made of this aluminum foil, something like that. How
Yeah.
come? Yeah, it's just a thought, but maybe it's just in the movies.
Well, no, I'm glad you mentioned it, Violet, because once again, ladies and gentlemen, I'm quoting the American Herald newspaper, and they asked NASA, why was it that they used aluminium to go to space in the first place? Because according to the Herald, they stated that aluminium is the worst material to use as the skin of the spacecraft. Why do they say that? They say that when radiation passes through the aluminium into where the space astronauts are, the radiation is boosted. So as it passes through, the radiation gets a boost and it becomes even more intense and more severe for the astronauts whilst the radiation goes through the aluminium. It doesn't offer sufficient protection. And like Bill Woods, the rocket propulsion engineer, said, for the capsule to be protected, it would have needed 10 centimeters thick. That's 4 inches thick of aluminium all the way around the capsule, the nose cone where the astronauts live. And NASA could never do that because it would have been too heavy. You see what I mean? So the flimsy 2 millimeter, 3 millimeter aluminium that they had around the rocket itself wouldn't have offered any protection, and the radiation would have just gone straight through and totally killed the astronauts. So it's a good thing you mentioned your thought about the radiation when they land on the planet, wherever they've gone to. Yeah. So, and I can give you the article for that if anybody wants it. Let me get that article up and put it in the side chat. From the Herald itself, questioning they want data from NASA, and NASA was very reluctant not to give the data accurately. Yeah, it's a good one. Thank you for that. Violet, thank you. Yeah, I'm just about to post that article from the Herald. It's a very interesting read. It's not long, but it's very deep, and it does question and puts the pressure on NASA.
We've got Oscar in here. Oscar, can you tell us about how the moon landings were real? You think the moon landings were real?
Wait, what? Why am I obligated to answer that? I'm just sitting here listening.
You're not obligated to. I just asked you to. You don't have to. Do you have any position about this particular topic, or are you just here to kind of make,
I just want to listen. I find it entertaining.
Comments? You find it entertaining. So you think it's hilarious that the people that measured the Earth found it was flat?
I find it entertaining, not hilarious.
It is entertaining that, okay, no worries. I'm going to go bring you your words. No worries. Don't worry about it, Oscar. You find it entertaining that people have measured the Earth and they found out it was flat. So you find that entertaining, do you?
Do you have a problem with that? Like, can I not sit here? I didn't even say. I'm just. Like, what are you trying to get at here? I was just listening.
Yeah, I know. I'm just I'm just saying you find it entertaining. That's great. Do you know anybody who hasn't measured it to be flat?
Why should I why am I obligated to answer this? Can I not sit in this VC?
You don't have to. In fact, you're not obligated to be here at all. It seems like the only reason you're here is control, right? So I guess maybe I'll just go ahead and remove you since there's no reason for you to be here, right, Oscar?
Yeah, he just wants to whine in the side chat.
Yeah, that's okay. Oscar, I'll ask you one question, Oscar. Oscar, do you think it's perfectly okay to actually go out and confirm what we're being told regarding the shape of the Earth? They say it's an oblate spheroid. They've given us some numbers. Is it okay we go and validate that? Is that a fair thing to do? Are we committing a crime? Oscar? All right, you don't want to answer. All right. Clearly, we're not committing a crime, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going out there to measure it. We're not measuring any curvature, so that's fine. And when I'm speaking about the moon landing stuff, I'm quoting experts,
I'm not giving you my opinion, my theories or anything. Nothing's coming from me. I've studied the experts and I'm bringing you what they tell us. Okay? So I'm not giving you any theories here, any speculative nonsense. I'm just giving you the stuff that's laid out, that's out there for us to question. Right, you know? I give another little tidbit. Bill Kaysing left Rocketdyne because he felt that Rocketdyne's integrity was found wanting and he didn't want to be part of that organization anymore. He left, and what did he do? He wrote the book called We Never Went to the Moon. There you are. That's Bill Kaysing, a man of impeccable integrity. He also was a naval officer for the American Navy, of course. So he took part in Second World War, put himself in the line of fire for his country and his countrymen and women, and for the world, for peace. That's what he believed in, was his integrity. And when he finished with that, he found out that the war was an illegal war. Pearl Harbor was an inside job, basically, a MIHOP, a LIHOP, okay? And that didn't sit well with him. And where he lived, there were a lot of Vietnam War veterans, maybe 20 to 30 of them, homeless. So what did he do? He bought a boat for him and his wife to live in, and he invited those homeless Vietnam War veterans. He invited them over to help him decorate the boat, paint the boat, and they all lived together there together. So he housed the homeless, Bill Kaysing, and then that's when he got the idea for the book. One of these Vietnam War veterans gave him the idea. Why don't you write a story about We Never Went to the Moon, Bill? Why don't you write a book like that? And he says, you know what? I'm so fed up with this government and all the corruption. I think that's a good idea. Yeah, let's do that. Let's go and get them. That was Bill Kaysing, the man who worked for Rocketdyne, who supposedly made the rockets for the Saturn V rocket for NASA. Disgruntled, totally disgusted with Rocketdyne and its lack of integrity, writes the book called We Never Went to the Moon. Great book to read. You can get it on PDF. Bill Kaysing. So, Oscar, we're quoting experts, people who were there, saying that they never went. And let me give it one more point. Bill Kaysing, watching all these rockets destroyed through combustion instability. So basically, that's where they tried to fire up the engines, and the engines would vibrate and make the rocket unstable, and then they would blow up. And he saw many of those. So he got to the point of thinking, well, it looks like it's going to be a very dangerous endeavor going to the moon and back. Let's do the maths to see what the possibilities are. And with his colleagues, they said it was 0.014% chance of going to the moon and back then in the 1960s. Okay? That would be Bill Kaysing, Rocketdyne, technological journalist. Right. So he didn't have any faith in us going to the moon. Hence, he goes on to write the book, We Never Went to the Moon. And he was harassed and heckled by the main media, but he handled them like kids' gloves. Yeah, it was a good one. Yes. If anybody's interested, I can put that material in here as well. Let me do that. You can hear Bill Kaysing speak for himself. Yeah, and he'll tell you his story.
Enough now, mate, because you've got to get to bed now.
Good night.
No,
Don't let the bed bugs bite. Yeah. So yeah, with this, did NASA go to the moon and that? Well, yeah, we're bringing you the experts, with organizations, experts, people in the field. No opinions here. Factual base.
Welcome to the channel. Anyone new? Yunes, welcome.
Yeah, welcome, Yunes. Thank you for coming in. Relax, and yeah, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. Yeah, every question asked, we all learn from. Yeah, I'm currently looking for the documentary called "We Never Went to the Moon." I've got it in my collection. I'm about to put it into the side chat. It's about Bill Kaysing, speaking of his experience working with NASA and Rocketdyne and that, and there's a lot depths. He speaks about the depths of the Gus Grissom and the 3 astronauts, everything. Really good expose interview. It's coming soon. Just let me locate it in my collection. I do like Bill Kaysing. You know, he's a really nice guy. Comes across with the integrity. You can hear it in his voice and the way he speaks and carries himself. You know, he only had an axe to grind with the government, you know, and it was still a really nice guy all round.
Skolinkov, welcome. Anyone have any questions? Anyone have any globe evidence? Anyone here think we went to the moon?
Hey guys, what's going on?
Hey, welcome. Oh, who are we talking to? Travis? Is that Travis? McKnight. Welcome, McKnight.
Yeah, welcome, McKnight.
Yeah, who just said what's going on? Who was that? Okay.
I think it was Marvin Gaye. What?
Yeah, Marvin Gaye. What's going on? What's going on?
No, not quite like that, but close.
What's going on?
Oh, that's going now.
Yeah, that's a great track, that one. And the little baby crying in the background. Yeah. The saddest thing is that...
Yeah, go ahead. The tracks them moon buggies made on the moon when they finally got up there, the things that were too big to actually get into the spacecraft. It's great.
Yes.
They were brought out and then made tracks everywhere. That was a great track.
Yeah, the regolith, when they were kicking up all that regolith stuff, that's the material that they call the moon dust. It's called regolith. But it was behaving like material Earth. It wasn't going up 6 times as high as it should have done. Because with the moon's supposed 1/6 of Earth's gravity, it means that when you kick up dust, it should just keep going, you know? But we didn't witness that, did we?
No.
It seemed to hit an atmos and drop back down soon. So, what was his name? James Collier was saying to Frank Hughes, that was done on Earth. That was done on Earth, Frank.
That's right.
He was calling James Collier, another investigative journalist. Was it only a paper moon? A good man, that one as well. He disappeared mysteriously as well after exposing the moon landing hoax.
That's crazy how many astronauts actually died too during the whole thing, if you look at it.
Yeah, there was a semi-large number of astronauts.
Gus Grissom was just one, but he was one of many. Like, mysterious accidents and shit happened to them.
Yeah.
You know, you take the guys with the right stuff and they just don't, I can't tell a lie. They're brought up like that, and then, suddenly they're told a lie and they just can't handle that and they just can't do it. So they were just moved out of the way conveniently, apparently.
Yeah.
It looks like that.
Yeah, and the other guy, Thomas Bering as well, the guy who was in charge of conducting on how everything was going, and he gave it to Congress, stating that it was all in disarray. People are drunk and disorderly on work, shabby workmanship, shoddy workmanship, health and safety just gone to rock bottom. So, it wasn't a good picture of what was going on during the time. And he ends up being killed on a railway level crossing by a train that NASA owned, by the way.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. Thomas Bering, another man of impeccable integrity, gone with his wife and his stepdaughter. His actual daughter survived it. So Thomas Bering's daughter from his first marriage survived, but then he obviously remarried, and then there was a child already born from that second marriage. That stepdaughter died.
Kind of a humorous aspect of this moon landing hoax was some of the pictures I've seen of Buzz and Neil eating bacon and egg toast hash brown breakfasts before they supposedly get launched to the moon, to be locked in that Apollo for 8 days wearing diapers after just eating a huge meal like that.
Yeah, that's definitely something that I would be concerned with, because zero G versus your stomach and all that food in there.
You're
Yeah,
telling me I can't eat chili before I go to the moon? What the hell, bro?
wouldn't be a very good idea.
I like chili.
That explains the 100 bags of shit they claimed they left on the moon.
They wore diapers? You're telling me they wore diapers?
Yes.
That's right. They would have to. Yes. Yeah.
Freemasons in diapers. Going to the moon.
Space diapers, bro. Get it right.
Space diapers are space. Oh my god. Oh, that's good. I mean, it's so full of shit. It's almost like the story of going to the moon.
They didn't have any toilets in the Apollo Lunar Command module. No toilets. So they're going to defecate into a plastic bag, transparent plastic bag. And it had what you would call a gorilla type seal. Sticky, yeah. And you stick that to your buttocks. The only problem is NASA didn't configure that bag properly, because your penis is left hanging out of the bag. It wraps around your bum, but your penis is dangling out. And you all know that when you go to the toilet, you accidentally urinate when you're trying to push out this poo. You push and you urinate. Of course you do. We all know that. So what would happen to all that urine floating around in the spacecraft? Terrible situation.
Straight into your mouth.
Well, straight into someone else's mouth. Wouldn't be my mouth.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Yeah, so there's definitely a problem.
I wonder, did they remember to take
Thanks for that. Do that.
And thanks for that image there.
Yes, if you want to go to a number 2, it's a 45-minute ordeal, because you've got to take off all your suits. You've got to get undressed to do that. And then you're not going to be able to do it by yourself. You're going to need an assistant from your colleague. Buzz, can you give us a hand? I've got to do this. I can't stick it to. Can you? Because you're going to stick this on your bum properly and get it right. Remember? And if it's diarrhea, liquid, then you've got to make sure that when you undo that bag, it doesn't seep out and get into the spacecraft. So the hygiene level was absolute. Let me just get this point out. The hygiene level in the Apollo missions was definitely than a hospital, in a situation where it had to be better than a hospital. Remember that. The hygiene level when you go to space has to be at a higher level than in a hospital. Why? Because you could lose your life.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is get the runs in space.
You don't want to be getting the runs in. Exactly. There's nowhere to run anyway.
Buzz, how long have you been wearing that diaper? Oh, about 8 days now.
No, they would have to change the diaper. They could never wear a diaper for 8 days. Can you imagine that? Poo cracked on, and then your fresh poo's going on top of dried poo. Come on. Get out of here. Don't insult me, man. Don't insult me now.
If anybody's had young kids, they'd know the problem with these diapers, yeah?
once you drop a big load in it, it's running out the legs, it's up the back. What the fuck?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's right. Absolutely perfectly executed. That is the truth.
You forgot one thing. They're space diapers.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Poo magically disappears in the space diaper.
Right. Now imagine you've had this diarrhea problem. Okay. Now you get given a nappy wipe, one sachet. That's all you get to clean yourself up. Okay. Because once you've defecated into this plastic bag doing a number 2, right? You've got to use that. And then you've got this bacterium contagion disinfectant thing, blue liquid, right? And you've got to squirt that into the bag. And then you have to massage the poo with the decontagion in there, get that, and then wrap that bag up and then store it away. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Really? Did they really do that? Imagine you're doing that in 0G.
Don't they pour that into the coffee machine after?
I think it's the urine, but that wasn't on the Apollo missions. They couldn't do that on the Apollo missions because there was no recycling of any water.
Oh, I wouldn't know. I'd flat refuse.
So yeah, it is rather concerning. The thing that brings down the whole Apollo missions, proving it's a hoax, is you couldn't go to the toilet. That's the one for me. The 0G and your stomach being loose, so you're forever fighting the urge to vomit, or you're clenching your buttocks so you don't do a diarrhea. You're in problems. 8 days of that. Can you imagine? Come on.
Nope. Son of Maslow.
Flat Earth. Are you guys arguing if the Earth is flat or not?
That's not an argument.
Yeah. Go ahead.
What's this channel about?
Well, we're running an event at the moment, and it's titled "The Moon Landings Were a Hoax."
So, what are we supposed to do?
Well, you can ask questions about the topic in general if you like. I mean, most people come in here and they don't really know anything about actual flat Earth claims or the topic, right? And then they generally don't quite know as much as they think they know about the globe either, right? So, I mean, where do you stand? Like, have you looked into the topic before? Are you 100% sure you live on a globe?
No, I've never.
Or yeah.
So who are we supposed to ask? You're the experts, right?
We've got a whole panel of people here, right, that have a lot of knowledge. So yeah, if you wanted to ask questions, then that's fine.
Yeah, there's no need to be sassy about experts. Compared to you
think the Earth is flat?
You could consider us experts.
Well, let me just quickly break. Like, what do you think we mean by flat? Like, we don't claim a flat planet floating around in space or anything like that, right?
Because there's the debate of flat Earth and Earth is round.
Yeah, so a lot of people have a misconception. They think because the globe Earth is like an object floating around in space, and then they think of a flat like disk floating around in space as globe versus flat, but that's incorrect, right? We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We don't think that the Earth is a disk in space. And in the context of flat, right, and Earth here, we're talking about long distance observations, laser tests, and things like that, right? We're talking about the surface area of the Earth. When we go and test the mathematics, right, the curvature that should be there if it's a globe, it measures completely flat over huge distances. So, yeah, we're about empirical evidence and actually putting the globe to the test, and it's failed the test.
All right, got it. That's pretty interesting. What is your field? Is that physics? Astronomy?
Yeah, a lot of us have been. Many people in the panel have different degrees and things like that, right? But that doesn't really apply to this topic, right? So anyone can go out and test the Earth themselves, right? It's just
really
a geometric claim using high-powered lasers, using infrared photography, using high-powered cameras, things like that. So if the Earth was a globe, you would have to have certain characteristics that go along with it, such as a horizon.
Yeah.
A horizon should be at a certain distance, right? They teach us at school. If you're 6 foot tall, you're standing at the beach, the horizon should be 3 miles away, right? You don't have to be a physicist to go and test that,
Yeah, you
right?
need to be like passionate about the thing and curious. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so I mean, many of us, exactly. Yeah, a lot of us, are self-taught on the particular arguments in this topic, right? So I've been looking into this topic for 8 years, and a lot of the people on the panel here have been looking into it for even longer and going out and doing their own tests as well, right? We're not making any crazy claims, right? We've been told that the Earth is a globe with a certain size, right? The radius value 3,959 miles. Now, when we go out and actually test it to make sure that matches reality, we're just getting we're able to see things that are thousands and thousands of % further away than they should be. Okay, there's a lot more to it than that, but that's a really solid argument. If you have a huge accumulation of long distance observations and laser tests and things like that, and then the globe side has absolutely nothing to prove that the Earth is actually a globe, other than unverifiable space stories, then we need to weigh up the evidence and look at both sides of evidence, with equal criticism.
Wow, that's way too information for me.
Hey, mate, I tell you what we're passionate about. Sorry, DJ, I just want to cut you for a quick hot second. We're not really, I don't know about anybody else, I can only speak for myself, but I know quite a few of us, we're not really that passionate about the shape of the ground. Like, you still have to go to work, and it doesn't really change your day-to-day life. But what we're actually passionate about is the truth. And regardless of, what your feelings are or which place you stand on the argument, the truth is that when you break it down, we measure the Earth to be flat. We utilize the Earth to be flat. And to get to that point, you need to use your critical thinking. You're not going to be, you're not going to be fed this information. It's not easy to realize this. But that's why DJ keeps saying there are certain consequences when it comes to the Earth. So if the Earth is a spinning ball, we can go out and test, is there motion? Is there curvature? And to get to that, you need to stand on your own too and do these tests, the research, and you need to actually think for yourself to be able to go against the mainstream narrative. So we're passionate about critical thinking. We're passionate about critical thinking. We're passionate about logic.
You're okay. Wait, what's the truth you're looking for?
Well,
or you're claiming?
Just any truth. So in order to be logical,
so
right,
you're open for any debate and any point of view, not only the truth that you think is true, right?
No, what I'm saying is we're not married to the idea of a flat Earth. We're married to the idea of logical thinking, consistency, truth, and empiricism. So if that leads you to find out that the Earth is measured, utilized, treated as flat and stationary, then so be it. Call us flat earther, whatever you want to do. But if that's the facts, that's what it is in nature, you're going to have to stand on your own.
I'll say it again,
logic.
Niggers.
Yeah, dude. Seriously, grow up.
Oh, we got him. Perma-banned.
But mate, do you get my point? I just wanted to reiterate, this isn't like a big test on the shape of the Earth. Yeah, it's about logical thinking.
It's not that I'm interested in that, but I just like to know, the channel is there's a lot of people in here. I don't know if most of them are interested in whatever you guys are talking about.
Well, the topic
but it's interesting the fact that you guys are really passionate about the thing, and you've done a lot of researches. It's
yes.
Wow.
Have you ever thought about the moon landings? Well, what's your opinion?
Thought about what?
The moon landings. Are they real or fake? We're just interested to hear your opinion.
If I give my opinion, I never really believed in that. But let me say that I've never done researches. I'm not really interested in that. I think my opinion is not that solid because I didn't search to know more. But like at the first place, my opinion was like, no, ain't no way people have done this before.
Right. Well, opinion is basically what you think about something. We just like hear somebody's opinions and AKA their thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
The thoughts on the subject matter, and if you feel it's inferior and you shouldn't express them, don't worry about it. We just want to hear your thoughts on it.
I just gave you my thought. I don't feel superior at all.
You don't care either way. Okay.
I'm just not interested. It's not a field that I have done research about. But I like to listen to you guys since you guys are just really into it.
Well, it's probably the sound of my voice,
I don't like the people who claim that they know something and they stand on one opinion when they've never done researches. And I don't want to be that person. That's why I just don't want to.
I like that.
Yeah.
T-Mac, I can barely hear you, dude.
Yeah, thanks for your honesty. Your honesty is very refreshing, okay? Because basically you're saying I haven't done the research, so I don't really have a in either way, but you feel they didn't you feel that they didn't go, and it's not interesting to you, but you're interested in the way that we have gathered all the information, much like a detective would, and we're now spreading it out and we're actually discussing it, and that's what we've had to do. Because we're looking for the truth.
Because I believe that each person, like in their daily life, they don't have much time to do researches about a lot of things. Some people are passionate about music. They think about that shit more. Some people are passionate about astronomy. Some people are passionate about, I don't know, math. And we don't have time to know about other things that other people are passionate about. That's why it's cool to have an open-minded mindset to know more when you have the chance to.
Yeah, that's right. So I would say to keep your mind open here. We are talking about the moon landing hoax in particular, and we're obviously talking about the flat Earth and the heliocentric model, and we're asking for people's proof as to why they hold the position that they went to the moon, for example, or why the Earth is a globe. What's your proof? And whilst you're here listening, you will learn a lot, I guarantee you. I'm about to post that documentary I mentioned, We Never Went to the Moon, by Bill Kaysing. That's the title of his book as well. And he's interviewed in that. And when you hear him speak for yourself, you'll begin to understand the reason for why he wrote the book. And a great man. Here it comes.
All right. Are you guys here all day, or you have specific hours?
We're going to be here for hours. Okay, we're going to be here.
And the people here who are muted, are they just interested, or they also stand for some opinions about?
There's a lot of flat earthers here. There's a lot of people just listening in as well. There's 2 YouTube bots usually. If both of them are here, I'm not sure. Yeah, they're both here. So we're live streaming to a few different places. But yeah, it's called 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. There's a home server. It's got a lot of information there if you're interested. We're streaming on YouTube and Rumble and Briskin, I believe.
Can we have the link?
If you just hold long press on any of the avatars for the YouTube bots, there's a link to each of the different channels that it's being live streamed on. So you can check that out. And then, so we have a home server, like I was saying, and the home server, there's a ton of information there for you if you're interested in learning more. So there's a lot of information there. And that's just discord.gg /flat earth.
So you guys are a group? You're a group, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we're a group of individuals here on a... Yeah, well, we're here on our own accord, on our own free time. And it's kind of our little charity school for people who are interested in learning more about the topic.
I mean, that was pretty fascinating. Great job, you guys, and wishing you all luck.
Yeah,
Whoever
Yeah,
I'm
you
working
can
throughout the
go into
day
the
and when I have free time.
yeah, you can go into the YouTube bar, scroll back, you can hear some of the conversations we've been having today.
Sure, I will. Thank you, and very good luck again.
Yeah, before you go though, where do you stand on, you know, I know you haven't really looked into it, but what does your gut tell you about the Earth being a ball, being flat? I mean, how convinced are you? Is it something that you would look at going forward?
I definitely don't believe that, though the Earth is flat. It's just pretty dumb for me.
So why is that? Have you thought
But I
about
might
why
do
that?
more researches from a lot of sources. I just don't want to share right now. I don't have really time, but I might like join you guys next times. Would love to.
Sweet.
Okay. Have a great
Yeah.
night.
Yeah, fair enough.
Bye.
Yeah, you too. Take care.
Thanks for passing
All
by.
right,
Yeah,
bye.
come back.
Shaking my damn head. I literally have a clip, word for word, where this other chick, she's like, yeah, you know, this thing is a fact, and I don't have all the facts on me right now. I actually gotta go, like, but it's facts though, and like, I'll see you guys later though. Like, I literally have an exact clip of what she just said from a completely different other topic, completely other different woman. It's crazy. What kind of programming is this?
Yeah, I hear you.
You know what I didn't mind though? I didn't mind the fact that she didn't sit there and start reeling off these answers that she's heard in, you know, from XYZ without actually going and taking some time. It'd be impressive if she come back and said, right, okay, now I'm ready to talk. You know what I mean?
Well, I hope that's the case because right now I'm willing to credit her on being smart enough to realize that this conversation is deeper than she might be able to what's the word, fathom right now. But she's not
Exactly.
dumb.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. She's pretty
she was
smart.
cool. Yeah, she was respectful
Like,
and
okay, let me. I wonder how people feel when they gather their thoughts and things together, and it's really just them either affirming the consequent or asking us to affirm something. So it's like, okay, the stars rotate due to the rotation of the Earth. No, that's just, a form of logical fallacy. Okay, so then you tell me what the cause of it's like, okay, well, if I'm wrong, then you tell me. It's like, no, it's not something that we can know. I don't think people's brains, unfortunately, are really ready to accept that until they understand. They have to see something that they thought was true that they themselves see as not true. You know.
Bang on, brother. And this is why, DJ, I love the fact that you're doing these events and you're changing the topics, because for some people, it was the moon landings that got them interested in flat Earth. For some people, it was the other way around. They realized that the Earth isn't measured as a ball. And then they were able to sort of understand why the moon landings were faked. So everybody's different, right?
Yep, different things click for different people.
It's not just about, I know the truth. Where the truth lies is literally the ground. But as far as people are concerned, the earth is a sphere because we live in a universe that's been expanding for trillions and gazillions of years, and the majesty of what brought me here is so amazing, even though I'm insignificant. The fact that the earth is a sphere is the smallest thing on the list. Like, it's just a consequence of all the other things they believe, which is why when we're like the measure flat, they're like, well, space, satellites, because their identity is in space, and the Earth happens to be in space. It's not space happens to be around the Earth in their minds, if that makes sense. You're welcome.
Yeah, man. I'm impressed with the last few days. I feel like we've been, I know I haven't been around, but it feels like we're all getting really adaptable. Switching it up. I like it.
It's because we started our days off with a cup of coffee.
It's like a football team starting to gel.
What's happening 24/7?
Was that sporadic?
Yeah, man. I just drove through the freaking craziest thunderstorm, plasma ball lightning, like gully washer, torrential downpour.
Damn.
Is that why you're so hyped up? You got the adrenaline pumping.
Oh yeah, man. I'm like, let's do it again.
I was literally looking at the sky here in New York City, like, oh my God, is it about to rain? Trying to go get something to eat before dinner. I just can't wait.
Yeah, what I got's headed your way, man. So brace yourself. I feel sorry for like Amish buggy drivers out in this. Holy crap.
Hello. They're tough as nails, dude. Don't worry about them. They'll be fine. Hey, welcome to the...
What's the topic?
Moon landings were
Moon
fake.
landings were... Yeah, they were a hoax.
I agree.
Let's do this.
It's looking good, bruv. Good start.
Yeah, what is your proofs?
Why do you think they faked them then?
I think that the moon landing is impossible. It's like landing in the sun. I think they fake it because of the Cold War. What do
So
you
you
think?
think the only reason why they faked it, you said it's like landing in the sun and impossible. That's a bit different
Yes.
to they did it because of the Cold War. So which one do you think?
Both.
I get what he's saying. No, he's. I feel like he's kind of based here on this one. What are you guys saying?
Yeah? I want him to elaborate.
Yeah, ask me what you want.
So why is it impossible?
I don't believe like I believe like the sky has a dome and you can't go over the sky and something like that. I don't believe in science.
I knew it, CB.
I mean, might be a language barrier. I don't know. What do you mean you don't believe it? You just don't believe like the mainstream, or what do you mean you don't believe science?
Yeah, I meant I don't believe the mainstream media.
All right.
And you, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean that's probably not your best bet to just believe everything that you're told. Might be worth checking a few things out.
I blame Anthony Fauci.
You said
let me talk. This world is globe tin is new, is recent, like 1950s or something.
No, don't be silly.
Was it like 100 years old? Like so, like what 1920s or something?
I got an old book by the guy who invented logarithms and mathematics for sailors in the 1600s. That was to make the sky globe conformal.
Yeah, it's been around a while. But there were definitely some schools, right? Like 100 years ago or even less, that were like teaching biblical cosmology and that the Earth's flat, that kind of thing. So that's why you're always going to get stories of people saying, "I was taught the Earth was flat."
Stories like that.
Yeah, yeah. Remember, this is from the Copernicus. Let's take it from Copernicus, 1543. So we're talking 482 years old. That's just as a basic. Obviously they talk about Aristophanes measuring the curvature of the Earth, but we don't know if that's true because by date whether he lived or not. But Copernicus was working with the solar system, and he hadn't finalized anything, hadn't proven anything. It was a work in progress, so he wasn't prepared to release anything to the public. But when he died, the Jesuits took it and started teaching the globe model. Okay, so it's 482 years and counting from the death of Nicolaus Copernicus.
Those dirty Jesuits.
Yeah. But anyway, the moon landings it's not possible. You're right, it's not possible. Not possible for many reasons, We can't go, the first and obvious one, we can't go to space. And NASA was not prepared to go there. They didn't have the required shielding. The space suits didn't protect them from the radiation. There'd been a problem. Also, there's a problem with the PLIS, the portable life support system on the back, which had to be a heater and a radiator all in one. So to keep the astronauts optimum temperature all the time, that wasn't possible. The technology could never have worked. Also, the suits were zipped up and press studs down to keep things in place. In a vacuum, that would never work. The pressurized suits would pop, the zips would open up. It's just ridiculous what they ask us to accept. It's impossible under close scrutinization. So no, NASA, you never went. There's a guy called Bill Cooper. He explains the lack of dynamic ability from the astronauts. That's his angle into how he knows they never went to the moon, because he was looking for this 6 times as high jump. If you're only weighing 1/6 of your body weight, you should be very dynamic and doing big jumps, somersaults and landing. Very athletic feats were not being conducted or displayed during the period. Go ahead.
I wonder wasn't there a... sorry.
I just
wasn't there a guy...
I don't know how they depressurize their suits there. Their suits doesn't have that depressurizing chamber like you have in stations, in space station or space shuttles. You have a depressurizing this chamber, not to let every atom of air just evacuate the container. So the suit is just full of gas inside. And I don't know how they depressurize that ship.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, well, a very good point indeed.
Guy, I think, isn't it the first guy that they tried to test these suits in a vacuum chamber? He almost died. He was saying how his spit was boiling in his mouth.
Yeah, you're right. So that's correct. That would be the guy called LeBlanc. Yeah, astronaut LeBlanc, who stepped into the vacuum chamber, and he was on that treadmill that was angled at around 30 degrees or whatever it was. And he started to walk and then he collapsed backwards. That's right. And that was simulating, guess what? That was simulating just about a couple of miles from the Earth's surface. So that chamber and that vacuum was nowhere near space values. Do you understand? 2 miles off the Earth's surface or thereabouts. And he collapsed within 1.7 seconds. Due to the hose that was feeding the suit the oxygen disconnected from the suit due to the expansion of the suit, you see, obviously, and then he fell backwards. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, so that simulation wasn't anywhere near 10 to the minus whatever torr. It wasn't even 10 to the minus 1 torr, that vacuum. It wasn't even 1 torr value. Terrible. That's what we mean. NASA never prepared.
And yet they went there. 10 to the minus 12 tour. Yeah, that's it. But that's a good point you raised there. So yeah. The suits didn't offer any protection. Another thing about the suit and the depressurizing that was just mentioned. When we listened to Bill Woods, NASA's propulsion engineer, rocket propulsion engineer, he said that you could tell that wasn't really working on the lunar surface, because if it was, as the body generates heat in the suit, because you're going to get hot in that suit, then you've got to evacuate that heat, you see. Now, and if it was being evacuated, it would come out of the suit as steam. Okay, steam. There was no steam being emitted from any of the bliss at all, and it would need to be evacuated. Otherwise, you're going to boil in there, and then the astronaut's visor would steam up due to the overheating of the astronaut. So that we didn't witness that. When you look at the astronauts, you don't see steam leaving the portable portable life system on the back of the astronaut. You do not witness any steam coming out, which is what Bill Wood said would have happened, because you have to try and evacuate that heat from within the suit. And we didn't notice that. And he said, as the steam comes out, it would then turn into droplets. He said, we didn't see any of that. I said, yeah, we didn't see any of that. So it's another point that they couldn't have been on the lunar surface. And as I was saying, what's his name? William Cooper. He was expecting them to be jumping 6 times as high, and that didn't happen at all. Yeah, Bill Cooper. Let me put his rendition of the. Go ahead.
And why are they moving slower? I don't give a damn about, it's not about the suits, because you should, as awkward as the suits are, you should be moving faster awkwardly. And I say that because if you're in quicksand, how fast can you move? If you're in water, how fast can you move? If you're in air, how fast can you move? If you're in less air, less gravity, how fast should you move? Damn fast.
Thank you very much. That is excellent, because that's been my argument as well, Elijah. It's a very good point indeed, because when they train in the negative buoyancy pool, with all that water. Now that water is going to add a drag factor on you. So you're going to be really you're training your body to be stronger in that water, but you're going into an environment where there's no water, no air, and your movements are not going to be restricted. So if they went to the moon, like you said, Elijah, they would find it difficult to control their movements. They would be moving fast and overcompensating and having difficulties controlling themselves. That is a very good point. Very good point to mention. Yeah. They should never be moving slow at all. Slow is wrong. They should be moving too fast, in fact. Not slow. And I agree.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah, you go ahead.
Several questions. First of all, you apply all this fake theory to all, because the official story is that there were 6 trips to the moon. You apply the fake theory. All of them were a hoax.
Oh, of course, every single one, of course.
And why is that? Because in order to do a hoax, you have to make a great effort.
Yeah, but
covered by the press, and you have to lie here and there, and a whole system of lies, no?
Yeah, well, NASA, by the time you've done 1 or 2 hoaxes, you become good at hoaxing. But the problem is, as time has gone on, technology has advanced, so we're now able to expose what we didn't notice back then in the 60s, because we were all naive, let's say. We're not accustomed to what things will be like on the moon and what the vacuum of space, the radiation. We're not the expert, but as the years have gone on.
Yeah, but there are, I see you center your explanations in science.
Well, it's definitely. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't understand about science. It's okay. Maybe it's very interesting. The last point about the velocity of movement in the moon. I wanted to ask. I want to ask after about if this applies also in the space stations, because it's not only about the moon, it's also about the space as a whole. But first, I wanted to know, in terms of politics and the Cold War, the context of the Cold War, because what was the need of NASA to make or to build 6 Hawks when the main object or one of the main political objects of the trip to the moon was to defeat the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union didn't manage never to get to the moon. So what was the need to make 6 Hawks and to stop in 1972, where they were in the middle of the Cold War still? So I'm talking about from a point of ignorance. I don't know about the science, and I don't know about the Cold War. You are the people that are researching this, and I wanted for you to elaborate about that, because it's very interesting.
Multiple hoaxes at the first place and in the beginning to solidify the lie. You want to solidify your lie, so you don't want to just claim you did one single trip and that's all. It will be more questionable than just making multiple trips. You just want to solidify your lie. So you went to Narnia the first time, you went to Narnia the second time, you went to save the lion the third time, and so on. You just want to solidify that lie. And those trips, they didn't take one single year. It took many years along. So like Jane told you, technology advanced while they are doing those trips. So they can't make those obvious lies anymore, because it will be something that is so easy to detect. Now,
bang on, Necros. Can I just also add, because he asked about the ISS, can I just also add that ISS is not a comparison to the moon. The ISS is within the Earth's atmosphere, even in your heliocentric paradigm. So you can have a ISS, a high altitude platform up there in the higher layers of the atmosphere. You don't need space for that. But yeah, well said, Necros.
Yeah, the only problem with that is the speed that you're saying it's moving at. The way the ISS has been configured, those speeds would tear that thing apart. That's the problem. Mark 23 on a trajectory of 26,100 miles circumference, roughly, it doesn't work. The 960,000 Gs would tear that thing apart.
You are saying that also the experiences of the space stations and walking on the space station in order to make to fix things, the velocity issue also applies. I mean,
oh yeah, definitely. Oh yeah. So, definitely would apply.
So those are fake too. Those are hoax too.
Absolutely. What? Mark 23. This, yeah, of course that's a hoax. Mark 20. You're talking about.
There's no people going to the space in orbit.
No, no, they're not doing.
Tell him
that,
why,
no.
Jin. Tell him why.
Yeah, the reason why they're not going to space up there is that the suit itself wouldn't protect them, for example. Okay, we're not a globe ball. You're asking us to accept a ball where it wasn't. We're not a ball. Okay. Would kill the astronauts if they're going to do a spacewalk, for example. And the ISS, like I said, the way the ISS has been put together, it cannot move at 23 times the speed of sound. It can't. It's just, they have to be in a studio. They cannot be up there doing that. Okay? It's not possible.
Yeah, it's impossible. Space is a violation of several laws of nature. The gas laws, the laws of thermodynamics. You can't have a vacuum in the sky. That's impossible.
Yeah. It's just wrong. Yeah.
So space doesn't exist.
Lying.
Yeah, space doesn't exist, and flat Earth is not a flat planet in a heliocentric universe.
Yeah, no.
There is no space.
That's
an
right.
illusion.
No, there's no space. The only space we have is from the Earth's surface to the blue sky that you see every day that turns dark at night. That's it. Okay, so this idea of a universe and deep space, no, I don't hold to that at all. That's not true. Okay, so the only space that I accept is the space between the Earth's surface that I'm standing on and that blue sky. That's it. That's all there is.
That's true. You're correct. The word that we used since the beginning of time, it was sky.
Yeah. Thank you.
Also the satellites are fake.
Yeah, because like I said, the vacuum of space will destroy anything that we put in there because of the outgassing phenomena, cold welding phenomena. Then you have the radiation problem, cosmic ray problem. Okay. So these are problems that our technology today, let's say, cannot surmount. It cannot survive. So there are no satellites in space. There are little helium balloons known as satelloons. That technology is there, but that's at a lower altitude. It's closer to Earth, much closer to Earth. 24 miles, for example, maybe even a little bit higher than that, but. We're not going up to 22,000 miles, 30,000 miles. We don't have any satellites there. That's a lie. Okay?
Yeah.
The official story, according to IA, is that at this very moment, there are 19 people in the outer space, specifically in the terrestrial orbit.
No, that's not true.
14 men, 5 women, 11 from the States, 5 from Russia, and 3 from China.
Yeah, no, they're not there.
That is a complete lie.
Yeah, it's a complete lie. They're all in their studios, wherever those studios are. NASA, by the way, NASA owns 24 fully equipped to the latest cutting edge technology studios. 24. So that's more than the film industry. So you have to ask yourself, why does NASA have so many studios? Why?
Ask yourself why they need one.
What do you mean by studios?
Yeah, why would they have one?
What kind of studios?
Oh, studios where you films, where you can do your film studios of your ISS going around the Earth, for example. Yeah, because that's film studio. Yeah.
You said that you asked the AI, and the AI gave you a number of people that are in space now. Do you have any way to confirm that? Or any number?
No.
If the AI gave you, there is one single person, do you have any possibility to validate that information? That there is one person or 2 or 3 or 0 or 100 person in outer space now?
No, what I understand is that AI is also a fake.
No, listen, that's not.
There are several countries lying about.
Let's cut through all the crap, okay? We're cutting through all the crap. You know why we never went to space? Because we measured the Earth flat, And if we measure the Earth flat, we know their entire story about outer space gravity and orbital motions, orbital mechanics, is not true.
I see. Okay.
Yep, we measured the Earth flat. We've got thousands of observations and measurements all over the world, presently going back 10 years, and we've got much further than that going back throughout history that we can recall. So it necessarily follows, if we measure the Earth flat, it's not a globe, then it can't be a spinning ball in outer space for astronauts to go around.
I see. So there are no orbits at all.
Correct. You can't have that. So we even looked for data about the orbit. You know what has to be part of an orbit is a rotation. So in order for an object, whether it's an airplane or a satellite or a drone, to maintain orientation to down, this is called nadir, N-A-D-I-R. To maintain nadir with respect to the surface normal of the Earth, it has to rotate along with its orbital motion. So the ISS is claimed to be going in low Earth orbit at 17,500 miles per hour. That completes one so-called orbit every 90 minutes, which means it must be rotating around a ball every 90 minutes, 360-degree somersault. We looked for the rotation data for airborne assets, including space assets, and we can't find any. What's even worse is when they produce data of their trajectories, they calculate a rotation. They don't measure one, they calculate one. That doesn't mean it's actually rotating. That doesn't mean it's actually there doing what they say it is. If they're going to pass off calculations as measurements, as telemetry data, instead of actual measurements, then we know that Earth can't be a globe either, because they didn't measure one.
You understand that in order to make it this hoax, and their question would be, why effort? Why to?
Yeah, I don't think they're really hiding the flat Earth. They're trying to do that. I think they're projecting technology that they don't really have. They may still think that Earth is a globe. They're still trying to send stuff into a globe orbit, and they freaking can't do it. But they project technology that doesn't exist to convince other nations that they can. This has tremendous political and psychological power. This is not a conspiracy.
No,
NASA was founded to project psychological power through the claims of technology and progress that may or may not exist.
Yeah, but it's not only the Americans.
I know, Russia did it too for the Cold War, right?
No. The question is, I see that the ISS has had 244 astronauts up to 2021. So
great. You know what that tells me, my friend?
You are implying that there are several countries, Russia, Japan, France, Italia.
Yeah, they're trying to sell military technology.
Everybody are lying.
Not everybody. Listen, they discovered that they can sell space and they can sell technology in progress for national security, for mutually assured embarrassment, not just destruction. Mutually assured embarrassment. Everybody who's friends with each other goes in on space, the final frontier. Everybody that they can trust goes in together on the same program to project power and technology that they don't really have, so that they can trust each other.
And they agree.
And they can sell a lot of weapons to third world countries, am I right?
Sorry?
And through that, they can sell technology and weapons to third world countries. Hey, look, they go to space, they go to the frickin' moon, buy their shoulder mounted rockets.
Well, it says here that Brazil also sent its astronauts.
Brazil's a world-class weapons manufacturer.
So Brazil, in this sense, is in the first world.
Hey, listen, if you were to take a NASA astronaut, shove it full of nuclear weapons material, and paint a NASA logo on it, nobody would know the difference.
By the way, Brazil is not capable of launching rockets into space.
That's
Remember,
correct.
when you're talking
No,
about
not
the
rockets,
ISS,
astronauts.
yeah, but listen, when you're talking about the ISS, you're talking about 250 miles, so that's within the Earth's atmosphere. That's not outer space. Just keep that in mind.
Okay.
Right. Some of these countries may be in on it and don't even know that they are buying into a program that projects propaganda. And then they find out later when there's a political scandal, an international intrigue. America, the ESA can say, hey, so you're acting out of line, little country over there. You signed up for our space program. Do you know what's really going on in space? It's a freaking movie. And you just lied to your public about it. We can blackmail you 6 ways from Sunday. So join our club, get on board, get with the program. It's great. Tell your friends. Now we can trust each other. National security.
Right. And also, bro, that's why they're doing the launches. They keep the space program going because if it wasn't for these launches and these space programs, nobody would believe this shit. They're breathing life into this lie because if they didn't, nobody would ever experience anything to do with space. They would have no exposure to anything interacting with space. So like somebody said earlier, if you just go once, you question the whole thing. But if they've been going for years, now you don't question whether they've been or not. You're now questioning the capabilities that they supposedly had in space, right?
Yeah, and that doesn't have to do anything with hiding flat Earth. They can still think the Earth is flat, even the astronauts. Sorry, I meant they could still think the Earth is a globe. Freudian slip, right? They could still think the Earth is the globe, even astronauts, because they're in the business of projecting power, technology, psychological warfare, and they're not even thinking that the Earth could be flat the whole time.
It's just like Russell Simmons.
I don't understand why would they do that.
Well, let me give you another example quickly. Let me give you another example. There's a guy called, I think, Russell Simmons or Robert Simmons. Robert Simmons, yeah. He creates the images of the globe. The globes that we see, well, some of the earlier globes that we used to see are composited images stitched together to create a ball, and then he creates the clouds through Photoshop.
Yeah, he works at NASA.
Yeah, he thinks the Earth's a ball.
Maybe just to enhance them, I guess.
No. He's creating them from scratch through composite data, through high altitude planes, strips of data. Then they stitch the ball together through that through that data using Photoshop. They add clouds, and I'm saying that to say he doesn't think the Earth is flat. He probably isn't in on any conspiracy. He thinks he's offering a service to help people imagine what the globe looks like from an out of space perspective.
Yeah.
So this is the same thing with the astronauts who find out, okay, I'm not going to space, but we're going to present what it would be like, what it would seem like, whether it's for political reasons or whether it's for the public's imagination. They don't think they're hiding a flat Earth when they do that. They're just embarking on public relations.
Well, I disagree with you.
Yeah, guess what?
Because the fact, I'm sorry. The fact that the Earth is a globe is I'm going to say it's fact because I believe in it, okay?
Okay.
Now, this
What's your best evidence for it, by the way?
Best evidence?
Yeah, what's your best evidence for the globe? Or is it just a belief, like a religion?
Oh, it's not a religion.
Oh, I mean, so what's your evidence, man? Let's hear it.
No. Do you believe in air?
I don't have to believe it. I breathe it.
Yes,
I know air exists.
That you can't see it. You don't have to see something to know it. You don't have to feel
It's not about seeing. I detect it with my lungs. The fact that I breathe pressurized air tells me that we are in a contained environment and that the vacuum of outer space is fake.
There is no vacuum. The pressure, then what? How do you explain gravity? Then by acceleration, constant acceleration.
Yeah, flat Earth gravity. I drop a hammer, it hits my foot. Ouch! Flat Earth gravity.
Constant acceleration of what?
Then, if gravity is always downward, then that means the Earth is supposed to go always upwards in a constant moving acceleration.
No. Right, I stopped you when you said a constant acceleration downwards. My question was, what, of all states of matter? Do all states of matter accelerate to the floor?
I don't understand the question. What do you mean all states?
Does gas accelerate downwards to the floor only?
No, it's not accelerate. I mean, it's keeping it up here.
You said it was accelerating, making things go downwards, you said. I'm pointing out that all states of matter don't do that. Gas expands in all directions, for example.
Yes, you are right. Gas expands and it takes the shape of its container.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
So without a container, you wouldn't have a sphere of gas around a ball. The gas would continue to expand into the available volume, the vacuum.
Nothing stops
However,
it but
the gravity is pulling on it. The gravity is still pulling on the gas.
No, you just told us it didn't do that.
Can do that all you like, and it's not going to stop it. It's not going to stop it at an arbitrary point and say, "Come back, little thing. Come back, little molecule. Don't go any further."
Yeah, right.
No, it doesn't do that, bro.
Right where gravity's at the weakest, it pulls the gas molecule the most. Isn't that rich?
It's not pulling it the most. Why would it pull it the most?
Well,
Everything
because
is affected
you're
by gravity.
pretending that gravity
Let me give you an
reverses.
example.
Listen,
No.
listen, real quick. We can listen, one second.
Theory with me.
Yeah, 1 second. So you can have the gravity times 1,000, and it's not gonna affect the entropy of gases 1 iota. I'm taking a quote from someone else.
Do you know about the free expansion of gas? Vic.
But let me tell you something that I heard before. If you have two sole objects in an empty universe, they will both exert gravity towards each other, no matter how far they are.
That's not true.
I think your physics courses in college.
That's in violation of special relativity, though.
Yeah, that's true.
No, we are hypothesizing about something here that we have.
Well, sorry to interrupt. That hypothesis violates special relativity.
Special relativity has nothing to do with this, brother. I mean,
you're talking about objects in space exerting a force that's mass attracting mass. That's superseded by Einstein, right? 1915. General one in this case, special relativity.
That's exactly right. Space-time was treated as a coordinate reference system that expands and contracts.
Everything is affected by everything else in the universe.
Oh, nice little religious story there. Did you watch The Lion King?
Why would you say that? Why would you say that? I mean,
because you said everything is affected by everything else. It's nonsense.
In gravity, I mean, by gravity, everything attracts each other. But
okay, do you have? I'll tell you what. I'll help. Do you have a scientific experiment, being as you offered up a hypothesis?
I mean, I'm not a fucking scientist, brother. I don't know.
Okay. Do you know of any?
There are.
Yeah, for the cause of gravity.
I mean, what is gravity anyway?
Well, we're going to ask you that. Define what gravity is. You said it was an acceleration, where we kind of threw that out the window with just gas behavior.
As far as I know, gravity is one of the 4 major forces in the universe.
Okay. No. So that's incorrect by the current scientific standard. Gravity has been pushed out as being one of the 4 fundamental forces and now just remain 3 because gravity is no longer thought as a force. It's how Einstein described it now, right, as the bending and warping of a space-time fabric due to the displacement of mass within that four-dimensional fabric. It's not a force of attraction between bodies of mass.
You won't find it within the standard model of physics requiring a graviton. No such thing.
Then what is the alternative?
Well, Earth is flat.
I just gave it to you.
We have an observation of a downward acceleration of solid objects in a vacuum. I have no problem with that.
Well, let me speak a little bit here. I mean, you are very fluent in English, unlike me, so sorry if something is coming out the wrong way or some misunderstanding.
Okay, well, let's be fluid in scientific terminology.
Okay.
Can you go at the college level?
I can go the college level. However, I didn't
Excellent. Let's go.
study astrophysics in college. I am in the oil business.
Oh, excellent. Okay, you're in good company.
Oh, here too.
I did energy management for a little while. Yeah.
Well, we're basically like brothers.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, let's go back to that point. I don't understand. The alternative is much more, is even a little bit more, makes sense. It doesn't even make sense even a little bit more. It is complicated. I agree with you about that the current scientific knowledge is very, you can call it complicated. But the alternative is
complicated.
No,
you gotta make a separation. You gotta make a separation between what you think science, I mean the science, and the pseudoscience, because you may be thinking about pseudoscientific ideas as science, and you gotta make a separation between those and stuff that you might think is science that is not science also. So you gotta be very specific when you make claiming science of things.
All right, let's let him talk.
I have nothing to say no more. I just want to hear you.
All right. So we have measured the Earth flat. Okay? This isn't just some flippant statement or comment. We're not joking around. Our community has been around for about 10 years or more all over the world. We have conducted measurements using lasers, using microwave, using infrared, using high-altitude balloons with infrared cameras, airplane flights with infrared cameras, surveying equipment such as theodolites, with and without infrared optics.
Whoa.
We see too far for globe curvature to exist.
Can you link some of these real quick? I'm sorry to interrupt you. If you have the links to just
I can dump you a big list in the side chat of a lot of really well done laser tests and things like that.
Exactly.
If you want to go through them at a later stage.
The weather balloon.
And FE Core.
Can I see the video with the weather balloon going up and it's flat?
Yeah, we can link that too. So, hey, DJ, if you can send him stuff from Dr. John D and FE Core, I can go find Dwayne Kellum's high altitude infrared observations.
All right, I'm on it.
Okay, me too. I have to go AFK while I find it.
And you've only got to have a look at the Chinese space station as well that shows a nice flat Earth.
All right, here we go. We got Caesar, Nor. Here was Wood. Wood, you guys in the side chat. Why don't you open up your mic and say hello in here? Let's talk about it in the VC. Come on, practice your speaking your English. You obviously type English very well. You don't need any more practice doing that. Open up your mic. Let's talk.
Hello, everyone. Do you hear me?
I speak English just fine. I'm just here for the conversation.
Can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah. Do you hear the noises around? Hello?
No.
No, you're good.
Okay. So guys, here are you appreciating that actually Earth is flat?
Yes.
So you all here believing that the Earth is flat?
Yes.
Okay, how you believe that?
Because it
Can you
measures
explain
that it measures that way. So when we look at water, which can form and does, so we're told, 70+% of the surface of the earth. When we observe and measure water, we observe and measure it to lay horizontal. It's where we get level from. We get level by being parallel to the plane of the horizon. The horizon is where the surface of the earth appears to meet the sky at distance. So the earth, in all practical, measurable and observable sense, is laying horizontally. Now, if it's horizontal, which is a straight line from left to right, then it can't be a curved line. That would be a contradiction. The surface needs to be curved because that would mean it would be a sphere. So it's not curved, it measures flat. That's why we say that.
Oh, okay. Thank you for explaining.
It had never occurred to me that flat earthers don't think that the Earth is a planet, because I thought that was just like we all knew that Earth is a planet. I genuinely was shocked by that.
Yeah, me too at first.
Who's talking?
Wait, so the Earth is not a planet since when?
No. A planet is a spherical body of mass that orbits motions around a star and may or may not rotate upon its axis. That would necessitate the surface curving, wouldn't it?
Isn't that what we're doing right now?
And to be moving.
This is a whole different cosmology, folks. The ground that you walk on is flat, and the stars, sun, and moon are overhead.
I mean, how can you explain winter, summer, moon
The
phase?
sun moves. In the sun, in the summer,
The sun moves around a black hole. That's correct.
No, what?
Wait, no.
Sorry,
No, bro.
I don't
Around
need you
in
to
the
start, dude. Excuse me. I don't need you to start jumping on the soapbox and preaching your religion when asking us a question.
No, it's not.
We know the story anyway. We know all that stuff, bro. You don't need to teach us about the heliocentric model.
I'm not trying to teach. I'm trying to understand your way of thought.
So why are you trying to tell us what is actually in your mind going on when you're trying to understand what we say? Maybe you should let us talk.
Yeah.
Well, if you talk about this and that without giving the reason you believe in that, then that doesn't make sense.
You've asked me to explain summer and winter. Now I'm pointing out to you that it's because of the motion of the sun. In the heliocentric paradigm, the motion of the sun is caused by the rotation and actual drift of the Earth throughout the year. Now, this causes the phenomenon of the sun moving across the sky. But what we observe from the surface of the Earth is the sun moving across the sky. So forgive me for bringing up that the sun has got something to do with it. We will tell you it's due to the sun's movement across the surface of the Earth that causes things like day and night cycles and seasons. It's just because of the sun's motion, my friend.
Okay, so the sun is rotating above, or not rotating, I guess,
Not
circulating
rotating.
in a circle, in like a spotlight that is in a constant circular motion above a flat Earth.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Then how it's moving then?
Well, I mean, how is it moving? Nobody's been able to test that. Okay? I mean, we do observe the sun moving. Is that correct? The answer is yes. We cannot detect Earth moving. Is that correct? The answer is yes. I would point you to the Michelson-Morley interferometry test.
So what's at the edge of like the Earth?
I don't think there could be an edge. I do know that there's a limit to the gas that expands because we're breathing pressurized air. I don't know what the nature of that limitation looks like, But I do know
Yeah,
there's a
but if you
limit.
go in the ocean and you drive your boat indefinitely, you wanna reach an edge or something, or just water there.
If there is, I don't know what it's like, man. I'm sorry. They tried to dig a hole deep into the earth to figure out how deep it goes. The Kola borehole in Russia, 7.8 miles deep, and they couldn't dig any further because it was too dense.
They couldn't get any further because
this is my
the USSR
specialty, brother.
was
It
disheveled.
was
stopped
around 13
existing.
kilometers. You are right, 13 kilometers deep, but it wasn't the problem about the too dense.
Oh, really? You mean the tips they were pulling up were not breaking off?
No. It was because of how hot and pressurized.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the environment down there was too bad to drill in. That's what he's explaining to you. They couldn't drill any further.
When you have density and motion, you create enormous friction. That creates heat, unbearable heat, the kind that melts the tips. You're in the oil business. When I said density, that should have rung a bell with you. I'm surprised you pushed back on that.
Well, we don't call it density. We call it just a huge pressure and fucking.
Yeah.
So why instead of going up, then why would you go up? If you are flat earther, right? Why go up if you know it's flat? Why don't go over the ocean indefinitely to find?
Because it's kind of impossible to go indefinitely. Right. First of all, we must understand that we need permission to travel around the Earth. You have to understand that, right? You hold a passport, for example.
Yeah, but you can just send a balloon instead of going up.
You can just send a
somewhere
balloon.
else.
A balloon is going to follow the wind, isn't it?
And if it wanders into a territory that it's not allowed to go, guess what happens?
Oh, I will just send a balloon in France from UK.
Yeah. Hey, I got a sidebar comment. Vic, are you Orthodox?
Orthodox what? Jews? Christian?
No.
What do you mean Orthodox?
Yeah, you sound like you're from Russia. Just thought I'd ask.
You are You're very far from Russia. I'm not from Russia.
Okay.
You sound like Russian, my friend. Like, hello, I am Vic from Russia.
That's just Eastern European vaguely, honestly.
Yeah, it could be.
Hello, comrades. Tonight we're gonna talk.
Surprised, actually. I'm from Iraq, brothers.
Oh, okay.
You're from Iraq. Yeah.
We have a flat earther from Iraq. He goes by Berserker. You might see him show up in here. And he's in Austria now.
Well, I will be on that. We have a very rough accent, so that's, I guess, why you guessed I was from Russia.
Yeah. I mean, there's a potential Russian cultural preference, too.
Do you have stargates in Iraq?
Yeah, good question, right?
I actually heard that from a friend of mine, and I was so confused about fucking stargates like in Egypt and Iraq. I was so confused about these things.
No, in Iraq and Romania.
I have no idea what these stargates are. He says time travel and shit. I don't know.
That's a bit crazy to me, though. And I'm a flat earther. I think that's crazy.
Well, man, everything is crazy.
What's crazy to me is how everybody believes in the globe because they were told it is, and they never checked.
I mean, you don't have to check.
The problem is that when you check, you see that it's true. Otherwise, they wouldn't be telling you that it is true.
Right.
Well, when you check like we have, you find the globe is false, and everybody who claims it's true, they contorted their observations to match a globe in every instance. This encompasses the entire field of geodetic survey.
Your visions to do the same.
What did you do to check?
I go to the beach.
Not
this gentleman. He was asking Wood.
Okay.
What did you do to check?
Well, many things. I can just, as Mr. Who are you? Mr. Sasha was saying, I can just go to the beach and see the the what's the name? The ships apparently coming out of the ocean. That's the way to see the Earth curves. You know.
That would be on some distance.
You checked. Yeah, they said we're going to get down to
Yes,
specific.
I have checked.
Okay, so
If the Earth was flat and I was in Brazil, I could just look into Africa.
It's like you don't want to go through this. You want to talk. So checking this would give us a predictive mathematical model and your variables within that, i.e., how high was your eye height? Because that would give you a prediction to how far away the horizon would be, because it's based on your eye height and the radius of the Earth, isn't it?
Yeah,
the obstruction for the boat, the horizon. So how high were you?
Well, I'm about 187, so like 6'2".
Okay, so over 6 foot above the surface of the water. Were you on an incline? Were you standing on the beach higher up than the water, or were your feet in the water?
No, my feet are. Well, they would be in the water. You know, it's
awesome stuff.
At
So
sea
that
level.
would give you a horizon that's at 3 miles away. How far away was the boat?
I don't know, but it was far since it was, coming into the horizon.
Was
from
it
far away.
beyond the horizon? Yeah.
It was out of the horizon and it came into the horizon.
Okay, awesome stuff. What optic were you using? Was this just with your eye?
Yeah.
Oh, what do you think would have happened if you'd have improved the optic, like used binoculars or a telescope or a high-powered zoom camera? Would you have still seen the same thing?
Probably, yes.
No. So this is what happens when we check. We check with high-powered optics because we understand that they help us resolve angles at further distances. When we check using these optics, we don't find the horizon at 3 miles away. We can find it in excess of 10 miles away. So when we checked, we don't find the horizon where it should be. It's obviously an optical phenomena that obviously changes depending on the technology that you use. You'd have understood this if you checked.
It's not only going to the beach. It's knowing the distance to the ship, and then okay, this was 3 miles, and ship was going over, and then you have a sphere for sure. But if that was on the 10 miles, then there is that things called curvature.
Oh, I got a question.
Go ahead.
Oh, my question is, when like I saw a YouTube video, they have like the maps from before, the explorers, wherever they find other place, South America, but people were there before. But they use like old maps, right? So I'm sure you guys are also into maps. So I would like to see, because I looked at the balloon thing, I don't know. I guess I could pause at some point and then try to draw a line or something. I can't make out if it's flat or curved on those videos. But what about like history? What did the people who created the maps, the seafarers, and are there old maps maybe that are not very well known to the general populace that one can have a look at? From like before, because then that means that they already knew, but they at some point in history they like changed it, right? So they said like, oh no, you're not living in the. That would mean they're not living in the Dark Ages or whatever, but in the Enlightened Ages, or something like that. Is there like a maps out there?
I posted for you. There is in modern age what we have today.
What's that?
That's how many maps we have projections of the Earth.
Yeah, but I mean like the ancient maps. Somebody drew a map or something.
You can add there also ancient maps if you want.
All the ancient cultures investigated the Earth as flat, yeah?
Exactly. Yeah, all ancient cultures knew that the Earth was flat and stationary. You got it?
I will post
I think
you
that's
the.
not
There
a good
needs to
claim,
be a good
honestly.
map out there for that, no?
Old cultures also thought that you could sacrifice a guy in a volcano to keep your harvest going. It
Yeah,
doesn't mean
so
anything.
that's we're not we're just answering his question, right? We didn't say that just because all of the ancient cultures knew the Earth was flat, that's therefore proof that the Earth is flat. We have real world observations that invalidate the globe radius. Would you like to see some?
Well, these people also navigated the oceans as if it was flat. They weren't using a ball. They weren't using Google Maps and all these things that claim to prove a ball, yeah? They were using astrolabes and sextants and navigating by the stars and charting and plotting and mapping, and they utilized it, navigated it as flat.
Sure, they did navigate it as flat because that's what they thought the Earth was. Because, geocentrism and all that. But it doesn't mean that it is.
Well, the
Like,
thing
this
is,
is
we're
what they
using a
measured.
flat map.
Excuse me.
Because
No, it's what they measured. So, for example, celestial navigation, using the stars to navigate across the surface of the Earth, utilizes what's known as an elevation angle. Now, an elevation angle is an angle taken up from an adjacent.
But
that would be a,
how can they
that
get
would be a
anywhere
horizontal
following the
line.
compass?
Why are you talking? Why are you talking? It's clearly in the middle of something. Did you have something really important to say? Please. What is it?
Like, I set off in Britain and I go course X. How can I get there on a flat Earth?
That's very ambiguous. So if you want to get there using the stars, you will use the elevation angle to figure out your latitude and your longitude. Latitude and longitude are based by measuring angles to things in the sky at certain times of year because they will give you your location. An angle is the intersection of two straight sides. You can't measure an elevation angle from a curved surface of an Earth. It wouldn't fit the definition of an angle. It wouldn't be an angle anymore. So being as we measure elevation and horizontal bearing angles, those are across to give us east, north, south, southerly directions. They're all angles. Angles can't exist on a curved surface. So for all intents and purposes, they have to treat the Earth as a flat object to measure angles on it.
Okay, but according to your theory, if I start exactly on the North Pole and I walk a straight line, I shouldn't end up where I started, right?
Of course not. It's a fucking pole. It's a straight line. How would you end up going in a straight line and end up where you started? You can't go in a straight line on a sphere either. You could follow a longitudinal line or a circle of equal altitude, a latitudinal line, but those by definition would be circles.
Yeah, but
if you were to go in a straight line, okay, and you were to check your straight line by consulting a map.
But I'm just
listen, like if you have a map that uses a spherical coordinate reference system, latitude and longitude, okay, and if you consult the map to determine if you're going in a straight line or not, you could be going in a curve in reality, and you'd have no way to know the difference.
What?
Yeah, we see that in maps of planes. They go into a straight line, but when you look
Precisely.
at the map, the thing, it's all wiggly and it's all, But the pilot
the
is just
reverse
in a
happens
straight
for
line
flat
at all
Earth, my
times.
friend. The reverse could happen for flat Earth. So you're like, okay, I got to go in a curved line on this spherical coordinate system. Am I actually going flat? Well, the answer is yes, because we've measured the Earth flat. We know that the surface of the Earth can be measured using Cartesian geometry, Euclidean geometry. And we know that it is more precise and accurate in reality than the spherical coordinate reference system that we're given. I was just telling people earlier today about an amazing report I read, one of many I've read in the past, by the United States Postnaval Graduate School. In this report, they described using a planar
coordinate reference grid with orthogonal lines, okay? Not spherical, but planar. And they achieved a greater degree of accuracy for precision of weapons and tracking than they did using spherical coordinates.
Yeah, because they don't send the damn thing around the whole of the Earth. But I mean, if you
No. We're talking spherical coordinates at the local level, dude.
You really
spherical
think
coordinates
that if
locally
you
are
walk
less accurate than
straight-
planar.
So why has nobody? Back to the example. Why did nobody, instead of sending something up, if you already know it's flat, why don't they send it out into the ocean somewhere?
Maybe they have.
Wherever.
Who
But
knows?
maybe it's
Who
not going to be
cares?
on the 6 o'clock news. I don't have the ability to do this, right? The people who always go off for exploring are going to be these governmental agencies. Maybe they've done this, but they haven't told us. I don't know, mate. What do you want from us?
Yeah, it can't be that hard. Strap some solar things, couple of propellers.
I tell you what, if it can't be that hard and this is really irking you, maybe you should do it.
47 minutes past the hour, I posted the front page screenshot of the paper I just read and cited. You can go find this and read it yourself. It's out in the open.
Yeah, and it's not that easy because you need money, you need time, you got resources, you've got to get manpower. It's not that easy, actually.
Money and time will not help you.
Approvals to travel through different regions and countries. Not only that, you need approvals to send up balloons because of flight paths and all that sort of jazz, yeah? Like, you can't just take your drone and fly your drone straight up in the air. You can't just launch a
What
balloon or a
about
rocket
solar-powered catamaran?
if you want.
Just solar-powered catamaran.
Zekarot, but where do you want to go and why you want to go?
No, I'm just trying to understand. Like they figured out the Earth is flat.
Did you understand that this flat earther has the point, and the point of the flat earth is something based on the surface?
Yeah, I don't even know anything about.
For example, what is different? What is different? Is it does sphere should to be flat or sphere should to be curved?
And I don't care if it's curved or not. I'm asking if it's not curved. And I want to know. Let's say let me finish. Okay. Let's say let me say okay. I come in here third day. I come in here now. I believe okay. I guess they sent up a balloon or whatever. They proved it's flat. And my next question automatically is going to be okay. What's behind the horizon, right? So I'm wondering why you haven't figured it out. If that's all.
Why I didn't figure it out?
Yeah.
Do you know what I figure out?
No.
I figure out that people are claiming that Earth is spherical, and I figure it out that it's not spherical, that it's flat because of the surface. And now you're asking me question. Now you're asking question why you didn't figure out what is behind somewhere else. I don't know.
Rasha.
Yeah.
You are proving that there is flat or what?
Oh my god.
Yeah, the Earth is flat. Yeah.
Why? Why there is flat?
Because you're interrupting a conversation. You're interrupting a conversation he's having with somebody else.
Well, we can answer to him also because it's measured flat sea level. You know. The water. We use the water, and then you have elevation. That's the ground, and then you measure the ground, the height above that sea level. And sea level, it's Pacific Ocean, Atlantic Ocean, Indian Ocean, and all seas. And that thing is flat.
Okay. I think that too. Flat.
If it's opposite, then it will curved, and there is also size, and you can check that. You know, you can use geometry if you know what is that. For this guy before what I'm speaking, You can use geometry and find out. You don't need to go anywhere, you know. Like, I don't know, I don't need to go to China to realize that I'm in UK. I will check in UK or maybe next holiday in Croatia, for example. I don't need to go to Australia to check the sea level. Who is from Australia can check there, you know. Because if Earth is
You are
curving...
the administrator of the channel?
No.
Ah, okay. But I have a question. Why NRX and the Rulo, why are mute? I don't know.
I don't know, man.
Bro, the real question is, how can we build something that can go in whatever, straight line or not straight line? I don't know any physics, but can go
Doesn't matter.
all over the ocean.
It doesn't
You're
matter.
talking about over the ocean. There is people that sail all over the ocean every day, and I've done it myself, yeah? And the problem you have is you cannot travel in a straight line. If you've ever captained a boat, driven a boat, yeah, you cannot travel in a straight line. There's winds, there's currents, there's waves, and you get pushed way off course. You're constantly correcting to try and stay on course, yeah? So,
Yeah,
an
absolutely.
example, I used to travel about 200 kilometers offshore to a reef.
Who is the
And I would set my I would set my coordinates to my location, my longitude, latitude, etc. And then it would create a straight line on my GPS to that point. Now, when your GPS
Hear me.
No, you're interrupting the man.
Who
Let
is
the man
the
finish.
admin
Let
of
the
this
man
group?
finish. Hang on, you're interrupting what he was telling you. Please listen. Let the man finish. Thank you. Carry on, sir.
Relax, please. I have a question.
But you're interrupting somebody else was talking.
No.
Somebody else was talking. Somebody else was talking. I want to hear what the other guy was saying.
You interrupt me.
He was talking.
You interrupt me.
Yeah.
You interrupt me, please.
No, you interrupt somebody else.
Hello.
Yeah, too late. Muted. All right.
Bro.
Jin, continue. Jin.
Yeah, no, it was the other guy, actually. He was trying to explain something.
Okay, it's my bad.
I only asking who is the admin. I only a question.
Hold on, we got to get control of
Yeah,
what's
not that
going
guy. It
on.
wasn't that guy. He interrupted.
Wood.
You guys are just screaming over each other. This never
All right, Wood. There we go. Yeah, we're trying to sort it out now.
AJ
Right,
was
all
speaking.
good.
Yeah, so I was just trying to explain that you can't travel in a straight line in a boat, yeah, no matter what you do.
This is incredible. This is incredible.
Somebody's interrupting again.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
the
he doesn't
guy
like
muted
what I'm
first.
saying.
All right,
Yeah,
so
he just
guys,
doesn't
please,
like what I'm saying.
please try not to interrupt anyone. Okay, I'm gonna Miwell. Okay, he's there. Okay, I'm gonna unmute you, dude. Right, don't interrupt mid sentence, or you're just gonna go on mute.
Son sus muertos, hijo de puta.
Just mute him. Just mute him. He's not ready. He's not here in good faith. Mute the bastard.
Done.
Oh, but like the ship from China goes here as well to other places.
Yeah, hang on. Did you not hear the other guy still speaking? He hadn't even finished. 3 manners here. Come on.
He said you cannot travel in the straight line, and then
he was explaining why. He was in the middle. I want to know why he wasn't able to go in a straight line. Please pay attention.
He said because of crosswinds.
No, you're interrupting. I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it because there's too many voices. So can I hear it now, please? Thank you. Fucking hell. Yeah, go ahead. Please, one more time. My apologies.
Yeah, I was just saying there's waves, there's currents, there's winds, etc. And I used to set my GPS coordinates about 200 kilometers offshore. And your GPS at that stage is zoomed out so that you can see your destination. And it gives you a straight line path directly to that point. You would think you were on your line, yeah? And you would zoom in. And as you zoomed in, you could be 50, 100 meters off that line. And you would have to constantly correct back to that line to get to your point, yeah? it's physically impossible to stay on a direct straight line in the ocean.
Thank you very much, AJ. Sorry, I dropped the name there. AJ. Yeah, I got it now. Yes, it's AJ that was talking. And is this where the words "dead reckoning" comes in back in the day? Is that
yes.
right? Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
Right. Thank you very much, sir. Lovely. Okay, now you can talk now.
Also, just one thing: there are no straight lines on a sphere.
That's right.
And you can, and also you cannot go straight on the ground, not only on the sea.
Thanks.
No, you can go straight on the ground. You can fly straight. Definitely fly straight. That's
yeah,
a fact.
you cannot.
Horizontal.
I'm saying you cannot go straight on the ground.
No, because the buildings would be in the way. But you can go straight if you're flying. Right.
Of course.
Oh, then just make a plane instead of a balloon. Go straight.
We've already look.
Hold on a second.
The Earth is flat. Hang on a second. We know the Earth is flat because we've actually gone out to check via aeroplanes.
That's a question.
Everybody's interrupting again. Now I'm talking. Now I'm getting interrupted. I'm going to say what I've got to say. We, the flat earthers, have gone out and checked, and we know the Earth is flat through aviation, maritime, that's ships, long distance observations. Okay, we've checked. Now you guys haven't checked anything. You haven't made any observations, any measurements. Can you go and do that and bring us your findings? Because you haven't checked anything. All you're doing is saying what we haven't done.
Where to start.
That's it. Well, then listen. That means you need to listen.
Question.
Okay, what's your question?
Look, if an earthquake happen, we can feel it. But when the earth move around the sun and stuff, we can't feel anything. Why that will be true?
And that's a good question, isn't it? When we have earthquakes, we feel the earthquake, but we don't feel the Earth's motion. Yeah. What's going on?
I have a question also. If we're going to the end of the Earth, will we fall?
You fall down.
All right.
I don't even know why you would say that. Why would you say that? Hello?
Jen,
Hello?
just a moment. Jen,
yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
a moment, please.
Yep, go ahead.
Fellas, don't whistle past the graveyard. Don't talk about the end of the earth, especially if you sail across a flat ocean. That's the server topic.
But I am just
it's
asking
interesting.
because you say that the Earth is flat, and
I don't say that. I don't say that. Everybody who knows the earth, the surveyors, the navigators, everybody, even you.
Okay. So tell me why that?
Why? Because they measure that for accuracy and for practical purposes. That's why.
Okay, but tell me, if we're going to end at the Earth, will we fall or not?
Well, if you bring up the end of the earth one more time, I'm going to mute your dumbass.
But why are you so mad, bro? He's just asking.
Are you so mad?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Because this is not the topic. Where the end of the earth is not the topic.
Well, the topic is the Earth. Yeah, tell him.
The topic is flat Earth, and that guy told a question about the Earth if it's flat. So it's in the topic.
Yeah.
No. Is the end of the earth part of the topic about the flat Earth? No.
Yes, because if you are talking about flat Earth, maybe if you go to the end of the world, he asked a question.
They are not related. They are non sequitur. You're not even smart enough to understand that the geometry or the surface measurement has nothing to do about where the end of it is.
Thank you for your insult, bro. Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Bro, you can
I see that you can control it yourself. Yes.
Yeah, relax, man. We are talking here, chill.
I should relax because you guys keep asking the same dumb question over and over and over again.
Why dumb? Why is the dumb?
I just pointed out that the end of the earth is not related to the surface measurement.
Yeah. Okay.
But I didn't get my my reply, bro. I am just curious. Well, I
Okay, but then I have a question for you. I have a question for you.
Yeah,
Have you, are you listening, please? Right.
Yeah.
Have you actually measured the curvature of the Earth? Everybody's talking here again. Have you measured the curvature of the Earth? Yeah. Have you measured the curvature of the Earth? Have you?
Me?
Yes. Have you measured?
I didn't understand you, bro.
Okay,
if you measure the Earth.
Yeah, the Earth's curvature. Have you measured it?
Medir.
Oh, no,
Measure.
no.
No. Okay, right. Okay. So I think you should go and do that. That way you will learn a lot by trying to measure the curvature of the Earth. You're going to find the flat Earth. So why don't you go and check that and then come back and tell us what your results were. That's what you should do. Okay? We've done it already.
I have a question for you, Jim.
Yes, go ahead.
Your way to think that the Earth is flat is a measurement that you do to see if the Earth is flat?
Yes, correct.
That's why you think. And what do you think about all the studies and the scientists?
I don't care. I don't care about the scientists. I don't care about the scientists because the scientists gave me the number. So I say thank you for the number. Let me go and check now. Let me make sure that your numbers are correct. So I went out to check. The numbers are not correct because we're not finding the curvature. Okay.
What are you doing? What about not the numbers? The photos.
The photos are fake. I already know. I know that the photos are fake. They're not real. Okay. NASA tells us that themselves. So NASA tells us. Robert Simmons tells us, and we know it's fake. We know that's fake. No problem.
Okay.
But why you know that? Why?
Oh, why do I know that? Okay. Today's technology, we can take a picture.
Can you talk more relaxed? I didn't hear you. Good.
Yeah, I'm trying to explain now. Here we go.
Okay.
We can take all NASA images, all of them, and we can put them through a digital analysis software. And that software can tell us if it's original from space or if it is Photoshop, copy and paste, composite. Every shot NASA has done is Photoshop, composite, and what's the other one? CGI. Okay. So we know.
I have another question.
Okay.
When you look at the moon, what do you think?
Yeah. I don't know what the moon is. I don't know what it is.
Okay. So you think that the moon is round, but
I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. It looks round, but I'm not sure. I have to go there to check. I cannot check. So I don't know.
Yeah,
hang on. Hang on. Okay. Thank you. When I'm talking, just wait till I'm finished. Stop the butting because I'll butt you out. Pay attention. I do not know the shape 100% because I cannot check 100%.
Okay.
So the answer, I don't know. Okay.
Okay. So, but you can see the light on the moon when the Earth rotates. You know. So,
yeah, but I don't know what the light is. I don't know what it is though.
I am talking, bro. So that means the moon
looks
is
round, doesn't
round, right?
If it looks round, so it is round. Is that it?
I don't know. Yeah, it's wrong, isn't it? I don't know.
Well, guess what? The Earth looks flat, so I guess it must be flat by your standards.
Okay, and Jim, I'm so curious about what you said about the photos of NASA faking that with digital programs. Can you prove that with the program you said you can know if that is real or fake?
Yes, I can link you to
what's
some
the program?
The program. There's one called Photoscape.
Photoscape.
Yeah, Photoscape digital analysis software. Photoscape. The other one is called JPEG. Hang on. The other one is called JPEG Scoop. JPEG Scoop.
Can you tell me?
Scoop. Yeah, these are softwares. And then the last one is forensically.
Perfect.
Digital,
I will see that.
3. Yeah.
So if I put, tell me. Okay, so I wanted to say if I put the some NASA pics in these softwares, it will tell me that it's fake.
It will show you that it's fake, because the way the software works, is that it looks for continuity through the image. Okay, so it subjects it to a gray ash film across the image. Now, if the image is original, then the gray ash will be completely across the whole image. But if it is fake, then the image will not be completely gray. It will show you the fake area. Okay? That's how the software works.
Yes.
Thank you.
And last question. What's the purpose the reason because NASA or the scientists do that to make us think that the Earth is round? What's the
that's
reason?
A good question because one, the idea of the Earth globe started 482 years ago. That's where the lie kind of like began, and it's been continued all the way through to now. They're controlling the human race with it, and they're making money from this as well, because an industry has happened now, We have a space. They've got satellites, they're not there. Telescopes, they're not there. They're traveling to the moon. They're traveling to Mars. They're traveling to Venus, Voyager 1. All these things that are lies. They're lies to keep everybody confused about where they are, okay? That's one reason. There are many reasons. I'm not the liar, though. I know they're lying. That's the main thing. We know they are lying. When you know they are lying, it means you cannot trust them because they are lying. Okay? They are lying.
Okay. So, can you give me a specific example of one way they monetize that?
Well,
and
basically,
make money.
Look at NASA. NASA this year is receiving $67 million a day. That's $18 billion space budget. But they don't give us one real picture. How can an organization say they go to but they're getting this kind of money? That's one. SpaceX, Elon Musk. Okay, he's getting money from NASA and the government. Now he has split from Donald Trump. So Donald Trump says, you're not getting any more money. So maybe now Elon Musk is going to stop the space thing because the money is not there. You see? They're getting money.
Do you think you can drill through the Earth?
That's a good question. Russia, back in 1972, it took them 20 years and they drilled 7.6 miles, 12 kilometers, maximum 12 kilometers. Russia did that. It took them 20 years. But this is the main point. They made some predictions. At this distance, we're going to hit this. At this distance, we're going to hit this. At this distance, we're going to hit this. They were wrong every step of the way. 20 years, all wrong. Okay? That's the main point. Yeah.
I will type another question, but my English is not so good, so I will.
It's okay. You're speaking good for Spanish. You're Spanish. You're doing very good. Thank you.
You can say the question in Spanish. I'll translate it.
Oh no, I am from Italy.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh, you're from Italy. Sorry.
Italiano, never mind.
Italia, yeah.
No problem.
I thought you were Spanish. You sounded Spanish. My mistake.
Your English is fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Your English is very good, sir.
I will type it anyway. Thanks, man.
Yeah, no, we respect you for your English. It's good.
Italian, Spanish, tomatoes.
Yeah, they do sound similar. I agree. But he's from
I'm
Italian.
just kidding.
Okay.
I'm just
Can I have your
kidding.
question, please? Can I have your question? Go ahead.
Yeah. I
typed it already.
Oh, what did he say? Sorry, I'm not looking.
If the Earth is flat,
hey,
why do
James,
flights
stop hogging the mic.
Okay. Someone else
Who
take
has
over.
the question? Who has the question? Wood?
Just kidding.
Wood or
I got it. If the Earth is flat, why do flights in the southern hemisphere take the shortest route over Antarctica?
Yeah.
That's. Can I have that question one more time? If the
Earth is flat, why do flights in the southern hemisphere take the shortest route over Antarctica?
They don't. Yeah, they don't take the shortest route. That's a very tricky question. All they do is fly to their destination. Okay, and sometimes during the flight,
that's all. They don't fly that way. That's the answer. They don't fly that way.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Radwin. I was just asking about you today and today, so I'm glad you're back. Thanks. Welcome back from a little lapse there. We've been missed, okay? You've been duly missed, Radwin, duly missed. Welcome back. Okay, anybody else? Questions?
Well, I got a question.
Wait. The question was asked and it was answered. So is that it about the flights?
Yeah, that's it. We want another question. Yes, another question, please.
I heard a scientist like
tell them airplanes don't work on a globe, bro. Come on, like just don't let it go like that.
Chill out, please chill out.
Yeah. Aeroplanes don't fly on a globe. We know that. I've explained it. We don't need to go too into depth at the moment. And I think Radwin's interjection was perfectly timed because I was going to go into it, so it's not necessary at the moment. Yeah, next question, please.
Yeah, yes. I heard the scientist said like the Earth is like a peach, but in the picture it's perfectly a globe. So he's fucking around. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Right. So yeah, that's correct. So basically, even Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't know the shape. You know. So there you have it. Yeah, and I do advise.
Pictures, let me say something, Jen. The pictures that you see, the images that you see on the screen, you can look at that, right, and take it as face value, right? Then you go to the real thing, the thing in question, the Earth or the waters across, and you check that, and you find out that the pictures don't add up to what the Earth is, on how the Earth measures, or how the Earth is operated, or the physics of water, gas pressure. So whatever is claimed on the picture, you can falsify it when you go to the realist level, to the world. You can falsify the claims by going and measured.
Yeah.
See? Go ahead.
That's the key thing. Yeah, you got to check it.
Yeah,
and you guys have admitted that you haven't checked it yet. So you're asking good questions, but all your questions will be asked if you go out and the curvature for yourself with your friends. Go and check it.
This guy that brought out the pictures early, he said that it doesn't add up for him, right? The pictures, they claim something, but then the pictures is a marble. They say the blue marble, right? The pictures don't add up to reality, and that's correct. He's correct on his assessment that the pictures don't add up to the claims. He's right.
Yeah, because
even to the measurements. It doesn't add up to reality. So you're correct there.
Yeah.
Jin, I have another question.
Yeah, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
In 1492, Colon acted as if the world were round, plotting a route that only makes sense on a sphere world, and it worked. And that's why he got
Cristobal Colon, he didn't know where he was going, and he didn't know how he made it there.
Yeah, but he wanted to go to Asia.
Listen, bro. Hermano, Cristobal Colon was lost.
Yeah, he was lost.
Yeah, but he wanted to go to Asia. That's why.
Sounds made up. He sounds made up to me.
That's why he wanted to go to Asia, and he went to to the opposite sides instead of.
We got the story, but think about it, bro. Just think about it. Cristobal Colon, the claims about it doesn't add up. He didn't discover America. There was already civilizations here.
I know.
He didn't discover anything.
Yeah.
When you add everything up, he went across the globe, and because what we got in school is that Christopher Colon, what they told me in school, that he proved that the Earth wasn't flat because he made it to America, proving that it was a globe. That's complete nonsense.
Yeah.
That's logically fallacious. Did you hear that in school as well?
Yes, but it's proved that he went to the opposite side and
but he didn't prove the globe,
Asia in less time.
Prove the globe. He did not prove the globe. Look in the side chat how you can travel around the Earth on a flat surface without proving globe. Look in the side chat. Remember that. Remember, your number one problem is you're not checking the curvature of the Earth. Okay? You are believing and guessing and hoping. But you need to know Knowing is going to go and measure.
But I don't know, bro. There are more planets. How do you explain me that, bro? Is all that fake? Stars, planets?
Let me explain. I have no idea what the planets are. When I look through the telescope, I don't know what I'm looking at. I have no idea. No idea at all.
So Jane, let me add up, bro. When you're asking about the planets, right? The observable phenomena that we see up in the sky when we look up, and we label some of those lights planets. The Earth is nothing, or those things are nothing like the Earth. So making the assertion that the Earth is a planet like those lights in the sky doesn't follow logically.
With that logic, we are alone in this universe, in this galaxy.
Yes,
we are
absolutely.
the only planet.
Yes, we're not a planet. We're the only thing with life on it. We're the only living thing we know, because you can't go to those planets and go and get a broccoli, carrots, banana, peach, pistachio nut. You can't get anything from there. Everything is on Earth.
Listen, Jane, real quick, bro. You gotta make a separation between the thing we observe from when you go outside and pull out the telescope or look with your eyes or whatever optical device, and you look at the phenomena that we call planets, and we see them moving in certain motions and doing what they do. That observable phenomena is not the same as the cartoons that you see, right? The solar system or the cartoons of the planets and the Earth as a planet. That is not the same thing. Those are separate things, not the same.
That's right.
Yeah, so when you think about planets and you think Earth is this cartoon that you saw on the screen, or a circle or a drawing or a sphere, you don't see the Earth as that, and you don't see the luminaries or the planets that we see in the sky. We don't see those as the cartoons that you call in planets. The fantasy version of the planets are not the observable phenomena that we observe in the objective reality. Not the same.
Man, I gotta get in on
I
this.
got a point. I wanna talk.
Yeah, me too, man.
There's some guy that... Okay, go ahead.
Okay. That's like an old science of astronology that work only on a geocentrical Earth. Don't work on heliocentrical. It makes sense. Like they use it to find direction and know when the rain come. Did you get it?
Correct. Yeah, the celestials make more sense in a geocentric nor a heliocentric, because there are landmarks that are ground positions to the stars that kind of tells you in a way that the ground is motionless. And it's not this spinning thing that is in motion.
It doesn't move. It can't be in heliocentrical world.
Correct. The movement of the luminaries debunked that the ground is moving, actually, based on their positions and the way it happens, like through the years and how they reset. That you cannot find any parallax between the Earth and the luminaries, and a lot of the globers, they believe is geocentric. The globe is geocentric, but they still call it a globe. But still, it's not curving, so it cannot be a globe.
You know where I learned this from? Like from the Quran, it's explain everything.
Yeah, you're gonna find a lot of books that are gonna give you good information, good insights. And yeah, there's a religious book that will tell you some facts about this place. Sure, many books.
And what do you think about where the rain come from?
The rain? Oh no, I don't know about that.
Clouds.
Clouds. Yeah.
They come from
Where's
clouds.
the other guy that had another question? There was another guy that wants to jump in.
Yeah, I think we had another guy. Was that Stove before that wanted to jump in? Oh, that was Wood that wanted to get in. All right, go ahead,
Wood. Hello. Honestly, I think it's just very weird that you guys just like
Do you have a question, or are you just going to complain?
Yeah, no, I have two things. I have a question, but I also like a kind of a warning or something like that.
So we want to hear your question. Don't worry about warnings. We know how to drive. We know how to use our senses and operate in reality. We don't need your warning. So just go with it. Skip to the question.
Sure. My question is, like, if I am in the coast of Brazil, right? How, like, if the Earth was flat, I could just look straight into the horizon and see Africa. How come that doesn't happen?
Your eye
No,
can't,
not
can't
really.
see
You
through
cannot do
thousands
that.
of miles.
Yeah, you will not be able to see that, because when you're talking about those thousands of miles, you have to consider the molecules that make up the air that you're looking at over that distance, and then the weather systems over that distance that are going to make it impossible for you to look through. So you're pushing.
By the way,
Let me finish, please.
what's
Let
it?
me finish, please.
What's
Let
it
me finish,
supposed to
please.
look? What's it
Hang on,
supposed to
somebody's
look like?
interrupting.
Yeah,
I'm in
what's
the
it
middle of saying
supposed to look
something.
like?
I'm in the middle of saying something. Can you shut up? Thank you. Now,
sure.
Basically, if you could remove all the molecules, in other words, turn Earth into a vacuum, you may be able to, if you have a powerful enough telescope, to resolve that distance, perhaps. But it gets more opaque. It gets, last words, it gets more opaque the further you increase that distance. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Yeah.
What's Africa supposed to look like? What's Africa supposed to look like when the Earth is flat?
Great question.
Well, I think that it would just look like another random coast, right?
How tall would it be?
Well, if it is, we're talking about flat Earth, it would be about as my height, because it would be beach to beach. On the beach, looking at another beach.
So in a swimming pool, a big swimming pool, and the ball floats away from you, it should always be. That water's flat. That ball's always the same height, and you're not looking down at it. What's the matter with you?
There isn't a pool big enough to make the ball look smaller.
Sure, we can use a lake.
Yeah, sure.
So listen, the answer to your question is that it's
hold on. I can just focus on one thing at a time, otherwise I'm gonna get lost. If we're at a lake and they have a ball and the ball gets pushed or dragged by the current or whatever, eventually it's gonna get smaller.
Why? How small is it going to get?
Depends on how big the lake is.
So you think you should be able to see that ball in Africa, or would it be too small?
If I had an equipment like a telescope, or binoculars, I could
it would be too small. It would be too small is the answer. So how big should Africa
with my
look
naked eye,
from your distance?
It would look small.
Yeah, how big should Africa look? How tall should it be on the horizon?
If I had the necessary equipment, either a telescope or binoculars or what have you, then yes, I would be able to look into Africa if I zoomed in enough. But I can't. If I go into the coast of Brazil and zoom
because
in,
you can't see through air. You
can
only see the water so far. You can only see through air so far. That's it.
The air is opaque.
Yeah, the air is opaque. Sure.
Yep, that's it.
At
The
a
end.
certain point,
the end. Wah, 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 wah. That's that. The air is
optic
opaque.
that you're gonna bring out, the optic that you're gonna bring out is still gonna have a limitation, an optical limitation of view. So you're still gonna see a horizon where things are converging towards that distance. Even if you pull out the infrared, you won't be able to see that far. There's gonna be a limitation of view. Everything is gonna converge to that point. Even that huge optic that you're gonna bring out, whatever optical device that you're talking about, still that optic is gonna have a limitation of view. So you won't be able to see Africa from that distance.
Let me think of another question that I have.
So whatever, listen, think about it. You thought that, oh, I cannot see Africa from Brazil because Earth is globe. But no, there's a bunch of other variables that you take into account, and you can logically follow and come to the conclusion that you cannot see Africa from Brazil because of these reasons. And you can check them and demonstrate them. Follow the logic, obviously.
I got
all
a
you have to
question.
do is all you have to do is follow your logic that the ball got too small on the lake when it went away from you. If you can't see the ball, you're not going to see Africa either.
Right. Someone had a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's one. You know, like the flag in the United Nations. Is that what flat Earth look like?
No, that's a flag. That's a flag. It's a flag and a drawing. That's not how the Earth looks like. That's how a flag looks like.
The North Pole in the middle. Something like that.
You should ask the United Nations. They made that flag. Ask them why they did that. Because I don't work for them.
Okay.
Bro, think about the Earth, the way it looks, and if you're gonna ask, is this projection the Earth? No, it's not. It doesn't look like that. It looks different. You might have a projection, but it's gonna be missing a bunch of things. It's not gonna be accurate. So that's not how the Earth looks like. No.
But it's definitely not the globe configuration and projection. It's not that. Definitely not a globe.
Think about it. That flag, that projection that you're looking at, is giving you like a bunch of continents, all of these distances, and no man can be observing the Earth from that perspective. So how can someone draw it and say this is how it looks like? Damn, bro.
Like that, the North Pole is in the middle, and like the South Pole is around the world, or something like that.
It's a possibility. It is a possibility, definitely. So I'm not gonna can't say it's not a possibility.
I think they know what they are doing.
Yeah, if we could fly over the Earth properly, we may get a better understanding. Because it is possible to know. Unfortunately, we're under tyranny around the world, and that's all I'm going to say. There are restrictions in place, a deception's being perpetrated. That would be the reason why they're lying about the shape, because they don't want us to know it. There's a lot would be revealed, okay? But we have the technology to find out. That's for sure.
Why would they care about if we know what the Earth supposedly looks like?
Well, when they think you are a slave, they want to limit what the slaves can know, so they don't have a rebellion, for example. So they're going to want to. You don't realize you're a slave and you're under a devaluation system here. You don't realize that, but they know what they can do, and they want to keep control. So obviously, it's important to them. That's why they care. Thanks.
If you can convince someone to believe absurdities, you can convince them to commit atrocities.
Right, and that's what's going on. Believing of absurdities, and also committing atrocities. It's all happening as we speak.
Yeah, you can make them believe that you should stand 6 feet away from other people.
Don't get started on this COVID. I mean, you guys really don't believe in COVID? Is that what's going on?
Absolutely. Let's not talk about it because it's not the topic matter.
All I said was what a man on TV tells you to do, you will listen to him.
That's it.
Yeah, because I don't want to get sick and die. That's why.
That's not the reason why. You should know yourself.
If the man on TV said an asteroid's going to hit your house, you better get to Walmart and buy toilet paper and water. Are you going to do that?
People did that because they're kind of idiotic. That's not.
Well, that's it. Well, that's what you're saying. I don't need a doctor to tell me that I'm healthy. I haven't been sick in 45 years. I don't need a doctor.
I'm glad that you haven't.
Yeah, I'm glad I haven't, because I'm using my own head. I'm the one that's the gladdest. You couldn't be more glad than I am. I'm the one that's the gladdest here, because I'm doing it for myself. I don't need the doctor. So no matter how glad you are.
Anyway, we don't need to talk about doctors. I'm just telling you why why you will do things because the man on TV told you to do it. And you have no argument for that except, of course I will do that. That's what you said. That was your argument for it. Of course I'm going to listen to the man on TV.
The analogy is that the globe is on the TV, therefore that's why people believe it, because it's on the TV, or they heard it in the radio. Man said in the radio, we live on a globe, therefore you believe it, because you haven't checked it, like Jin said, and you guys admitted earlier, you haven't checked, but you still believe it.
Have you checked, man? Have you personally got
Yes, I've checked for myself.
You
and
personally,
I can confirm to you that water, listen, I check water physics, I check the physics of water, I check the gas pressure physics, I check the long distances observations, laser tests, radar systems. I check all of these things, and those things confirm what you already know, that you don't live in a spinning ball. You already know this. You already know when you observe across a body of water, there's no globe that you're observing. The ground is motionless. You already know this. You can look long distance observations from landmarks, from position to position. There's no curvature between those. You can pull out the laser and check with the laser if there's any drop over the distance. You'll find out there's no drop over the distance. The ground is not in motion. You can test for that. It's not in motion. You need containment for gas pressure. You already know that. You can confirm this, verify this, law of nature. So you already know that. So the globe is the thing that you don't know, that you cannot verify, that it's been falsified, and it's an impossibility, and it goes against everything we know. It's a complete nonsensical fantasy claim, but you still believe it.
Right, just to finish off, hang on a second, sorry to interrupt you, just to add on to what Jem, especially for the listeners, what James is saying is this: he puts it to you as a lawyer would, that you are all carrying flat earth data through your experience, and you're carrying zero globe experience. I say again, you are carrying flat earth existence and zero globe experience. That's what he's putting to you as a lawyer would put it to you in a courtroom. Thank you very much. Carry on now.
Yeah, so let's break it down. We can't comprehend that the Earth is a globe by sensible means because we are inside the globe. We are inside the Earth. You cannot look at the outside of a microwave if you're inside the microwave. You know, you got to get outside the microwave to do that.
No, that's absolutely incorrect.
Like,
no,
let me touch on this. Let me touch on this. So listen, bro. That what you're saying that you cannot sense any of this, right? So let's start with the senses. You don't observe the globe. You don't feel the globe, right? You don't experience the globe. You agree with this because you're saying you cannot do it with your senses.
But my
then,
scale,
like I told you, in your scale, right? But then we go out of that scale, right? We pull out the lasers. We can build lasers. We pull out the infrared opticals, right? We pull out motion devices that can test if the Earth is in motion. And guess what? All of those instruments are going to confirm what your senses are already telling you. So they're going to just prove your senses correct, that the Earth is not curving with the laser, that the Earth is not in motion with any motion sensory system, right? And the gas pressure, you can confirm the gas pressure. You can breathe air. That's the smell test, right? And you can confirm that you require a container by testing. So even though you cannot, at the bigger scale, confirm the whole of the world, right, with your senses, you can confirm your senses correct with equipment, laser, infrared, all of those things, gas pressure systems. You can confirm that your senses are actually correct.
Yeah, and we have technologies that we can use to measure the surface as well. So there is no we cannot know. If a man supposedly 2,300 years ago by the name of Aristophanes or Eratosthenes, using no technology at all, and he supposedly measured the circumference of the Earth, then today in 2025, with today's high technology, cutting edge, we will be able to measure that curvature, and we're not able to do that. Okay? So there is no we cannot do it because we're in the earth. We're not actually in the earth, ladies and gentlemen. We are on the earth. We don't live in it. We are on it. Wow. Using the wrong terminology. Yeah, don't ever say we're in the earth.
You understand what I mean?
Well, it can be an on the floor. It can be you're on the floor. Obviously, you're on the surface, right?
I don't live in it.
Unless you die, they put you in the earth, right? Under.
Okay. Well, that's the difference. Yeah.
Or if you are inside the contained environment, because you're breathing air, so you're actually inside a dynamic contained environment. So you are in.
Yeah, I'm on the surface of the earth, though, which is what I'm concerned about.
Yes,
I'm living
on the surface. Yes,
right. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, so I don't live in the earth as such at this moment in time. Okay. So please be careful.
If you go inside a cave, if you go inside a cave, you're in the earth.
Yeah, in that sense, correct. Yeah. But what I'm saying is we have to be careful of the terminology. Want to measure the surface of the earth, that would mean we'd have to be on top of it. And we can indeed, if the so-called powers that shouldn't be have given us these numbers, we should be able to validate them. It's as simple as that. There is no we cannot do that.
Yeah, my bad. Guy, you were saying that you cannot know to your scale, but yes, to your scale, the earth is not a globe. And when you use equipment to check if it's a globe or not, you cannot falsify the globe with any means that you can produce.
Yeah,
you won't be able to demonstrate the globe. You cannot demonstrate it. Can you?
He hasn't today. He hasn't done it yet himself. Anyway, he knows that he hasn't been out. So he's talking about us guys, right? But what about you, sir, yourself? You yourself. Why don't you go and check? Because you haven't checked anything. You're just running on belief, and a belief without confirmation is a mistake. So I'm looking at us like we're wrong here. You haven't checked it, so you can't begin to say we are incorrect. And an appeal to all the scientists, we don't give a damn about those scientists. We've taken their information, we've gone to check, and they're wrong. Period. You can find out the same by going to check.
I think if they were wrong, they wouldn't have a job, you know?
Again, the deception is at such a state at the moment. They're lucky they're still in a job at the moment, but that's going to change because each day that
lucky
goes by,
who has a job? Name the guy. What job?
Yeah. Go ahead.
What guy? What guy? Name him.
Any astrophysicist, any oceanographer, any one of those that works with the Earth.
Looking in the sky and making up stories. You don't get paid for that. Sorry, unless you're on TV.
You get paid by calculating. You get paid by works that.
No, you don't get paid to calculate anything. What are you calculating?
All right,
so
Professor
when the
Triangle.
when the guy comes on TV and tells you an asteroid's going to hit your house, so you better go buy water and toilet paper and this time they want you to buy vinegar. They want you to buy vinegar. They want you to buy vinegar. So now are you going to buy all of those? You're going to buy mostly vinegar because that's the newest thing mentioned. Which one are you running out to buy?
Man.
Okay, well, my question is, why are we talking about vinegar? Why are we talking about vinegar? Like, out of everything else, why are we talking about vinegar? That's so weird.
It's an example. It's an example of the control that the powers that shouldn't be have. That's all. It's an example.
Yeah. So
go ahead. And
I can see that. I can see that could be a certain degree of fear mongering with these kinds of things. But I would argue that fear-mongering is a problem in and of itself, and a guy on the TV saying you need to buy X and Y because your house is going to be hit by a meteor is just fear-mongering. It has no basis on reality.
Yeah, but here's the thing. If you don't go do that, and then when it hits, you're screwed. If you go do that, and it doesn't hit because NASA or Russia secretly launched a mission 5 years ago to push it away as soon as it got close by. They didn't get cameras of it. We got some still shots. Clicky click, here's some dots. And then you guys all go, man, we are so lucky to have space people. If it wasn't for them, we'd be all dead right now.
See?
Do you see how I turned your fear mongering into no? It's hero worshiping.
Man, honestly, I missed part of your point, so I cannot faithfully answer it. I'm sorry.
Let's make it more technical for this guy. What topic do you want to brush on? Do you want to talk about laser tests, or I don't know, like let's check on the curve. Yeah.
I got a question.
Okay, what's your question? Go ahead.
There's a question.
Like, if we're the Earth flat, why some places are in the day and some places in the night?
Okay, it's a good question. You want to take it, Dempsey? Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say that the sun, the day, the ones that bring you the day, it moves across the sky and it's shining on an area, and then when it moves away from that area, it's not daytime anymore because it moved away. So the sun moves.
The sun is small.
The end.
The sun moves away from that area. It's nighttime now because the sun moved that way. It's that way. Go ahead.
You can prove that by putting a stick in the ground, dude. Put a stick in the ground. You can watch the shadow move because the sun's moving across the sky. You can mark the shadow, and then like 2 hours later, mark it again, and you'll see the shadow moved. That's how you can prove the sun moved.
Yeah, but Professor, that specific experiment was made to show that the Earth is a globe.
Oh no!
That is orbiting.
No, real quick. No, 1 second. 1 second, Professor, give me 1 second. Bro, with the person that did the shadow test, he didn't prove the Earth was a globe. He was trying to determine the circumference of the globe. He already presupposed that he was on a globe, and he wanted to know the circumference. So it didn't prove the globe. So that's wrong, what you're saying.
Man, that's the same thing that you guys do with your experiments. You think
no, it's not the same thing, bro.
No, let me explain. Let me finish. Let me finish, please. Let me finish.
You're misrepresenting our position.
I mean, at least that's the way that I have.
Go ahead and do it. Just misrepresent it. I'll fix it in a second. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Because you guys say, "Hey, Earth isn't a globe." I'll do my own math, I'll do my own research, even though you guys are not scientists. And then you say, hey, I see this, therefore Earth is flat. You guys are, I would think that you guys are biased. Because everything that goes against you guys just say, nope, scientists, NASA, everything that goes against you, you guys just say, nah, that's not true. It's unfaithful, man.
That's all straw man. You did a bunch of straw mans. Just make one steel man.
Real quick. So you're assuming that there's no scientists that are flat earthers, huh? That's pretty.
He said, yeah.
No,
I was going to ask him, if you tell me what a scientist is, dude, because maybe I'm in the wrong field.
He said that you're also unfaithful to NASA.
No, it's unfaithful to just ignore arguments that go against you.
He's religious about this shit. Sorry, dude. I didn't know you were a religious nut about
No, don't start with religious things, man. Don't start with this. Don't start it. Don't start it.
No, there's
it's not that I am religious. I say unfaithful, not in God. I say unfaithful in mauvaise foi, you know?
Hey, bro, there should be only arguments that support your claim in the positive, not in the negative against something else, right? You already observe and experience Earth. You already observe. No, bro, I wasn't finished. I wasn't done. You already observe and experience Earth and treat it and measure it as flat and stationary. You'll never do anything otherwise, right? So if you're going to say it's a globe and it's spinning and it's in this area called outer space, bro, all these things antithetical to our natural experience of reality, you're going to have to support that with evidence, not give us reasons why it's not flat.
But man,
give us reasons why it's curved.
Yeah, because I resent the statement you made that we're just making our minds up, ignoring everybody else. In fact, just to finish off, we've taken everything that the scientists that you adhere to, everything they've said, and we've gone to check it. That's what we're doing. Is that a crime, Wood? Are we committing a crime, Wood, when we're measuring? We're not saying, oh, it looks flat. We're actually measuring it, Wood. Is that a crime, Wood? Can you please explain?
He doesn't get it. He thinks scientists have proved the Earth as a globe, but they just believe it just like himself. There's no scientist, living or dead, that has proved or has any evidence that Earth is a globe. Any scientists that believe Earth is a globe, they just believe it. They haven't proved it.
Yeah. So I resent the idea that we just go out and just ignore everything and just look and oh, it's flat. That's it. NASA, nah. We are holding these people to the standards that they're meant to hold on to themselves in the realm of integrity. So we're not pretending. We're not children here. We're actually going out to prove the fact that they're liars. Okay.
Anyone that says that there are scientists and they use science to prove Earth is a globe, that's not a scientist. That's a pseudoscientist.
Thank you, pseudoscience. I'd like to ask him which field of science deals with determining the shape of the Earth.
Exactly. There you go. You're going to learn something now. Wood. Go ahead.
I don't think there's one realm of science that says, hey, this is the realm of the Earth. Well, this is the shape of the Earth.
I thought science was broken up into fields of study, bro.
Yes, but it's not. There's not one that says, hey, curve. You know, I think that it could be part of geophysics,
which field of study deals with it? Which field of study?
Geophysics.
Specific geophysics. All right. What do they do?
Geophysics, they study the physics of the Earth and how it, the whole Earth.
So what did they do? Planet. What did they do to determine that it's curving?
They do, they
don't go out into reality?
They calculate things.
They measure things? What do they measure?
The distance between 2 points on the Earth. You're asking
they measure
things because you're trying to find a place to
distance. Hey, wait a sec, bro. Distances is not exclusive to a curved surface. So, what else did they do?
Man, I would need to look into geophysicists to
maybe
say
you should
that.
do
I
that.
am not a geophysicist.
Maybe you should do that. Yeah, maybe you should do that.
Yeah, and don't accuse us.
What's the attitude of you guys?
Intellectually dishonest. Don't accuse us of being intellectually dishonest, and don't ever imply that when you yourself have made no effort in trying to validate your beliefs. So don't you ever do that again, yeah? You come in here and say you guys are this and that. Don't ever do that again, man, because you'll be booted out. That's not good faith.
Boot me out then, man. It's not really that important.
Hey, what's up, guys? What's up? What's happening?
We got Wood here making baseless claims and wild assertions that we look at the shape of this up, but we're just making our minds up because it just looks flat. We're not using any integrity.
Maybe Wood's assuming that because he's thinking about how he came to the globe, which was just bold. It's the case, being shown some images. Not really applying much direct critical scrutiny to the claim, so he just assumes that that's the same for us. But I'm sure in time, Wood, you'll realise that that's not the case.
Hold on. Cyclone.
He just made a claim.
He got super offended when he said that we don't have faith in NASA. And then I asked him about his religion he was talking about, and he freaked out.
I did not say faith in NASA, man.
See,
I said faith.
See how you can't even say those words around him? It's crazy.
Yeah, a lot of people. Faith.
He also have that belief.
Sorry about that. You know the difference between bad faith and faith, right? Like, I'm not trying to you're dumb. No, I genuinely want to know because, I'm not. I'm
very simple.
I don't believe in God.
Well, it's very simple. NASA are just producing.
Sorry.
Hollywood, CGI, cartoons, stories.
Real quick, just so you have a nice solid recap, Cyclone, this dude said that he knows what every single flat earther does for a living and their education level, basically.
No, he didn't.
No, I
Surely
didn't.
not.
What the hell are you getting this from?
You said you know for a fact that there's no scientist flat earthers. Is that not correct?
No, I said there might be a couple flat earther scientists.
There might be a couple.
I did. I literally
Well,
did.
it sounds anyway, Wood, like you've realized if you did say something like that, that would have been a silly thing to assert or claim.
Yeah, it's silly to think that
that's what
like,
you said.
can believe
That's
whatever
what
you
said,
want.
though. That's exactly what you said. Don't lie. That's exactly what you said. There are no flat Earth scientists. Yes, you did.
I did not say that.
You did. You did.
I did not say that. I said there might be.
Come on, hey, let's not fight about it. Let's not fight about it. It's recorded, though.
Mistakes. You don't gotta freak out on him.
Yeah, it's okay, guys.
He
Okay.
doesn't know
Guys, what he said is
know
that
who he's talking to. He's about
Come on.
he's about to take a triangle test, and he's about to see that.
Oh, here we go.
Wow, these fuckers are super smart. Watch.
Let's see how unfaithful we are.
Is that video you linked a geophysicist with a PhD who's a flat earther?
Mm-hmm.
Very cool. To check that out.
So what globe evidence have we had presented today?
A bunch of them, but you guys shut it off every time.
Okay, what was the best evidence?
For me, the best evidence is looking at other planets like Mars or Venus. You notice that they're round, so why wouldn't Earth be round?
Well, that's a logical fallacy, though, not evidence that the ground is a ball. Yes, because the ground is not a light in the sky, is it? And you have no reason to assume that it is. That's just a logical leap that you're making. It's fallacious. If that's the best evidence, dude, you're in trouble. Really?
His premise is he's already including, bro, you say other planets. You're already saying that the Earth is a planet, even though you haven't demonstrated
Because it is a planet. Earth
No, the
is
planets
a
are the
celestial
lights in the
body,
sky.
which means since it's not a star, it's a planet.
A celestial body is a light that we observe in the night sky, dude.
That's a star.
That would be a celestial
Terra
body.
is not celestial. Terra is not celestial. Celestial is up. Terra is down below your feet.
Yeah, you know, we got
I say celestial
celestial
because
and
we are in
terrestrial. Celestial, terrestrial, two different things. Yeah, it's like you saying, I know that my bedroom floor is a ball because the light in my ceiling is a ball. Like, that's how illogical that is. So not only is it not a good argument, it's not even a logical argument. But I know this is how they've trained you to think. That's how they trained us all to think, fallaciously. So yeah, but we hear it all the time. People are like, well, I've been told the lights in the sky are balls, so the ground beneath my feet must be a ball, but it only takes about 10 seconds to actually consider how illogical that is.
But it's still, what they projecting and actually thinking that when they saw the Earth from an outside perspective, like the solar system, they think that's the Earth. The tune that they saw, and they're thinking about the sky and the sun, the sun and the moon, and the Earth as part of that image that they saw, like a solar system, Earth included in it. Yeah.
Yeah, because it makes sense.
No, it's just what it's the only thing you've been told, so it's the only thing you've really conceptualized. That's why it makes sense to you. You've never been offered any other alternative.
He actually, he's hey, bro, it's actually the opposite of making sense.
Logical.
Listen, bro, it's actually nonsensical.
You're thinking you're in a debate, though, which is why you're trying to just push back on everything that we're saying, even though it's logical and correct. So I wouldn't expect you to understand it at this point if you're here just to debate.
Man, I don't even.
But there's
know
no
why
debate.
I'm here.
There's no debate. I mean,
because I'm not debating with you guys that you're wrong.
Is the Earth doing? How does it measure? How does it observe? This is why you're confused. because you're focusing
No, I'm
on
confused. I'm
people
pissed off.
and
That's
stories.
different.
Yes, you're pissed off because you're confused because you've been trained to accept the Earth as one thing due to stories and images and claims. Not how does Earth actually measure? How is it practically used in reality? And now we're confronting you with those things for the first time in your life, possibly, as to how it's actually observed, measured, and practically used. And it conflicts with your story that you were given, but you've got no way of beating it because it's the actual observation and measurement. So,
No, I
yeah,
don't
you're
have
not
any way
going to
of
convince
beating it
us with
because I
stories.
don't have any mental capacity to deal with you guys because everything that I say, you guys go,
Okay.
look, he's dumb. He's an idiot.
No, we're not calling you
That pisses
dumb.
me
No,
off
no one's
real
saying you're
bad, and I
dumb.
cannot
No, we're not
think
saying you're
clearly.
dumb. No, we're
No,
not saying
not
you're
you.
dumb.
Not you, but I see everyone in here. Not everyone. I
Well,
see a
listen,
bunch of people in here.
don't take it personally.
Nobody
This
has
is the
called you a
internet.
name at all.
This is the internet, so
No, not
have some
you,
thicker
not you.
skin. But either way, the point is, it's not you they're making fun of. It's the globe, right? So don't take it personal. We all believed in it. So no one here is calling you dumb for believing the globe because they believed in the globe. So they're talking about the globe being dumb. Don't take it personal.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
actually,
not
I
you.
also
I am not
can
sure why
sorry,
I'm here.
Dempsey. Sorry, Dempsey. Hang
I
on.
think I'll
I also resent the
whatever.
implications that we've called you dumb. We've never implied you were. Never mentioned the word dumb. We never called you an idiot. We never called you a fool. We never said anything to abuse you in a derogatory manner at all. All we've said is you need to go and check. That's all we've said. I don't even know how you could go down that road. I'm telling you, I'm offended by what you're saying.
No, that's all you said. I'm not saying that you are calling me dumb.
No, none of us did. None of us that you've engaged with in this server today has implied that you are dumb, stupid, or a fool. We never said anything, and we never implied that.
And even
Sorry,
if they
sir,
did,
I am
and even if they
offended again.
did, what, you're going to let some guy on the internet calling you dumb distract you from figuring out where you actually live? Come on, dude. Toughen up.
Can I take the word? Please. I will say something
What?
and leave.
What was that?
Can I talk?
That's Yasin. That's Yasin. He's asking if he could say a word.
Sure. What you got?
I believe the Earth is a donut.
Oh wow, amazing, profound.
No curve, no donut either.
So shut the fuck up and eat it.
So, yeah, man.
Wow.
Hey,
Weak, Yassine. That's what you wanted to. That's what you wanted to butt in for.
Hey, I am
Jesus.
joking. I'm joking. Sorry. I'm joking.
Put yourself on mute,
Listen,
dude. No
man.
one needs to hear you.
Mute yourself.
Joking.
Yeah.
I really.
Yeah, put yourself on mute
don't
before
have
we
any
do.
belief.
Someone just mute him. He blew
Alright,
his
it's coming.
chance.
Bro, what?
So who else do we got? We got anyone who actually has serious question, comment, or attempt to prove the globe?
Cyclone, I'm not sure if Wood was actually presented with any long distance observations or the curvature calculator. I didn't really hear much of his conversation, but he might not have heard any of that.
Well, Wood, did anyone point out to you that we measure the Earth as flat?
Yeah, I heard something about it, but I couldn't
tried
tell
to
over everyone
bring this
speaking.
up to you before, but you yelled at me because you said that I didn't want to hear about the globe. And I said, all you have to do is put a stick in the ground and you can mark a shadow. And then a couple hours later, mark it again. And that proves that the sun moved across the sky. And you freaked out on me. And I never even got to that point yet.
Yeah, it could also just mean that the Earth moved across the sun too. All that we can see is that the sun is in different places, but it could be.
All right. Well, what about the
wildly
curvature,
different
though?
reasons,
Right?
you know.
Because you understand that there's a specific rate of curvature that would be physically necessary across a ball of a certain size. Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
Let's say over 10 miles. Do you know how much curvature there should be?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Have a guess. I don't expect you to know.
It's like over 10, with 10 miles, 10 kilometers.
10 miles, point A to point B, the surface is going to be dropping down and away at a certain rate. How much do you think that would be in total? like in feet or inches, centimeters, whatever you prefer. Have a guess. 10 miles? What? Centimeter? 10 centimeters? A meter? 10 meters? What do you think?
I cannot comprehend your question. I'll just fucking.
You can't comprehend the question, dude. You're a globe believer your whole life, and you can't comprehend
it's
what
not that. It's
curvature
not
of the
that. It's just
surface
I
is.
have a hard time understanding what you want me to say because I don't.
So you know how a ball has a curved surface that must be going down and away from you if you were on that ball. So how much of that down between point A and point B do you think there is over 10 miles?
66 feet. Meters, maybe.
A couple of meters? No, they say it's over 66 feet.
I put a flashcard in for you. This was done in AutoCAD. This is done by many different people. I've done it. This one isn't mine. It's 66.6 feet.
66.6 feet, weird number, but okay. So 66.6 feet of curvature you are compelled to believe must exist if you believe in the globe, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Now explain to us why that has never been measured in human history and why when anyone tries to measure it, it's not measured. Could you explain that?
But haven't you measured it just right now?
No, it's never been measured.
Then how do you have 66.6 whatever the number?
Yeah, that's the claim based on if the Earth was a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles. That's what it would be if we were living in fantasy, imaginary cartoon
He missed the
globe land.
part where I said I did it in AutoCAD. That's the only way you can do it. That's the only way you can get those numbers. That's the only way you can get the numbers. How do you like that?
So the question is, why has no one measured this in human history, and why, when we go and try and measure this, do we not find it? Any thoughts?
I'm thinking.
Seems he's already close to being a flat earther if he thinks there's just a couple of meters of curve across 10 miles. That's pretty close to what we also measure.
No, that's just all the globies. They all think it's like so big it's undetectable until they realize it's not supposed to be. And then they go two ways. They either freak out and just can't hold a coherent conversation, or maybe they'll figure it out. So yeah, go and have a look at that and go and figure out why no one can detect this 66 feet of drop over 10 miles. Because without that, we don't have to entertain any of the other fantasies like the ISS, moon landings, gravity, space, all this kind of stuff. It's all out the window if they don't have that 66 feet over 10 miles. Doopy doopy doo. Surprisingly simple, right?
Not really, because I cannot understand anything anymore. Not because of your proofs. I'm just tired.
That's all right, bro. Go and get some sleep. The Earth's not a globe. That's all you need to know.
No, it's not tired of sleep. I'm tired because, and I know that I have the answers that I could.
No, you don't have any answers.
Almost. No, let me speak.
You have no
let
answers.
me speak.
You don't have the answers.
Let me speak.
All right, get it out. Let him get it out.
I know that I have the answers to not even, maybe even, or either rebuke or just have a good conversation, because I'm not here to have you guys turn me into a flat earther, and not here to turn you guys into the globe earther, because that's not going to happen. But in order to have a good conversation, a conversation that would be engaging, and I have those things almost on the tip of my tongue, but I cannot get them out because I don't remember them, because I haven't studied them properly enough.
It's because you can't. It's because it's never been measured. There's never been a measurement of 66 feet a drop over 10 miles due to Earth curvature. The curvature has never been measured, so no. It's not on the tip of your tongue, you just can't remember. It's never been done.
No, not
yeah,
about
that's cool.
that.
We're not
About
here
the
to debate.
overall. I'm talking about.
Well, that is the overall. Because listen, if that 66 feet doesn't exist over 10 miles, there is no globe. So that's it. It has to have curvature. It's a dichotomy, right? Either the Earth's a ball and has this specific rate of curvature, or it doesn't have that curvature and it's not a ball. So it's not like, yeah, there's no curve, but what about gravity and the satellites? Like, no. You start with, you need that curve. For you to even start speculating about the planets being balls, therefore we're a ball, that's already assuming that the Earth is a ball. And if that assumption is wrong, then your entire argument's out the window. So, but that's cool, dude. We don't have to debate. We can have perfectly reasonable conversation. But yeah, I mean, if we don't have curvature, we don't have a globe to really conversate about. So it will just be us saying, well, there's no curve, so it's not a ball. But that's cool. Take your time, research. I mean, this isn't something that you will be taught by media or your education. So you need to teach yourself, or come and speak to people like us and learn about it if you actually want to be able to discuss, let alone debate it.
That's the thing. The same way you don't trust mainstream science, I don't trust your data. So we're not going to get anywhere.
Well, I'm not telling you to trust any data that I'm providing. I'm telling you to go and look at the Earth.
I know, but it's hard to, to have a debate. If I don't trust you and you don't trust me,
that's not about me trusting you. See, this is the problem. You think your worldview depends on trusting people. We're telling you, go and look at the Earth. Don't trust people. Go and examine the Earth, the thing in question, the thing you're making a claim about. See, they teach us that we need to be dependent on some authority or some person to tell us how we should think about reality. The truth is, you should be examining the Earth's surface. Does it rotate? Does it curve? These are two very key and simple questions that you can answer. So they've got you thinking about it all
yes,
wrong.
It rotates and yes, it curves. Because
no, but you don't have any measurement of that.
Because horizon and days, simple as that.
Yeah, you've not got any measurement of curvature or motion of the ground. Simple as that. You can look at the sun moving and then say, that means I'm moving. That's not a measurement of the ground moving. See how they've got you thinking?
It's a problem that I have with like the data that I know the Flat Earth Society. I don't know if you guys are.
No, we're not the Flat Earth Society. Come on, know if you guys those are globers, bro. Have you been trolled again? They're globers.
Man, I don't care about Flat Earth that much. I just know that they exist and they're the biggest ones.
Yeah, they're globers. They're they're trolls, basically. That's why. Why do you think they're the biggest one? Why do you think Google promote them to you, so that you go and look and be like, "Wow, Flat Earthers really are dumb, derp."
And everything is that. I think that's the thing that I like the least about Flat Earth. Everything turns into a conspiracy. That's the thing that.
Oh, here we go. Everything's a conspiracy. Actually, dude, you think observable reality is a conspiracy? You think the flat horizon? You think the flat horizon and the motionless surface you experience every day, same as every 8 billion people on this earth? You think that's a conspiracy, and that somehow the Earth is conspiring to make you think, well, it looks flat and motionless, but it's actually a giant spinning ball. You are the ultimate conspiracy theorist if you're going to go down that road. You think reality is conspiring against you. That's the height of paranoia, dude. So don't give me that. You go outside and experience a motionless ground, and you think, oh, well, it can't be. This ground is actually moving at millions of miles an hour and spinning in different vectors. That's delusion. So don't give us that. We're going with observable, measurable reality. It's not conspiracy. You wish it was
what
conspiracy.
Happens when the observable, measurable things say you're wrong?
Yeah, they just say it's flat and motionless.
For me, observation have you got of
a ball
spinning?
So not only does the curvature that's supposed to be there if the Earth is the proper claimed radius as the various government space agencies have told us all, but there's zero curve. Not just the 66 feet over 10 miles that should be there. There's none. That means no curvature. It's not a ball of any size.
Hey, Wood, if it's not a globe, would you want to know?
Sure, yeah, but
why would you want to know?
Because I think it would be interesting. I like knowing about things.
Why would it be interesting?
Because I like the Earth. I like to understand how
you like
I
the
like
Earth.
the Earth.
Okay, so you would want to know what it is.
Sure, I mean.
Well, that's all it takes.
I
Then
have
go out,
been
go to a
to
lake,
school so
go
many
and test
years,
it.
and just, I would say that I know what the Earth is because that's
because they told you.
Apart from flat earthers and the people that think it's like a dinosaur or something.
No.
Yeah.
Well, but you being told something doesn't mean it's true or that you know it to be true. You've just been told it.
But like in school, we do calculations to see and to check for ourselves.
No. You're not confirming by doing calculations that the Earth is a big spinning ball. They're just telling you it is, and maybe showing you some images in a textbook. Come on, dude. Be serious.
I am being serious.
Well, then you know what I'm saying is true. They didn't.
No, I
didn't
know.
get you to prove the Earth was a globe in school. Yeah, you didn't prove the Earth was a globe in school, dude.
What calculations is he referring to?
Doesn't make sense.
They put a stick in the ground.
No, it wasn't that. It was with gravity. We used the
gravity.
the gravity
How
thing.
does gravity now make things a ball? I don't get that.
Oh, it does.
Don't
it does.
bring
It does.
something
Because
new
after a
into
certain
it.
point,
Already you don't have a curved surface, so now you're bringing gravity into not a curved surface. Why?
Just believe it.
No, because gravity could prove that we have a thing.
No,
flat
dude.
surface.
You dropping something on the ground doesn't tell you that you live on a giant spinning ball, dude.
No, but the way gravity works with big bodies.
That's just a story you've been told, dude. You've never observed gravity forming things into balls. You've never observed that. That's a story you've been told.
Man, how can you just say that's a story? That's a story.
Am I wrong?
Everything?
Because I'll tell you why. Sorry to interrupt. Because that's your story about how a curved surface, a sphere, is created. But that's not the thing that we stand on. We stand on something that's measured to lay horizontal. So your gravity story doesn't seem to have any relevance to the surface of the Earth. It would be curved if it was your gravity story, but it's horizontal, so it's not the thing that you're talking about.
Also, what did you claim to see form into a ball due to gravity?
After a certain point of mass, any body.
What did you observe? What body did you observe form into a ball due to gravity?
All of them. Pluto, every single one.
You observed that. You observed them forming into a ball due to gravity.
Did you observe the Earth become flat or be flat? No, we're going for what we know.
Sorry,
I observe the Earth to be flat every day. Yeah.
But
even you, on a local scale, will say that the Earth is so big that it looks flat.
Okay, so that's a concession, though. You haven't observed anything form into a ball due to quote-unquote gravity. Just a story you've been told, like I said. What you actually observe is, if you drop a rock, it will fall. Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, that can happen on a flat surface.
But
how does that tell you the Earth's a spinning ball?
There's no mass of gravity attracting you to the ground, man.
Yeah, that's just the story you've been told, dude. It's just the story you've been told. They don't actually know what causes specifically things to rise or fall. We can see a relationship between the object and the density of the object versus the density of the medium it's in, which will give us the directionality of up or down. But that's not really a cause, like, a mechanism as to the upward direction or downwards direction. They don't know. That's why it's called the theory of gravity. They're theories.
Yes, but in science, theories are not just I think.
Yeah, these are not scientific theories. These are not scientific theories. Yeah, they're not scientific theories.
Scientific
the theory
theories
of gravity is a scientific theory.
Sorry, scientific theories are based on hypotheses that have been validated through experimentation.
Yeah, and it's not just I think that this is this. There's a bunch of things
that would mean, for your gravity idea, there must be a hypothesis that's been validated through experimentation for you to build upon something that you know and call it a theory. What's that then to do with gravity?
Yeah, Einstein didn't do any experiment, dude.
It wasn't Einstein. It was Isaac Newton.
Magic.
It was Isaac Newton. What
so we're
did
going
he do?
back.
What hypothesis did he provide?
Let me check.
So you prefer the 1915 and previous?
It's all right. He's going to go and check. He's going to go and check, hopefully, what Newton said. And hopefully he's going to come across the quotation of, I feign no hypothesis. And because he didn't provide one, he didn't give one. He wasn't that stupid.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Newton said mass attracting mass was essentially retarded.
It's a magic at a distance, or instantaneous magic at a distance. You'd have to be foolish to believe in such a thing. I paraphrased the last bit.
Yeah, I'd like. I'm sorry.
No, I was just echoing what Jedi saying. He said that it would take a man with like no philosophical faculty to believe that the story, which now all of them seem to believe that there's like mass attracting mass going on. Yeah, you'd have to be a fool, is basically what he said.
I learned a difference between Einstein and Newtonian gravity. In Newton's model of gravity, if the sun disappeared, we would instantly feel effects of gravity on Earth. In Einstein's gravity, if the sun disappeared, it would take 8 minutes before we felt the effects on Earth. There's a time component.
Yeah,
that's some amazing imagination.
The pull of the sun to reach us, and
some amazing imagination, dude. Great imagination. Is that what they were doing? Just philosophizing, imagination.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna leave before I start like swearing at you guys because I don't want to be.
See, this shows you've got an emotional reaction, dude. You need to catch yourself because we're just
you guys
talking
are
about
fucking
empiricism
pissing me
and
off.
science.
We're
talking about science.
I want to swear too much.
We're talking about science and empiricism, and you're getting emotional. So that's a you problem, dude.
He left.
So yeah, if you're getting emotional, see you later.
Yeah.
Rager, wow.
He was like that most of the time he was in here. Very emotional.
You have to give him some credit for realising that he couldn't take part any longer and had to make his excuses to leave. At least he was aware of what
How
was going on.
dare you speak such things against gravity?
At least he wasn't ashamed to admit he was emotional.
Don't talk about Einstein and Newton that way, guys.
See, this is it. This is what we talk about when we talk about how it becomes part of their identity, and they become like threatened by the idea that this is being challenged. They personally think like it's an attack on them. It's like, dude, this has nothing to do with you. You didn't come up with this. No one in your family or your friends or anyone you've ever met had anything to do with this fantasy. So don't die on that hill. Silly.
He shouldn't let that whole gravity thing bring him down.
Yeah, when he said unfaithful to NASA, that was a pretty crazy thing to say.
That's almost religious. I'm faithful to this way of thinking.
Faithful Glober.
Hey, the gravity, just like the globe, the gravity, outer space, that stuff was never discovered. That stuff was made up, invented. Not as an invention, like you invent a level, invent something like a clock. Not such an invention, more like a made up story, like an anime, like a movie, like Narnia, Avatar movies. That's what the globe, gravity, outer space is. It's a made up story. Never discovered.
It's a very attractive story.
Not as attractive as the real is level, because reality is so beautiful and attractive and amazing. The globe is just nonsense fantasy that
I know.
it doesn't even
But the
matter.
masses,
It's not
the
that
masses
attractive.
seem to love it.
Yeah, yeah.
I think
Did we
his
have anyone
actual
else?
anger was coming from him realizing his worldviews were not as solid as he thought, and that was angering him, really.
Of course.
No, what he really angered him is that he couldn't supersede what was being said. He was trying to push his belief, but he couldn't. He couldn't do it, and he was being getting the fact he was getting straight up by flat earthers. So that makes people angry.
He's in the denial stage of his grief, maybe. Anyway, we got any other people in? You want to ask questions or present some evidence?
Go ahead, new people. You can open your mics and direct your questions and your queries to Cyclone. Go ahead.
You just ask them to anyone.
Yeah, he could.
Well, we've had Ku asking quite a few questions and making quite a few claims in the side chat. So, Ku, I was just wondering if you were there.
Yeah, old boy Wood could go ahead and watch some Professor Dave videos to throw some ointment on his mental wounds.
Who else we got in here? We got Walter Black. Welcome, Walter Black. And welcome, Yanhua. If anyone has any questions, open your mic up.
Yeah, give us a question. Like, what do you mean space is fake? That'd be a good question. If you believe that space is real. Guess not.
Wow, was everybody on the Globe side so demoralized from that last conversation that they don't want to host any arguments? It'd be crazy. Good job to the panel. Oh, trolls in the chat that want to VC because they want to dox their true identities.
Ah, so what happened to Mr. Wood then? Has he gone?
He's like probably weeping in a pool of his flat tears at the moment.
Oh, right, yeah. Yeah. He was rather
I actually have a photo of him after he left here, so I'll just post it in a second.
Yeah, I saved that video of the PhD Flat Earther. That was a good video. I'm looking forward to looking at that.
He has some pretty crazy credentials as well. But yeah, he's I think he's Portuguese.
Ah, okay.
Brazilian, or maybe Brazilian.
Right.
But yeah, he's got a bunch of videos, I think, actually.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Wood just seemed to be very antagonistic towards the flat earthers. He was from the word go. And then that's why at the very beginning, Jemsy said, "Are you going to here to complain, or are you going to be here to, or was it maybe it was what's his name, DTAP or someone like that?" Yeah. And then he was going to give out a warning, and then Jem said, "We're not interested in a warning. Just give us your question." I mean, he had the gore to. He was going to give us a warning. Give us a warning, yeah. Why the hell? Look at that globe. Yeah, the crying globe. Long time no see. I haven't seen that one in a while. Yeah.
And this is the actual. Here's the actual picture I was looking for. So yeah, this is probably what he's doing right now.
Yeah. Do you remember? Do you hear him? He was saying he was pissed off, wasn't he? He said to Wolfgang that he was pissed off.
Yeah, he was saying he has to leave before he starts swearing at us and saying all sorts of things.
What a wally.
Yeah, he'll think about it. I'm sure he'll be back again.
Yeah. He accused us of ignoring NASA.
To go over some long distance observations with him next time. That'll hurt.
Yeah. Yeah. We were moving towards that. Just that, but he had some questions. He had some baseless claims that he had to get out of his system, And then he lied when he said we were calling him dumb, because we didn't do any of that. We didn't use any antagonistic behavior towards him at all. Nothing. We don't generally, and we didn't call him an idiot, a fool, a retard. We didn't say anything like that at all. But yeah, he accused us of doing that. Terrible. Yeah, and he accused us flat earthers of not having credentials. He said that as well, didn't he? There are no flat earth scientists. Au contraire. We do have, actually. Au contraire, my faithful NASA fanboy.
He was actually saying, he said that you guys are denying the scientists. That's sort of like that. It's not that there is no better scientists. It's that you guys are denying the science and the scientists and whatever. But I was telling him that there is no scientist that has demonstrated the globe in any sense. They just believe it, just like him.
Yeah, but he did attack us on our credentials, though. He did say that we don't have any credentials amongst us, no degrees and that. He said that. Oh,
it was all just coping. He was just trying to cope. He was just lying to himself. He knew he was doing it.
Yeah. Yeah, he knew all along that, he hadn't proven that the Earth was a globe. He's running on belief. And then you could tell he wasn't here in good faith, because he then said, "Well, you don't trust the scientists. I don't trust your data." Do you know what I mean? But no one asked him to trust the data. We've always said, go out and check it for yourself. So again, he accused us again. Because we didn't say you had to trust us at all. We didn't say that. We said, check it out for yourself.
Well, it really seemed all downhill after he said that he thought 10 miles of lake water would only have a couple meters of curve across it, and then he was corrected. That was a spiral down from there.
Yeah, he was. What was he? He said a couple of meters, didn't he? Yeah. So basically, he was 60 feet out. He got 6 feet of it right.
Welcome, Hopi.
I hope he's got some questions.
So
Yellow, yellow, yellow.
Hello.
Go ahead.
why this VC is very quiet?
The Earth is round. The Earth is round.
Round?
It's round.
You mean like a round table?
Like a round woofle ball.
Woofable? What's that? Woofable?
Like a sphere. Yes.
Oh, you mean Earth is a sphere?
Yes, it's round.
How do you know that?
You can look at it. You can turn around. Yeah.
You turn around. Okay, let me go step by step. I turn around and I see Earth as a sphere. Okay, I think he has. Sounds like the mind parasites are taking over.
If you mean, actually, no, I'm sober. I just woke up. I don't know. I don't know. I'm still tired. That's what it is.